Everyone knows this guy is a shameless bastard from a noble family. He's just a pathetic failure with a weak physique and no sword skills at all. So it's no wonder that when he comes to gather some mercenaries for his father's army, they look down on him and chat about what a loser he is. Hearing this, Logan calls the biggest guy out there to step forward. He offers him a deal. They'll give each other one blow, and if the mercenary remains standing, he'll receive a year's pay and be free to go. When the guy steps forward, he turns out to be even bigger up close. He looks at Logan like he's a small cockroach, fully sure he'll crush him. He even mockingly offers Logan to go first. He's still laughing when our guy delivers a lightning-fast or a charged blow. It's so powerful that it knocks the mercenary out instantly and leaves him basically toothless for life. The other mercenaries can't believe their eyes. They just can't understand how did this bastard suddenly become so strong. Well, the thing is, he recently regressed, and he really was a weak bastard back then. He was so bad that even after years of training, his younger brother Ranyan beat the crap out of him despite training for only a few months. He did it so easily in front of a crowd of their father's subjects that Logan's reputation hit rock bottom once again. Logan held a grudge and did the only thing a coward like him could do. He tried to poison his younger brother, but he couldn't even do that properly. So his father found out and banished him from the family, sending him into exile. There, he became a seasoned mercenary. After many long years, he decided to return to his family and ask for forgiveness, but it was too late. When he came back, his family was in ruins, his father was dead, and his brother was executed right before his eyes. He couldn't do anything. He lost his chance to ask for forgiveness. So next, he joined the rebellion against the empire that killed his brother. He puts all his effort into taking it down, and during one mission, he gets caught inside the imperial castle, and the Empire Knights chase after him for stealing the secret book. Eventually, Logan hits a dead end and the Knights surround him, calling him a rebel. But a surge of anger rushes through our fella, and he kills as many Empire bastards as he can. Even after killing many of them, the redhead rebel is hedged in by the Empire Knights. They hold him accountable for daring to steal the Empire's treasure and ask Logan to surrender and give up the secret text. Our guy smirks, wondering if this is where he'll die. It appears that he's left with no choice, and shortly after, he yanks out an orb so they all can die. As the Knights try to process the situation, the device vigorously explodes so that the whole castle is shaken and destroyed. That's how the revolutionary brings down the empire. From Logan's point of view, he lived a life full of regrets, living only for the sake of revenge. But what at least comforted him was that he was able to screw over those empire bastards. Nonetheless, the biggest regret remains, the one he couldn't let go of even after death, that he should have begged for forgiveness. The regret lives with him even after death, and Logan believes that if he meets his family in the afterlife, maybe then he'll be able to beg for forgiveness. Momentarily, Logan jerks awake and finds himself in pain as his head hurts. But what's more astonishing is when he realizes that he's able to feel pain even after death. Just as he tries to process the strange occurrence, he's interrupted by his head servant, Rick. As Rick asks the young master if he's feeling all right, our guy is left in utter disbelief, recalling that Rick died 30 years ago. Bewildered, Logan bluntly asks his servant how he's still alive. Rick freaks out, yelling to bring the doctor as he assumes that Master Logan is badly hurt to be uttering such nonsense. Our guy then looks outside the window where sword practice is taking place and notices the McLean flags hanging everywhere. Befuddled, Logan wonders if he's dreaming when suddenly his little brother, Ranyan, calls him out. Our guy pauses for a second and witnesses Ranyan, trembling and scared. Logan vividly remembers this scene. It was when they had their first duel where he lost pathetically to Ranyan. And when Ranyan came to visit him, Logan frantically shut him out and called his younger brother the child of a concubine. Despite all the insults, Ranyan used to follow him everywhere, but after that day, he no longer came to see him. In the present scene, our guy despises himself for his past actions, while Rick tells Ranyan that his older brother needs more rest. But Logan politely asks his brother to come closer, leaving even Rick confused. Ranyan apologizes to him for hurting him, but our guy lets out that he doesn't need to apologize and affirms that he didn't do anything wrong. Abruptly, Logan breaks into sobs and says that he should be the one to be apologizing, loathing himself for killing someone as kind as his younger brother. The thought makes him crestfallen when he recalls how Ranyan fought on the front lines as ordered by the kingdom and was killed. Feeling remorse, Logan sincerely apologizes to Ranyan and hugs him tightly. The redhead brothers share an emotional moment and strangely, Logan's guilt starts to ease. Later, Ranyan leaves and lets his brother know that he'll visit him again. Our guy comes to his senses and ponders that if he has really regressed to the past, then he needs to change the upcoming tragic events. He's then interrupted by his servants, Mary and Rick, who look scared after disrupting Logan's rest, reasoning that Mary got the rooms confused. Our guy is confused about what they're apologizing for, and that's when he's reminded that he was a bastard who used to mistreat his servants. Logan assures Mary that she didn't do anything wrong and asks Rick to bring him a pen and paper. Scared to death, Mary and Rick hysterically wonder what the master is planning to do to Mary with a pen and paper. Our fella looks done with them and asks Rick to send the maid out and just give him the goddamn paper. Logan thanks his head servant for the papers and orders him to make sure no one comes to the room. Rick is left in awe and confirms if Logan really thanked him, assuming that his head is truly hurt. Our guy gives a death stare and yells at him to get out. The yelling convinces Rick that the master is in his right mind, while our guy is freaking annoyed. But he decides to be patient, as these are all consequences of his own actions. Nonetheless, Logan reckons that the most important thing at this moment is to record everything that will happen. The war against the Empire that will happen in 10 years. A disaster that will bring down not only the McLean family but the entire nation. And coming from the future, Logan feels like stopping this disaster is his responsibility now. But before this incident, our guy focuses on the event that's going to happen a year from now. The War of the Fiefdom. He recalls how this war happened so abruptly and partially destroyed his family, bringing his family into dark times. Later, Logan goes to meet his father. Our redhead fella walks in the hallway, on the way to meet his father when he notices that the servants look terrified of him as he walks past them. Suddenly, one of the maids freaks out and tumbles. She curses herself for falling in front of the young master, believing that now she's dead meat. Surprisingly, Logan lends her a hand, offering to help, but when the maid glances at his devilish smile, she kneels and begs for mercy. Our guy is confused, wondering what the hell is wrong with these people. But then he looks at his terrifying portrait, agreeing that his smile is awkward. Logan understands that it'll take time for everyone to adjust and becomes adamant about making them believe that he's really changed. With that, the servant informs Patriarch McLean that the first young master is here to see him. Meeting his father after regression, the memories of the past come flooding in. In his previous life, he resented his father for years for kicking him out of the family. He thought of his father as a cold-hearted person who gave up on any expectations he had for his son, and who didn't visit his son for a second when he collapsed after being hurt in the duel. Logan was convinced that his father was cruel for heartlessly casting away his child. But in the present, our guy calls himself a fool for resenting his father and thinks about how heartbroken his dad would have been to kick out his own child. He finally meets his father and gets emotional after seeing him. His father, the patriarch of the house of Baron McLean, Patrick McLean, is surprised that Logan looks better than he thought and asks him what the matter is. Our guy is a bit disappointed. He didn't expect his father to be this cold, but he realizes that he's the one who hasn't seen him for 20 years. Nonetheless, Logan cuts to the chase and asks Patrick for his permission to go into isolated training on the family plot. While his father is surprised, from Logan's point of view, the only way to win in the regional war is by strengthening the whole territory's forces, strengthening the knights and soldiers, and reinforcing and developing weapons. And to bring his vision to reality, our guy needs money. But alas, the McLeans are notorious in the kingdom for being a beggar family. Well, he didn't see this coming, but his family has no money. But Logan had already thought this through and found a way to earn a lot of money at once. With the incident in 3 months, he could earn a whole year's worth of the family's budget all at once. For that, our guy needs to build martial abilities and have a voice. But before Logan's plan could proceed, his father bursts his bubble and assumes that he's trying to run away after losing to his younger brother. But Logan justifies that he realized how he's been lacking all this time and makes him believe that he's trying to get his act together. Unfortunately, Patrick isn't convinced at all, and mockingly adds that a lack of effort isn't the only reason he's a loser, assuming that Logan hasn't come to his senses after all. Logan isn't surprised, since he knew his father wouldn't trust him so easily. Our boy admits that his behavior was the problem all this time, but the patriarch is sick of listening to this so many times already. His father callously tells his son to leave. But given the life Logan has lived for the past 20 years, regret speaks through him. He acknowledges that he was foolish and immature. Logan states that through this training, he wishes to get his immaturity under control, and earnestly begs his father to allow him. His father informs Logan that it's still spring, which means the family burial grounds will be too cold. He diligently asks his son to stay warm, which makes Logan smile wholeheartedly. A few days later, Logan gets all prepared for the isolated training. No one can come here since only the immediate McLean family members are allowed inside. Plus, it's huge, so our guy finds it perfect for solitary training. The main reason for isolated training is that he can't let anyone see his training method since he'll be training from the Divine Sword Secrets book. In his previous life, he memorized and burnt this book of secrets so the Empire wouldn't get their hands on it at any cost. It is narrated that originally, a book embroidered with a golden hawk has the secrets passed down by the hero of ancient times who slayed the evil dragon who ruled the world. Not to mention that Logan transcribed it using the Independent Army's secret code so no one could read it. Our fella acts like a hardcore otaku since he can't believe he ended up writing it once again. He believes that if the Book of Secrets is true, after he masters it perfectly, the Empire's aura masters or even archmages won't be scary anymore. Before Logan regressed, it was too late for his age and he wasn't talented either. But now he has the chance to change his fate. The regrets he had in his previous life push him to work even harder. With that, he begins training from the book and starts with modifying the body itself using the life force called the Force, which is the basis of the Divine Sword Secrets. Our guy focuses this force and creates a core. Although this seems like a hard task for someone with average talent, and the past him would have already broken at this stage, as he had thought. After regressing, our redhead fella feels like his force has evolved in all aspects. It's not even surprising to claim that 3 days and nights of hard work might be enough. Suddenly Logan is left wonderstruck when he witnesses the core being made just after a single minute. It's more like a miracle. As the core is being created, our guy senses a tremendous, dense energy bursting forth, as if his whole body is soaking in it like rain after a long drought. Logan anticipates that if the contents of the secret book are correct, he'll be at the top in no time. Just like that, he swings his sword to test it out, and a powerful aura cascades through the air. His constitution and senses take a complete turn, as if it all changed in a way that's suitable for wielding the sword. Though Logan is utterly clueless about how the hell he was able to create a core this quickly, he believes that at this rate, after 3 months, he'll get even stronger. With that, our guy continues the training and, after 3 months of devoted practice, he wraps up his last day of training. Among the 10 sword techniques recorded in the Book of Secrets, the sword that cuts through time and space is the time-space slash. With the single core one possesses, which is a 1-star core, the only sword technique Logan can perform is the first technique, slashing wave, and he's fiercely determined to succeed at it at all costs. Our guy wields the sword using the technique slashing wave, rippling divide, and manages to tear through a massive tree like a monster. Witnessing this victory, Logan's happiness feels out of this world since the power is beyond his imagination. He is aware that this isn't a technique that a newbie force user could pull off. However, he sees his hand trembling and, given that he's worn out after one strike, our redhead guy believes that it's a good card up his sleeve. After accomplishing the goals for his training, Logan couldn't wait to make his father proud of the results. But before that, he decides to wash up first because he smells like shit. Logan arrives at the mansion, but he encounters an obnoxious knight who won't let him meet his father. While our guy asks him if his father is unwell, the knight clarifies that even the young master can't meet the patriarch without prior notice. Rick, the head servant, whispers to his young master that these are 100-year-old rules. Our guy protests that he met his father just 3 months ago. The knight simply blames this on the guard in charge who didn't do his job properly. Deep down, Logan finds it strange since this never happened in his previous life. Suddenly our guy could hear the guards gossiping at a distance. He wonders if this voice is coming from inside the mansion and figures out that the force has amplified his senses. Logan can hear the guards badmouthing him who call him a coward for running away after losing to his younger brother. They mock Logan and blabber that the knight knows he can't let out a squeak. They leave it to the knight to handle everything if something goes wrong. That's when our guy learns that his reputation has hit rock bottom while he was away for solitary training, to the extent that even the family knights take him for a joke. The knight blocking his way informs Logan to come back only after he is given prior notice, while our redhead boy doesn't buy his bullshit as it's too troublesome. Although Logan was planning on showing how much he's changed to improve his reputation, things have come to this. Our guy asks the knight for his name and gets to know that it's Dominion. Our guy calls Dominion out for stopping him from meeting his family using a rule that's basically dead, and for humiliating him with a consistently insolent attitude. Even the knight is left shocked that the young master suddenly took the authority. Abruptly, our fella throws a pair of gloves at his face and orders Dominion to pay back for the unjust humiliation by fighting a duel with him. An uproar rises among the family knights since this was totally unexpected, while Logan asks Dominion to answer, asking if he's scared. Freaking out, Rick is hella worried for his young master. To piss the big guy off even more, Logan mocks Dominion and can't believe that he'd have his tail between his legs against a rumored coward, guessing that the knight is all past his prime. Meanwhile, Dominion, boiling with anger, accepts the duel. It's as if he's ready to crush the young master. Logan boasts confidence while the knights doubt this duel and are pretty sure that the young master will lose the fight. They keep insulting Logan for getting busted by Ronian that day and then going into hiding for the next 3 months. The knights wonder how this coward is going to last and even bet 100 gold that he won't even last a minute. Our guy can hear their shit talk and learns that no one actually expects him to win. Meanwhile, Dominion, the opponent, remarks that Logan looks pretty relaxed and warns him not to get hurt. While Dominion's anger is visible, our guy is amused by how he dared to pick a fight with him. Yet he doesn't have the guts to say anything to a member of the family in front of other knights. Our redhead dude is convinced that this big fella has no guts at all. On the other hand, Rick is freaking out and believes they're screwed big time. Our guy feels like shit as he could hear that nobody believed in him, and poor Rick has stopped breathing while standing. In the meantime, the referee, who is another knight, announces the duel is to begin. Scared as fuck, he declares only wooden weapons will be used during the duel for the sake of safety. Panicked, the referee is unsure if he should continue with this, but he's left with no choice since young Master Logan is so stubborn about it, so all they could do was limit them to wooden weapons. But what's more terrifying is that knights are mainly force users, so they could kill a person even with wooden swords. The referee presumes that whatever happens, it won't be his responsibility, but he really hopes that Sir Dominion goes easy on the young master. With that, the duel begins, and Dominion uses Force Aura, throwing the knights into disbelief. The knights are enjoying this, and see that Dominion is really going all out by using force against a normal person. The servants, on the contrary, panic and declares that it's unfair since Logan is not a force user. While the referee begs Dominion to be gentle, the redhead fella looks bored and finds it intimidating that his opponent doesn't know any better. But according to him, that's a sign the knight is clumsy with force. Our guy makes the big guy lose his shit when he guesses that his force seems to be leaking out because he's unable to control it. Logan notices that Dominion looks pretty worked up, asking if something upset him. Upon hearing this, the knight simmers with anger and recalls Logan's words that he's past his prime. It is revealed to us that as the years went by, juniors rose up the ranks. Yet Dominion at the age of 40 was the worst in the knight's order and had already decided to retire. He would roughly go about his errands, living while waiting to retire. Therefore, the young master's words pierce like a dagger and drive Dominion insane. He uses Force Aura and leaps towards Logan to teach him a lesson. The servants are on edge and plead with the referee to stop Dominion as the young master is going to die. But the referee himself is helpless and presumes that Logan brought this upon himself. Meanwhile, Dominion thinks that he's retiring anyway, so he desires that he might as well end Logan with his secret technique. The knight wields the sword in a frenzy, using a mighty triple kill. However, things take a 360-degree turn when Logan's sword halts the attack like it was nothing. Even Dominion feels the pressure and releases the sword. Our guy mocks the knight and asks him if this is the best he can do. During this, the knights and the servants are left slack-jawed by the plot twist, realizing that the young master is a force user. Logan then calls the referee and declares that he wants to give Dominion a second chance. The knight couldn't wrap his head around what had just happened, putting him in denial that he's weaker than the cowardly redhead kid. The knight couldn't accept this and pushes himself hard to strike Logan once again, but our guy incredibly wields his sword, making Dominion's nose bleed. Our guy defeats the big guy once again and, even after giving him a second chance, he thinks that it's about time Dominion tucks his tail. The big guy accepts his defeat after getting his ass kicked, but Logan doesn't stop as he strikes the wooden sword across his face once again. The redhead fellow believes that he's shown more than mercy to a vassal who tried to rebel against his superior. What's left now is the adequate punishment Dominion deserves, and in the next moment, our guy frantically begins thrashing the knight, brutally tormenting him. The family knights are thrown into utter disbelief and think that they should stop Master Logan. Gasping, the knights can't believe their eyes that it's the same young master, wondering how on earth he changed so much in 3 months. Not to mention his force has awakened and even his sword skills have totally changed. They conclude that it seems as if Logan has been a swordsman for decades. Eventually, after beating the crap out of Dominion, our guy is announced as the winner. Later, Logan meets with his father, who has been watching him fight. Patrick finds it impressive and curiously questions what really happened during the training. Logan responds that he just got rid of his greed and thought he'd let go of everything. Although it may look like he's lying, our guy actually realized it in his past life. Only after he gave up everything to avenge his family could he become a force user. He barely awakened after turning 40 in his past life. Nonetheless, his father calls it an empty realization and admits that his son has really changed. But the patriarch finds it strange that Logan's first action was assaulting a knight after gaining that realization. Our guy justifies that Dominion deserved this and assumes that his father must have heard from the soldiers what really happened. The patriarch yells that he did hear, but still, he thinks that Logan went too far with the beating. The redhead dude confidently declares that there was a need to do this. He reasons that the knight was trying to fool the blood of his lord and making a joke of him. If left unchecked, he would have been a poison to the family's discipline. It is revealed to us that the pillar that allows an organization to run is known as hierarchy. And when hierarchy is shaken up, the organization itself falters. Plus, there is one thing Logan realized after living as a mercenary for a decade. When it comes to a group of men with weapons, if one is controlling them, they have to make sure they do it properly in one strike. The reason why our guy assaulted that knight was for it to be a lesson for other knights. After that, the patriarch admits that Dominion was largely at fault here since he forgot his duty in the first place and tried fooling him. He then asks Logan to restrain himself for the time being. Eyes widened, our redhead fella is baffled that his father forgives him this easily. Patrick looks at his reaction and asks his son if he wants a punishment. Our guy laughs it off while his father acknowledges that what Logan did was wrong. Patrick McLean commands Logan not to do anything like this again without his permission, given that he hasn't officially received his rank yet. Before he leaves, Patrick informs him that his fiancée, Rena, will be visiting soon. The moment Logan hears this, he smirks maliciously since Rena, his cash cow, is finally coming. Shortly, Princess Rena Wolves arrives at the McLean mansion. Princess Rena Wolves walks into the McLean mansion while the workers admire her, full of awe, finding their young master lucky. Rena greets the patriarch, asking him about his well-being, and he's pleased to see her looking like a true lady. Rick is awestruck to witness the princess turning out to be unbelievably beautiful since he saw her when she was young. However, catching Logan with a cold face, he wonders what's wrong with the guy who should be the happiest. The princess announces that she will be reading the letter that the count has entrusted her with, and 30 minutes later, we see her still going on while the knights look done with it. At last, Rena declares that due to unavoidable circumstances, they request to break off the arranged marriage by Chiron Wolves. Silence takes over the place, but Logan doesn't look surprised at all. He's aware that Chiron is beating around the bush, and what he really wanted to say is that he thought Patrick McLean would become an aura user, but he's been stuck as a high-ranking knight for over 20 years, and his son is just the worst. He doesn't find any reason for them to lower their standards and join hands with them, hence he decides to separate ways. The patriarch, upon hearing this, feels enraged. He questions if the House of Wolves is trying to humiliate the McLeans by breaking off the arranged marriage without a proper reason. Rena tries to make him understand by saying that she even asked to be an envoy, because she was concerned he'd think that way, hence the reason she came to clear the misunderstanding herself. Showing her crocodile tears, she recalls the vivid memories of her one-year stay here during her childhood. She claims that the memories she made with the young Master Logan in this beautiful, serene place, and the cherished moments that stayed in her young mind, are precious, and that she has no wish to abandon them. However, she admits that she's bound to her family. Having no choice but to follow their directions, she merely thought it would be best to meet him and Logan in person and apologize. The maids are deeply touched after witnessing such dramatic scene while our dude just seems done with it. That's when Marion Kairos steps in and demands to hear about those unavoidable circumstances Rena mentioned earlier. Marion is our boy's stepmother and Ranyan's biological mother. She has long regarded Logan as an enemy because of the matter of succession, so he thought she'd stay quiet, and guesses that the family's honor is a different matter. The princess apologizes and confesses that she herself is unaware of the reason, hence she admits that she cannot tell them about it. Kairos implies if she's saying she doesn't know anything despite it being about her marriage, and she simply states that she's just someone who shall marry and become part of another family, revealing that her father doesn't discuss important family matters with her. Marion takes it as the princess is here to announce that she's breaking the engagement for no reason at all. Rena, feeling awkward, acknowledges that in return, the Wolves family intends to pay 3 million gold as compensation for breaking this engagement. Dwayne Filsner, McLean's financial manager, is in disbelief as he hears that, while Logan feels thrilled, having to get this money. Just then, Patrick McLean roars out of fury, leaving everyone feeling overwhelmed as they sense his strength. Rockfern stands in front of the princess in order to protect her, as he, claiming to be a knight of House of Wolves, pleads to the Baron. He tells to calm down and continue the conversation. The patriarch wonders if he's a high-ranking knight just like him, and thinks it's impressive at his age, supposing that the injury of the Wolves family's rising star would be a fair trade for the disgrace to the McLean family's honor. The high-ranking knight confesses that their patriarch said that Patrick is a man of honor, and he also said he wouldn't persecute the young princess or a junior. Rena interrupts, saying that they do not seek to buy honor with money either, and requests that they accept it as a gesture of sincere attempt to maintain the friendship between two families, despite the public criticism invited due to unavoidable circumstances. The patriarch realizes that if he presses any further, he shall become a man without honor, wondering if this is what the Chiron Wolves were aiming for by sending the young ones here. With that, he declares that a visitor is a visitor, albeit an ill-fated one, and that the House of McLean doesn't persecute its guests. However, he refuses to accept the Wolves' one-sided offer either. In exchange for breaking the engagement, House McLean only requests one thing, and that is, that the envoy Rena Wolves courteously apologizes to his son, refusing to accept any other compensation. The knights admire their patriarch for his nobility, and that's when Logan interrupts. As the person concerned in the breaking of this engagement, he claims to have a request. Our dude knows that they must take the money, finding it insane that his father is going to let them apologize with nothing more than words. 3 million gold is a whole year's budget for House McLean, plus half of their current funding is support they get from the stepmother's maiden family, Kairos. They'll go bankrupt the moment that support is cut off, and yet they're putting honor first. Logan believes his family is out of his mind and is certain that they must take those 3 million no matter what. He lets out that he would like to accept the terms of the Wolves' apology, and this infuriates the patriarch, as he asks his son if he's saying he will make him go back on his words. Our boy feels the immense pressure, and even though he may not have aura, he's still a high-ranking knight. But sadly, this is nothing compared to others in the kingdom because if he can't handle this, he'll never be able to go forward either. Patrick clarifies that the House McLeans aren't so poor that they need to abandon their honor for the sake of money. However, Logan refuses, admitting that they're poor. He states that House McLean owes the bank 3 million gold right now, and a year's interest alone is 150,000 gold. Without Kairos' support, our boy asserts that they'd be bankrupt right now. The kingdom's greatest beggar family. Our dude admits that they're broke as fuck. But this is all in his head, and since this is an official meeting, he decides to keep his thoughts to himself for now. He elaborates that the reason they must accept the 3 million gold is none other than his father's honor. Patrick asks him if he's going to make him go back on his words for honor, and Logan begs his pardon, reminding him that house wolves have a higher standing than their family. And the Count is also a Margrave of the East, and even though house wolves are a leading power in the East, they're not the family they serve as their lord. He fears ending this with just an apology would lead to rumors of them having bowed down to the wolves. Rena points out that house wolves isn't such an irrational family, claiming that they have the utmost respect for McLean's honor. Our boy mentions her coming to one-sidedly break the engagement, and yet she talks about rationality. In Logan's previous life, he believed Rena was genuinely sad about the unavoidable breakup before something happened. Let's go back in the story, when the princess met him to tell him that they may have to break up today, and insisted on creating a last memory with him. Our main character, whose life as a young master was ruined, believed the decision to risk it all for the woman he loved and run away might just be better. He pleaded with her to leave with him tonight. However, she played a dirty trick. Ripping her clothes, she questioned him if he really thought someone like him belonged to her. The princess told him to learn where he belonged and get lost. Logan was baffled, not knowing what she meant when she started shouting and the knights barged into the room. She cunningly puts on an act, sobbing and accusing that the young master suddenly became aggressive. She got our guy, who was already at fault for so many mistakes, and his family didn't believe him either. As a result, the McLeans were forced to apologize to the wolves and pay hefty compensation. Getting back to the present, Logan blames her that he could never bring himself to trust women. He's sure she's planning to dine and dash this time too with this one-sided offer to break the engagement. But too bad, she's not getting away with it this time. At first, Logan thought he'd change his reputation in the family, figuring that if he slowly showed them how he's changed and convinced them, then someday the family would change too. But his fight with Dominion made him come to a realization. The soldiers turned a blind eye even when someone clearly disrespected our guy, and the rumors spread while he was away. He wonders if he's going to transform the family by gaining acknowledgement from people like them. Knowing that there are only 9 months left before the regional war, Logan realizes that his reputation isn't important anymore. He must save the family, and that's why he declares to accept the compensation from the princess, regardless of his father's wishes. Patrick rages as he questions his son how dare he deny his will. Our guy lets out that he can't be satisfied with lip service apologies, as he believes if their honor can be compensated for with words, that'll disappear into thin air, and its worth will be just as light as those words. Rena, feeling displeased, claims that they wish to obey the will of the Baron, the patriarch of the House McLean, asking him his choice. Logan supposes that she's saying that, yet it's all about saving her father's face, and guesses that she's probably shitting herself at the thought of paying up 3 million. Patrick, as the representative of the McLean family, announces that he's satisfied with a sincere apology. However, he leaves it up to our guy to decide if the apology is sincere. Everyone is shocked at the response, including the princess. While the Baron advises his son to think carefully, the patriarch states that if he accepts money for his dishonor, he's opening the door for his honor to be traded in the future too. Logan feels sorry towards his father, but he can't cave in either, and that is why, as the person who's concerned with the breaking of the engagement, he declares to accept the compensation offered by the House of Wolves. Rena's expression changes to a distressed one, while the patriarch admits that he thought our boy had changed a bit, but it seems that he's changed for the worse. He supposes it's all his fault for not teaching him the true value of honor. Our main character, on the other hand, took this daring decision all for the sake of the family. Later, we see the 3 million gold in his hands. Logan tries not to get too excited, knowing that he needs to put this money in the bank first. Just then, someone knocks on his door and it turns out to be Dwayne, the financial manager and Patrick's most trusted. Hence, Logan realizes that greeting with a smile isn't for him and wonders what he's up to. Meanwhile, Dwayne Filsner is facing the biggest challenge of his life right now. As the financial manager of McLean, he's been running the entire state on an ever-shrinking budget. He had to make up for the lack of money by begging the patriarch's in-laws. Filsner is confused if he's the financial manager or the boss of beggars, wanting to resign so badly if only this wasn't his hometown. But right now, he has the chance to be comfortable for at least a few years, and his opponent is the clueless foolish kid, aka Logan McLean. He smiles evilly as he believes the 3 million has to be shared. Dwayne laughs it off and claims to have just come in to say hello, confessing that our dude left a great impression on him yesterday. The way he stood up for himself without caving in the slightest bit to unwarranted outside pressure. He butters up Logan, saying that he's an amazing appearance truly fitting of the McLean heir. Assuming that he only did stupid shit before, hence it must be his first time receiving flattery, Filsner expects him to open up his heart and wallet. To his surprise, our guy questions him about what kind of nonsense this is, while Filsner supposes that this reaction is within the expected range. Hence, he acknowledges that the 3 million gold is like rain in a drought in these hard times. He lets our fella know that his wits have allowed the family a huge sigh of relief. Logan is confused as to why the family would breathe a sigh of relief. making it very clear that it's his money. Dwayne is taken aback as he thought it could happen, just the slightest chance. However, he ponders if this rascal is really going to use it all by himself. He tries to be patient, calming himself down by thinking of his past life. 20 years ago as a financial manager at McLean. Groveling is already normal for him, and this is no different. But this makes the fat dude tear up. Seeing him crying, Logan asks him if the family's situation is bad, and he reveals that they owe Cooper's bank $3 million gold, and the annual interest alone is 150,000 gold. It seems our guy already knows about it and brings up the harvest time, suggesting that they should be able to pay off the interest right now. Filsner is baffled about him knowing so much and states that running a barony generally costs money, and they're always tight on budget, implying if he could help them out a bit, but Logan refuses almost immediately. The fat dude wonders why, as he thought he opposed the Baron for the sake of the barony. Our man lets him know that he's going to use this money for the family's sake, but not for the immediate running costs no matter what. He urges to look ahead and Dwayne is pissed because he believes he knows nothing about it, wanting him to just hand it over to him. Logan considers the possibility of using the money to pay off the family's debts and wonders how much that would change the family situation. The fat dude reveals that they'll have a bigger budget, and the running of the estate will be easier for at least a few more years, and they'll get a room to breathe. Our main character asks him what happens after that, figuring that they will be in debt again and that they don't even have any specialty products. Calling it a vicious cycle, he declares to break that vicious cycle, and for that, he elaborates that he's going to use this money for his plan. Dwayne is in utter disbelief, confused if this is the same hooligan he knows. He thought he was just a kid who didn't care the slightest bit about family affairs. Logan asks him a favor along those lines and indicates that if he does him the favor, he might be able to help pay some of the family's expenses. Filsner wonders what that favor is and turns out he needs to gather some mercenaries. Later, we see our guy getting ready to leave while Rick is concerned for him as he asks him where he's going since it hasn't been that long since he came from solitary training. Logan lets him know that he's leaving to earn money since he needs way more than he has. Rick implies that the Lord won't allow it, and that's when our dude breaks it to him that he's sneaking out. This catches the poor worker by utter shock, but he's told to shut up. Our boy finds it impossible for him to change anything here if he can't overturn his reputation right now. He knows that he needs to create forces on the outside, and luckily he's familiar with what's happening on the outside during this time, because this is when the family kicked him out and he moved around the kingdom. His thoughts are interrupted when Rick asks him what the hell is he saying, referring to the runaway. Logan finds him so damn persistent while he just lies on the floor, wondering what he's supposed to do if he runs away. He tells his young master to might as well step on him if he's going to go, and our guy is all ready to do that. He assures Rick not to worry and tells him that he's going to leave his father a letter so that no one will blame him. The worker is curious about what he will write, and after a while, we see a furious Patrick reading the letter. That said, heartbroken by the engagement breaking up, our boy has decided to get some air and will be back soon. The patriarch roars his son's name out loud while Rick cries in fear, hoping for the sake of his life that he comes back. Even just 200 years ago, the McLean family wasn't in the position it's in now. The vast and extensive country, which stretched from the neighboring Tesron Viscounty to the Sylvan and Perina Viscounties, as well as the Bifrost Plains, was reversed as the ruler and lord of the southwestern area of the Grandia Kingdom. But until the current lord, Patrick McLean, the useless work of the last 3 generations of ancestors caused their title to be demoted with the size of their territory greatly decreased. The vast storage of grain that was once called the McLean Plains was given to the most powerful vassal, and the useful land was divided amongst different vassals. The place that they ended up in, as if chased out, was the rough and dry land near the southern mountains. There were no suitable regional products, and the copper ore mines that were common in mountain territories didn't exist. In this state, even if they won the regional war, they would need to ask for help from Kyros continuously. To end this vicious cycle, they need lots of money, much more than the 3 million Logan has. And there is someone in Grandia Kingdom's greatest trading city, Kale, who can give him that money. Seeing the street vendors trying to sell their items, our guy is reminded of how remote McLean is. Based on his memory, this person he's looking for spent their youth in Kale. The residents say that he lives somewhere around here and he's the gold bug, Philip Claude. The strongest nation within the continent is the Ares Empire, a strong centralist nation based on merit system. As long as you're talented, regardless of gender or age, you can succeed. It's a nation where you can enjoy power and riches, and that right is even given to foreigners who aren't citizens of the empire. A perfect example of that is the Grandia Kingdom's Philip Claude. He's one of the wealthiest merchants who moves the empire and is the continent's greatest war merchant, called the Trader of Grandia Kingdom. However, in reality, even while being called Gold Bug, he would support those from his home country and use his money and power to create the miracle of Grandia's sovereign dominion. Seeing the guy in person, Logan wonders if that person really is that same guy he's looking for. We see Philip uttering profanity to the bastards that scammed him, and that our guy seems to have heard that his business failed because he was scammed. but seeing it himself is more horrible than he manifested. Claude is busy throwing a tantrum when our man calls him out and confirms with him if he's Philip. Noticing the red hair and eyes with a strong gaze, he wonders who this guy is. Our main character implies that they talk for a moment while Philip is curious about who this guy is and if he knows him. In that moment, he felt a strong emotion in Logan's eyes, an emotion that businessman Philip had seen countless times: greed. Judging from his timing and how he's wearing an old armor, he assumes that he's definitely a mercenary gangster. And that's when he panics and tries clarifying that it's not the repayment date yet, and that the commercial property sale proceeds in 3 days. Hence, he tells him to come again then. Logan lets him know that he's not here to receive his debt, but the panicked fella fails to listen to anything, wanting him to go away. Our guy tries to calm him down and repeats that he's not someone here to receive money but to invest money. This catches Philip by surprise, and realizing that he's not here to receive money, he thinks of him as a crazy bastard to want to invest in someone who's completely failed. But considering the possibility that he's telling the truth, he asks him how much he's planning on investing. Logan declares to support him enough for him to repay his debts and make a comeback. Claude is tempted almost immediately, but catching sight of dirt on his armor, he supposes that he's come from far away, so he comes to a conclusion that he's being scammed. This pisses him off to the core, and he ends up lashing out on our man, declaring that if he wanted to scam him, he should have prepared properly, just like those bastards who scammed him. Philip figures that he's not an investor as he mentions the crest on his armor, which belongs to the Southwest McLean barony. He rants out that it's a beggar family that needs to live off the coattails of their in-laws, and finds it suspicious that he wants to invest, when that family can't even repay their own debts. Warning the red-headed dude that if he's caught impersonating a noble, he will be executed, he lets him know that he chose the wrong person. With that, the poor guy breaks into tears, while Logan is impressed with his astute judgment even at the bottom. He wonders how he should appease him, and that's when he displays his powers, indicating that he's an awakened. Realization hits Claude. He concedes that a genius like him can't scam him, and that there's no way there'd be an idiot who would try to ruin his bright future like that. He apologizes to our fella and asks him his business, to which he reveals that he wants to hire him forever, and paying off his debts is just a freebie. Philip is confused about that, and apologetically asks him if the McLean family have money for that. Logan asks him the amount of debt he has to pay, and it turns out to be around $250,000. He claims to repay his debt and at last agrees to give him $50,000 more, which makes it a total of $300,000. Hence, our main character hands him a total of $550,000 gold, all in cash. The boy with glasses is in utter disbelief and cites our guy as an angel. Later, we see them signing a contract according to which, if the subordinate tries to purposely harm the boss, they will feel excruciating pain, as if their soul is being torn apart. If they don't like that, they have to awaken force themselves and become at least a high-ranked knight, or pay a 4-circle mage, or hire several hundred times that amount of money, and ask them to lift the curse. Claude mistrusts if he's just got doomed and takes back when he called Logan an angel. It seems that he's doubting his decision, seeing our guy wrote an expensive magic contract just to make him his slave. The red-headed fella clarifies that they can't trust each other when it's just their first time meeting, and believes that he needs a reasonable guarantee if he's investing a fortune. Logan claims to get rid of the contract once they build trust with each other and suggests that they do well from now on. However, Philip still believes it's a total mess, with no details, period, or conditions, but he's got no choice but to trust him. He's curious about what he must do, and Logan instructs him to buy some monster meat, to which he tells him that he's a real psycho. His reaction makes sense to our dude, who understands that monster meat contains poison, hence burning them is common sense. But in a few years, the situation will drastically change. This is because it becomes known that they can make a monster blood neutralizer with common ingredients, and some areas lacking in food begin consuming monsters, and that winter, cases of disabilities being treated upon consumption of the monster, Kalok, began to appear. Even those who had their private parts injured and became physically sterile saw the effects, and a year after, the Royal Mage Tower validates this. Kalok becomes impossible to find throughout the continent, and one species disappears simply from the research results that they were good for virility. With this, Logan is convinced that he can not only make 3 million, but way more than that. Meanwhile, Philip is contemplating whether he should just run away. Claude freaks out when he hears Logan claim that he'll be using a whopping $1 million on monster meat, making him believe that he's a crazy bastard. Our guy tries to convince the kid that they'd make more money even if he spends more on it, but Philip's reaction says it all, and he's clearly against the idea. The kid then asks Logan what's the per-unit price range to buy monster Kalok meat. The redhead fella responds that Kalok meat isn't really worth anything right now. Not to mention that around now, everyone must be burning it because there are no buyers. Hence, Logan suggests that if they just order someone to bring the corpses, 200 gold should be enough as per the kingdom's transportation charges. Also, the cost is per unit, so if they bring a lot of Kalok at once, it'll be way cheaper to transport. Philip makes fun of Logan and finds it excessive that they're even thinking of the transportation costs already. Pissed off, our guy asks him if he was wrong, but Philip admits that he's right about the costs. Being a smartass that he is, the kid guesses that with that unit price and a budget of $1 million, Logan is planning to hire a mercenary guild for a kingdom-wide hunt and then buy from them. Our redhead fella cockily questions if there's something wrong about that, to which Philip nods, stating that he has gone completely the wrong way. The boy elaborates that all the monster meat is being thrown away right now, so if they just hire a merchant guild for the price of beef, everything will be solved. Plus, there are plenty of merchants out there who will bring and sell anything for $1. And even if it's trash to be thrown away, they'll ask each other to acquire it for them. Smirking, Philip is certain that they'll bring Logan all the Kalok meat in the entire kingdom as soon as he asks, all butchered at that. Meanwhile, our guy is left slack-jawed, impressed by this adorable punk. What makes him more happy is that he's already getting his money's worth. Nonetheless, Philip looks hopeless and assures Logan not to overthink money matters from now on and leave it to him. After all, his fate depends on Logan's future now. Our guy then assigns the boy to one more task and orders him to stay in Kale to buy all things in bulk, including cartridges made from the ironwood from the Empire's southern mountains, springs, and glue. The boy couldn't help but ask if he's trying to manufacture and sell toys. Logan smirks and reveals that it's something better. Our boy keeps it a secret that these raw materials are for weapons of war. Logan McClane recalls that in his past life, these weapons were made from these materials and were used in the Grandia Kingdom's invasion war. And depending on the battle conditions, a mere soldier could keep a knight in check with these weapons. More importantly, Logan entrusted their financial manager Dwayne to hire mercenaries before coming here, so just getting these weapons into their hands would be enough to get an upper hand in the regional war. But before all this, he needs to find a craftsman to make these weapons and an instructor to train the mercenaries as well. 2 days later, the scene takes us to the city of mercenaries, Harun. Logan requests A-rank mercenary, Kaisalon, to hire him as an instructor. Kaisalon refuses, reasoning that he'd never proactively trained anyone before. Our guy tries to convince him that it wouldn't be this hard since he just needs to train the C-rank mercenaries he'll be hiring. The mercenary looks uncertain about this. He justifies that he has only guided a few youngsters, advising Logan to entrust this to professional educators. But our guy seems persistent since he worked with Kaisalon in his past life. This guy can wield every weapon there is and even has excellent horse riding skills. Moreover, Kaisalon's value shines when he becomes an instructor. Not to mention that the mercenary squad he raised after he had been gravely wounded and thus retired boasted skills better than any other of their kind. Given that Kaisalon isn't in the mood right now, our guy decides to use money as bait, making him walk into a mousetrap. Logan offers him 4,000 gold for the job, which leaves Kaisalon swooning, since A-rank mercenaries get a max of 2,000 gold per month, and our guy offers him double. This was enough to make the mercenary drool, but Kaisalon decides not to fall for it and refuses the offer again. Being a persistent bastard, our guy increases the offer to 6,000 gold, but Kaisalon seems to have excellent self-control and says that he prefers combat missions. Well, our redhead fella seems to have no choice and uses the last-ditch effort, closing the offer at 7,000 gold. The mercenary hears the amount and bumps his fist into the wall. While it might look like Kaisalon is enraged, the moment Logan finalizes the offer at 8,000 gold, Kai loses self-control and delightedly accepts the offer. With that, our guy's hiring goes successful. Later, the mercenary gets to know that Logan is the first young master of the McClane Baron family. Our boy wonders if Kaisalon's not curious why he's hiring mercenaries from the countryside of the fief, but the mercenary bluntly responds that he's not curious at all when he's getting the money. Our guy is relieved to see his clear-cut mindset. Just then, they're interrupted by a noise where a mercenary hits the slaves and gets them moving quickly. As Logan looks furious, Kaisalon mentions that the nickname of the city of Harun is the City of Mercenaries and Slaves. He reveals to our young master that he'll see a lot more of that since this is where the slave market is starting. Our guy seems to know already and says that he has to buy a slave from this market. As they walk forth, a vendor takes Logan for a clueless country bumpkin and tries to sell him slaves at a cheaper price. However, Kaisalon's one death glare was enough to scare the fuck out of him. It seems that Kaisalon has quite the terrifying presence. Our redhead fella is convinced that hiring him was definitely worth it. At that moment, Logan notices a shop with more guards and thinks he's come to the right place. He reveals that he's here to buy a dwarf, and the vendor mutters that otherworld species are rare, so they take special care of them. Logan tells the owner to stop with his bullshit and points at the dwarf he wants. That dwarf turns out to be an old and arrogant one. The owner assures our young master that he'll find plenty of use for him, adding that this dwarf is known to be a great craftsman, one of the few with an expert rank at that. Eyes widened, Logan McClane is astonished since the dwarf race is innately skilled with their hands, a race that creates and fixes objects and finds meaning in it from their youth until old age. An expert rank dwarf is beyond the skilled craftsman he was looking for. Nonetheless, Logan only worries about the price and asks the owner about it. The old man attempts to hit the jackpot, muttering that it's for 200,000 gold. Logan gives him a death stare and asks him if he looks like a pushover to him. After negotiation, the old man agrees to 50,000 gold, regretting his life decisions while our guy happily takes the dwarf, amused at how the vendor took the price down by 150,000 in a few minutes. The dwarf finds Logan quite unrelenting, but our guy calls it basic. The craftsman then asks our young master where he'll be headed now, and learns that he's going to the McLean estate in the southwest, where he'll be making things that Logan requests. But a problem arises. While dwarves are known for being skilled with their hands, that's not the case with slave dwarves. The reason is that despite being a race of craftsmen, without passion, they can't create a true work of art. Hence, to instill passion in this slave dwarf, our guy promises to send him back to the mountains if he does his best work for the next 20 years. Knowing that these years are nothing to their kind, the dwarf is left in awe. Shortly, their attention is diverted to a commotion where a slave is on the loose, the one with the odd eyes. The blue-haired slave runs away frantically, carrying his younger brother on his back. However, with no luck on his side, a mercenary kicks him and he tumbles. The owner appears enraged as he's been bitten by his slave. The slave merchant beats the shit out of the slave for biting him. While Logan witnesses this brutality, Kaisalon tells our guy to get going since they're just slaves. But our boy feels unsettled when he somehow finds the odd-eyed slave familiar. That's when it hits him that it is Victor. Logan abruptly calls him out, but then he stops. He never thought he'd find Victor the noble slayer at the slave market. It is then revealed to us that in Logan's previous life, there was an immensely famous aura user in the kingdom. He was a slave in the past who ran away after killing his master, after being wanted for killing countless soldiers and knights that pursued him, along with even nobles. The odd-eyed fellow went into hiding as a wanted criminal. Then 10 years later, when he reappeared, he used aura, proof that he had ascended past humanity. That boy slaughtered the entire family that owned him. From that point on, that slave killed every noble he came across in Grandia, and earned the notorious title of Noble Slayer as an aura user. Logan then jogs his memory and remembers that according to the timeline, the slave escape incident happened a year after he became a mercenary, which means Victor would indeed be a slave right now. Our hero thinks of rescuing this boy right now to have a future aura user on his side, but he can't ignore the fact that this odd-eyed boy is an unstoppable homicidal maniac. He's a literal lethal weapon who would slash his own allies, and Logan plans to lock him down. Meanwhile, the odd-eyed boy bites his owner again. As the mercenary is about to hit the slave, our guy intervenes with his sword. The owner notices Logan's armor and realizes that he's a customer. The vendor justifies that he was just training his goods. Logan wishes to buy the slaves and the owner corroborates if he's talking about these rare red and blue odd-eyed kids. Our guy asks the price first and gets to know that it's 10,000 gold for each. The slave merchant thinks he's being a smartass, but Logan knows clearly that a sturdy young slave costs around 300 gold, and this baldy is setting the price many-fold for kids who are nothing but skin and bones. Considering the future of the noble slayer, 10,000 is still cheap. But since there's no way the owner has an idea about this, our hero outwits him because he doesn't want to let this scumbag make money. And so Logan objects and mentions that these kids are about to collapse, not to mention that one of them is on the verge of death. The slave merchant clarifies that these two rare kids are the only ones in the market, but the McLean guy doesn't buy this bullshit and makes a deal for 500 gold each. A price higher than that of a healthy slave is more than enough. As that bastard tries to argue, Logan fixes a hostile stare, ironically questioning if he doesn't even know the cost of a slave. The owner stops in his tracks and gives it a thought. He presumes that this kid Victor is always causing trouble and will continue to in the future, so he concludes that it's better to sell him and agrees with Logan's deal. Later, Victor, who's riding on Kaisalon's back, regains consciousness. Even the mercenary is shocked since the injury wasn't one that should allow quick recovery. Logan also looks relieved, but, in reality, he has been releasing force as they've been moving, so it's only obvious. His force is better than the magic of most low-level priests. However, our boy supposes that Victor's little sister detected the force, even though Kaisalon failed to catch that. In the next moment, Victor spirals out of control as he leaps towards Logan to attack him. However, our guy grabs his hand and doesn't understand if this odd-eyed kid is full of spirit or just plain stupid. Logan forcefully chokes him and tells him to ponder the situation he's in. Our guy clarifies that he's not the slave merchant, advising him that it's great that he's full of spirit, but he needs to learn to pick opponents wisely. Our young master hopes that this is the last warning Victor needs, and assures the boy that if he obeys him, he guarantees protection for him and his little sister. He also warns Victor that if he gets frantic like this again, he will get rid of him, including his sister. Logan then releases his neck and the boy falls to the ground. Our hero believes that it will be enough to scare him, and opens up that he plans on fostering Victor as a knight. While the boy appears surprised, Logan divulges that knights are honorary nobles, and naturally, that odd-eyed boy will be able to escape his status as a slave too. And not just Victor, but he also wishes to make his sister a knight as well. The boy shudders with eagerness and declares that he'll do it. Just as Logan thought, Victor's sister was the way to control the noble slayer's violent nature. Our guy then informs the boy that they will start their training once they get back to the house. He then calls out Hamar, the dwarf, to make him sign the contract. Logan opens up that it's a magic contract that says if Hamar works for him for 20 years, he'll send him back to the mountains. Hamar is rendered speechless since it's too hard to believe that Logan will send him back to his people. Our guy gains the dwarf's trust since it's hard to trust a promise with words only. Tears stream down Hamar's face as he expresses that he wishes to go back at all costs. He bows to Logan to express his gratitude, calling him master. The redhead fella couldn't believe that a contract was enough to get the dwarf motivated, realizing that he's the one in profit here. With this, Logan reckons that he has got everything. Rather, he has overachieved since he even got the noble slayer. To be more exact, the preparations for the war between the fiefs seemed to be going smoothly. While things were sailing without a hitch, what Logan McLean didn't know at this point was that the rumors of his strange behavior had already spread throughout the entirety of McLean during the outing, and that his reputation had hit rock bottom and was going underground. But his servant Rick had to deal with the consequences, drowning in the mess to make amends, cursing his damn young master. Well, our bro is done getting Rick in deep shit. Later, Logan and the others arrive at the McLean Baron mansion, where Rick delightedly welcomes his young master. But behind that smile, poor Rick is losing his shit and asks Logan if he's serious right now. Our guy is glad to see him smiling while his servant questions him on what the hell he did out there, adding that the people of the fief were saying all sorts of things about him. Not to mention that they said Logan McLean is a perverted monster file who spends that much gold on monster meat. Well, it's all thanks to Philip Claude. It is revealed to us that a few days earlier, the kid gathered the merchant mercenaries and declared that he wanted monster meat. The people were disgusted to hear such a weird-ass request, convinced that Philip was a lunatic. But this bastard Philip reveals that young master Logan McLean is buying the monster meat. That's when the rumors about our guy begin to circulate, and people recall that he's the engagement breaker, the guy who ripped off his fiancée. Even Philip is thrown into disbelief as he thought spreading strange rumors about monster meat would increase sellers, but instead he learns about Logan's embarrassing past. He thought that the young master was just a crazy guy, but after the rumors, he got convinced that he's a crazy scumbag. Well, that's rich coming from him. But in contrast to that thought, Merchant Philip's instinct screamed to him, and he created urgency among the people. The moment he utters that he will be giving 1 gold per kilogram of meat, it leaves the people utterly spellbound. And smart-ass Philip, knowing that no merchant would refuse to sell trash if a scumbag is willing to pay money for it, offers money to the greedy people and demands they bring him all the kalak meat, preferably smoked, sealed, and sliced. That's how Philip's aggressive salesmanship resulted in merchants gathering kalak meat. Yet rumors about our guy spread throughout the fief near Kale as well. In the present scene, Rick narrates this whole story to Logan. Our guy laughs and admits that Philip did his job right. Rick freaks out and wonders how the hell could laugh right now. He asks Logan to look at the faces of those who came with him. They look rather unsettled after hearing such things. Our guy believes that it'll be over soon, but his servant informs him that even Patriarch Patrick is furious. Soon after, Logan meets his father, who asks him if he enjoyed running away from home, and our guy shamelessly admits that it was a rewarding trip. The Patriarch infuriatingly remarks that he has heard rumors that his son went around doing all sorts of crazy things. Our fella states that rumors are just rumors, confessing that he does not have an ounce of shame for his actions. These words give his stepmother a chance to blabber. She scoffs and tells the Patriarch that young Master Logan has no awareness about his position and how his actions are dishonoring the family's name. Our guy thinks his stepmother is being excessive and reveals that he merely spent the money from his engagement breaking as he pleased. This brazen attitude makes the mother lose her shit. The stepmother, as she asks the Patriarch if he's still going to side with his son, carelessly commenting that the young master's roots themselves are at fault. The moment she utters such bullshit, Patrick frantically screams at her to stop and asks her to leave since he wishes to talk to Logan alone. His father gives him a last warning and, having a frank chat, Patrick tries to talk Logan out of it and asks what is wrong with him. He couldn't understand why his son is doing these things. Our guy realizes that his father won't let it slide this time and reasons that he wouldn't understand even if he told him. The Patriarch rhetorically asks if Logan isn't the one who needs to be understood and opens up about what people around are saying about him. They're labeling Logan as violent, cruel, money-obsessed, and lately even insane. Enraged, his father gets tired of covering for him and gets sentimental when he asks Logan to tell him beforehand if there is a time he will stop in the future. This way the Patriarch could at least make the excuse that he tried his best for his dead mother. Our guy is left speechless since his father never mentioned his mother before, not even in his previous life when he kicked him out. Logan assumes that his father hasn't fully let go of his hopes for him yet, and so he implores the Patriarch to just give him 1 year to prove the reasons for his actions. Our guy grimly asks his father to do him this favor. After he leaves, these words leave Patrick feeling peculiar. He didn't know the word favor could sound this strange between a parent and a child. He holds on to the locket and determines if Logan fails to prove himself in a year, Then he'll have to make a decision as the head of the McLean family. The patriarch opens his locket and apologizes to his dead wife Raina for Logan's actions. He promised Raina that he would protect their son and raise him well, but Patrick feels like he was too neglectful. Later, our guy meets his brother Ranyan on the way and discovers that he has already awakened his force. Logan gets happy to see his brother catch up since, in his previous life, it did not awaken until the war between the fiefs. Surprisingly, Ranyan thanks his older brother for being awakened and lets out that the knights were stopping him from meeting Logan when he returned. While the knights are embarrassed, our guy is taken by surprise that Ranyan got past 2 knights as soon as he awakened. Our young master then plans to teach his brother the divine sword secrets after the force stabilizes, so that he can become much stronger than he was in his past life. The scene then takes us to a cottage in the south of McLean, where Dwayne informs young Master Logan that he has recruited 350 C-rank mercenaries as asked. The lowly rank mercenaries badmouth Logan, blabbering that the rumors about him are already bad enough. Looking at his sword and armor, they mock our guy, wondering if he's trying to be a soldier or what. Luckily, since Logan could hear all this bullshit, he plans to pull the reins on these rascals who fight for a living, as nothing else gets through to them. Just then, our fella calls out the bald mercenary and questions if he looks funny wearing armor and a sword. While the mercenary wonders how the hell he heard that, Logan humiliates him for his shit talk by calling him out. He calls the bald fella a lowly rank mercenary and asks him what non-existent skills of his make him look down on others. Our guy assumes that the mercenary got offended and scoffs when he wonders if a lowly man like him has pride. The Baron McLean's young master calls out that mercenary and states that if he manages to land a single blow on him, he will immediately pay him a year's pay and let him leave. Our guy promises this since the honor of a noble is at stake. The bald mercenary, enticed by the offer, stands up to fight Logan and everyone gasps at how giant he is. The other mercenaries are shocked by his size, while our boy understands why his opponent seemed confident. The mercenary asks our Baron's boy to go first, who thinks the big guy is going to regret this for sure. While the mercenary mockingly asks Logan if he needs an upper hand to come to his level, our redhead fella swings his arm like a catapult and punches the big guy across his face, making him collapse in less than a second. The crowd was struck dumb as shock ripples across every face. After this iconic move, our guy wonders if anybody else wants to run their damn mouth. The mercenaries are pinned in astonishment to witness such a young force user, while Kaisalon himself didn't realize Logan was this good. After our guy sees there's no one else who dares to stand against him, he properly introduces himself and reveals that he's the one who called them here. He clarifies that the only reason he's throwing money around and hiring mercenaries is because he plans to train them to be crossbow cavalrymen. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries appear clueless since they don't have any idea what the hell a crossbow is. The A-rank mercenary whispers to Logan that crossbows aren't efficient weapons for cavalry use, and our fella seems to know this clearly. Since the red-headed fella came from the past, it is revealed that crossbows are far more destructive than bows, but inexperienced shooters take more than a minute just to load them. But if they're on a horse, they're bound to run out of firepower in just a minute, even if they are carrying 3 or 4 loaded crossbows. It's no wonder the mercenaries are baffled. However, Logan ain't bluffing on this one. He even says to Kaisalon that if he thinks he's blowing money cosplaying as a soldier, he commands the A-rank to train them first, and he'll find out the reason soon. The young master of the Baron believes that these crossbow cavalrymen will be a great force for McLean, even beyond the forthcoming war between the fiefs. Kaisalon has no choice but to follow his command. The scene then takes us to a few days later, where Logan finds out that out of 350 mercenaries, 312 passed the simple qualification test, which is good enough. Just then, he's interrupted by Hamar, the dwarf, who's finished looking at the weapons diagram and is kinda confused. Our fella states that it's a schematic of the crossbow Hamar is going to make, knowing that it's crude to the eye of a professional. Logan presumes that since it's the weapon he used in his previous life for decades, he managed to draw a rough sketch from memory, hoping that the expert-ranked dwarf should be able to do it. Hamar, on the contrary, analyzes that they need to put a cartridge that holds bolts in the back of a crossbow and make it auto-load so it can fire 3 shots in a row. The dwarf grits his teeth in frustration and wonders who the hell came up with this shit. That's when Logan reveals that he came up with it, making Hamar regret his words instantly. The dwarf gives it a second thought and thinks it's such a novel idea. Hamar examines the complex crossbow structure and deduces that it's not suitable for a shooter. He then asks Logan to figure it out, but our guy smiles and tells the expert to do the job himself. While Hamar wishes to kick his ass, our guy lets out that he was just messing around and suggests the dwarf reduce the size of the bolt and the cartridge itself. It's a one and done. So Logan postulates that they can make the cartridge prefabricated and have them reload every time they shoot. They will be known as magazines. Eyes widened, Hamar calls it a weapon that's beyond their time. A crossbow that fires shots in under a minute. And there's no doubt about it, this weapon was created in the future, before our guy regressed. After that, the expert-ranked dwarf gets on with this motivating challenge and lists the things needed to make the weapon, including a cartridge, spring, some wood, glue, and a bowstring. Logan gets curious about the time it'll take to be done, while Hamar wonders if the young master is freaking asking him to build something he's never heard of or seen with a deadline. Well, the red-headed fella tricks the dwarf and states that it's still a weapon that humans have made, and bluntly asks Hamar to give up if he can't do it. The dwarf's ego is hurt on purpose, and that's when he claims he will create this weapon in a month, promising to build something far superior in that time. Later, Victor seems to be training under Logan's supervision. Our guy seems to be pushing him hard and reckons that he's only been feeding them and making them sleep for days since they arrived, but he can't believe what a difference that little food made. As Victor's legs tremble, Logan commands him to rest. Deep down, he's astonished by the fact that a 14-year-old kid, who is much smaller than his peers, ran 20 kilometers without any rest. The red-headed fella isn't disappointed at all, admitting that Victor is indeed talented. But what he loves more about the boy is his grit and perseverance, to the point where he feels that all his worries were for nothing. That's when our guy realizes that Victor wasn't the noble slayer by nature, which leads him to conclude that the change in his last life was probably because of his little sister. Moments later, Logan tells the odd-eyed kid to get ready for the next training session, where he will be teaching him the Grandia Kingdom's sword technique, since every knight in the country learns it. As our guy resumes the training, Victor feels exhausted to the point where he wants to pass out and sleep. But then, he remembers that if the price of this exhaustion is good food and a good night's sleep, he better endure it. A jolt of energy runs through the boy, and he follows the same sword technique that Logan just performed, imitating it impeccably. As usual, our fella is impressed, given that he only showed him once, and Victor not only effortlessly follows every movement, but also every single breath. He's convinced that his brother Ranyan isn't even that good despite being the same age as Victor. Nonetheless, Logan believes that if Victor builds up his stamina and performs the kingdom sword technique perfectly more than 1,000 times in a row, he could call himself a knight. The moment Victor hears the word knight, he's enchanted. He just asks Logan to take care of his sister, and that is enough for him. Just like that, our boy continues training while pondering that this boy may not be able to go to war yet, but he will be a great help to McLean in the future. In addition, both the mercenary corps and the weapon Hamar will craft will be a formidable force, but then he thinks he shouldn't be too hopeful. Chances are that Hamar may not be able to create a good crossbow, and even if he does, there's no certainty that the mercenaries will use it properly. At that moment, Logan decides to come up with another plan since he has basically put everything in someone else's hands. That very day, our guy declares to his father that he wants to join the Knights training. Heinkel, captain of the McLean Knights Order, announces that as of today, first young Master Logan will be joining the training of their Knights Order. The Knights are in disbelief, unhappy about the young master joining them, as they wonder if he takes them for a joke now since he won against Dominion. Meanwhile, Heinkel recalls his conversation with the Baron when he told him that the Knights won't be happy about Logan training with them. The Patriarch elaborated that he's not asking him to give him special treatment, but to grill him through and through like he would a rookie knight. The captain is aware that even if he said that, he's still his son, and it'd be easier if he'd asked him to treat him nicely. Logan assures him not to worry, and declares if he falls behind a single training drill of the Knights Order during a week, he will just pretend this never happened and get out of his way. This catches Heinkel by shock, as he decides the Knight Order training for this week to be at triple the difficulty level. Later we see the Knights struggling with their training as they wonder what the hell kind of training is this. The captain instructs his knights not to die on him and questions them how they can be oblivious to how it feels to be a horse. The training seems to include running with a knight on their back, and Heinkel wants them to feel what it is to be the horse that carries them through the battlefield while they're fully armored. One of the knights was wondering why he asked them to train in full armor, and realizes that they're going through this hell because of that damn troublemaker, aka our boy. He's convinced that he will only last so long before he runs away and guesses that he'll last 3 days, when another soldier interrupts, saying that he won't even last a day. Meanwhile, Logan runs ahead of everyone, carrying a fellow knight on his back. Seeing him smile at that catches the captain and others by surprise. Heinkel realizes that at this point it will be the knights who fall behind and not Logan, hence he orders everyone to halt. Giving them a rest for 10 minutes, he asks our dude about how he's doing, expecting him to give the honest answer that it is tiring, so he can ditch this crazy-ass training. But to his surprise, our main character lets out that it's easy enough, and knowing that knights go through this every day, he believes there's no way they're not strong. He announces that he's looking forward to the next training as well, and the captain realizes that this isn't what he was going for. At night, Logan looks around for his fellow mates. It seems that training with the knights was his insurance policy, in case all of his plans failed. If all else fails, he decides to join the knights and fight on the front lines. That's why he thought he should start hanging out with them now and bond with them. Plus, he can develop his force through meditation, but his strength is also what's important to train his body. That's where Knight Order training will come in handy. Hence he accumulates force, and it works. As his force core is growing, he doesn't even feel fatigued. And all the power for a force core that's only 1 star is more than he expected. Our guy guesses if maybe once he reaches 2 stars, he will have the power rivaling a high-ranking knight like his father. Afterwards, we see Logan declaring the crossbow Hamar made a failure as he asks him if this is all he can do. He wonders where's the thread he ordered, and how this thing only shoots 1 round. Plus the magazines which weren't supposed to be integrated. Hamar turns red with fury as he tries to explain, but Logan cuts him off and sarcastically apologizes, admitting that he shouldn't have said that. The old dwarf agrees with him and mentions his pride when he's interrupted yet once again. The red-headed dude guesses there's nothing they can do about it if this really is his best, and confesses that he expected too much from him, and he's at fault for judging incorrectly and spending all that money to see this. Just then, a furious Hamar cuts him off and announces that he will make another within 1 month and come back again. Snapping the crossbow into 2, he storms out of the room while Logan realizes that he got so angry that he's gonna start from scratch. Smiling demonically, he decides to grill him more so that he can come out with something amazing. 1 month later, we see the old dwarf giving his new weapon a try as he asks for our boy's feedback on it. He briefs him about this crossbow having 1 less shot than he originally asked for, but claims that this one is easier to hold in hand, and he can change magazines. Logan is beyond shocked to witness the item as it took him less than 5 seconds to load and fire. It has less effective range than the weapon in his past life and it's smaller, but for a mounted soldier, this one's much better. In fact, he finds it's outperforming and can't seem to believe that they've already gotten this far when they're still months away from the war between the fiefs. Hamar stops his blabber when he realizes his master is not listening to him, and that's when he's pulled into the air as our fella delightfully praises him. The old dwarf feels embarrassed at the thought of someone seeing them when Logan calls him out, ever so sweetly. His heart softens at the tone, and just then, he's asked if he can make 400 of these in 2 months. The knights are astounded to see the updated version of crossbows which flies off quite far. And Kaisalan is in disbelief as he wonders how a crossbow can even do that. Observing the muzzle-loading crossbow of this power, range, and speed, he believes if an army of 300+ troops were armed with these, it would be unimaginable. Just the thought of it makes him shudder, and he couldn't help but praise Logan as he now understands what he had in mind when he mentioned crossbow cavalry. Our guy acknowledges the hard time Hamar went through, and he even had extra craftsmen assist him, but he didn't expect he'd complete the order he made 2 weeks before the schedule, and even make 100 extra crossbows. Praising the expert-ranked dwarf, he believes he's obviously superior, and as much as he'd like to share this with the Knight's Order and other soldiers too, there's the issue of funds and possible leak of technology, hence he decides to hold off on that for now. Logan instructs Kaisalan to equip the mercenaries with crossbows starting today, and clear out the monsters from outside the territory. The trainer tries to object when he's cut off and asked if he thinks that's possible. Our main character decrees to make it possible even if it isn't, because if he can't do that, this is all meaningless. However, Kaisalan doubts that he made a weapon like that to subjugate monsters and wonders if he's preparing for war. Later, we see Logan carrying 2 knights on his back as he trains while the others are dumbfounded as they witness that. Wondering if that ridiculous physical ability is genetic, one of them supposed that he must be really good with a sword, just like the patriarch. The other comrade butts in and adds that our boy cannot be compared to the old man, since he even lost to his younger brother before awakening. Even so, the other knight finds it kinda amazing how Logan has been consistently enduring the training for over a month now. The training that was initially designed to drive him away, now solidified as the new symbol of the Knight's Order. It became an unexpected stimulus for the low-rank knights who had been taking it easy in the training, and the knights began to truly understand and empathize with their horses. The strengthening of bonds among the knights was a plus. Heinkel merely persisted with the training since the young master wouldn't quit, but he can't believe all these results. He considers our guy his lucky charm, who walked in on his own 2 feet. Afterwards, we see Logan stimulating his internal consciousness with meditation after pushing his body hard with training. The iterations are synergizing with each other, and it seems that he's making solid progress. Lately, our boy has been seeing signs of a shift in the force, presuming if he can improve his martial powers as per his expectation, like superhuman aura master and archmage, he can surpass all the monsters he saw in his previous life. He then accumulates the force and his core is transformed into a 2-star core. Now he has the basics to learn the next secret technique of the sword secrets. Just considering the power that the first technique gave him, Logan's sure that the second technique will be far more powerful than expected. He believes if he can just master that technique before the war, even a high-ranking knight wouldn't scare him. Later on, we see the hired soldiers practicing to kill the monsters with the crossbows under Kaisalan's command. He orders them to lift and shoot, and the outcome amuses everyone. Seeing hardly any recoil and how one of their bows went through one guy's head and plunged into the head of another, they're pleased with their weapons. Our guy witnesses the swarm of over 100 monsters getting wiped out in less than 10 seconds. and concludes that their old habit of using a basic crossbow has been broken quite a bit, and they're much faster at changing the magazines. He finds it worth the effort to come for the hunt so far into the territory. Kai Solan asks him if he's satisfied, and he supposes he is somewhat, since the mercenaries were a complete mess during the first monster hunt, but they've gotten so much better. The commander then couldn't help but to inquire out of curiosity about why Logan is doing this. As he's never heard of a mercenary army with this much firepower, he wonders if he's planning on slaying monsters all over the continent or what. Just then, someone hastily calls our guy out and informs that he's been sent by a person named Rick. The guy reveals that yesterday Viscount Tesseron declared war against them. Viscount Tesseron blames the House of McLean for the grudge of his ancestor over his wrongful death. The supervisors of the McLeans wonder why he's putting the blame now because that's a thing of the past. Everyone is curious about the decision that the Patriarch is going to make. Heinkel informs him about the Knights Order of Tesseron having numerous more soldiers than they do, and assumes that even with Patrick there, the chances of winning are less. Someone suggests that they should guard the city and call reinforcements, but this idea is objected to by another, who believes that if they do that, the knights who can use force will be pushed, and the inside of the city will be in complete chaos. Another one butts in, saying that they need to send an envoy first, to make peace. They all are silenced by the Patriarch, who acknowledges the fact that the royal family's authority isn't as strong as it used to be. Yet, he points out that these people just instantly declared war without so much as their permission. He believes it's crystal clear they planned this out, hence those who talk about peace. He questions if they even think before they speak. Ordering everyone to prepare for war and come up with a plan for victory, he warns them not to tolerate any dissent. Rick wonders if the young masters will go to the war, and Patrick declares that his sons will go to war as well. Since Ranyan's force has awakened and Logan is of age as well, he believes he should do his part. Rick realizes that the situation is bad as our guy is away right now, and decides to let him know about this quickly. The envoy explains all this to Logan, who's baffled because based on the memories of his past life, the war wasn't supposed to start for another 2 months. He wonders what could have possibly hastened the War of the Fiefs. The guy tells our dude to hurry as they're defying all customs and are on the move after their declaration of war, saying that he must leave now so he can at least make it to the middle of the war. Our man realizes that there's no time to think, and just then, Kaizolan lets him know that the Logan Mercenary Corps are ready anytime. The red-headed fella is curious about why Kai doesn't seem too surprised that war has broken out, and he breaks it to him that for them, if there was no war, they want to start one. They're confident because they've got hands on a great weapon, hence they obviously want to use it. Logan finds their confidence valid as they overwhelmingly massacred the monster flock that was larger than normal over the last 9 years. He doesn't think it matters when the war breaks out because all they gotta do is win. Plus they've got enough combat power right now. Meanwhile, the House of McLean is reeling from the anxiety of an expected war. All 314 people were certain of their victory in war. The war began sooner than they thought. The day after the declaration of war, Tesseron's troops showed up at the McLean estate, and their numbers exceeded the vassals' expectation. It seems that there are over 100 knights alone, over 1,000 regular troops, and on top of that, there's almost 10,000 conscripts. It's announced to be an all-out war, and Patrick is enraged as he discovers that, wondering if Haemon Tesseron has gone insane. It's not just the clash with a main force of knights who are basically superhumans for the average person in this battle, but to use conscripts in a war not even between nations but a domestic fiefdom war, the Patriarch wonders why the hell he is going this far. At last, it's revealed that Kairos has informed them that they will not be providing them troops. The stepmother is taken aback as she believes there's no way they would refuse because she checked it herself. Patrick demands to gather all men who can carry weapons, and announces that they will respond with full force. Their trusted Kairos turned their back on them. Backed into a corner, McLean gathered as many men as they could to fight against Tesseron, and thus gathered 53 knights, 552 regular troops, and 4,418 conscripts, for a total of 5,023 men. This force wasn't even half the number of the Tesseron army. The knights wonder where the first young master is, and assume that he probably won't come back and must have run away after hearing the news. Ranyan overhears the conversation between them and asks them what they're talking about, because he's convinced his brother would never do that. He knows he already expected the war would happen, and is certain that there's no way he would run away. Patrick instructs his younger son to play his brother's role on his behalf, and warns him not to waver at any cost. Ranyan doesn't want to believe that his brother ran away and realizes that it doesn't matter right now, as they must win the war. The Patriarch orders his troops to charge, and the opponent army is ready for it. While Haemon smirks as he realizes that his enemy has drawn his sword at last, he instructs his army to face them now. The head of the McLean figures out that he has to break through the vanguard first, but as he tries to do that, his attack is blocked by the opponent. Rick witnesses their knights being knocked out, and realizes that they're losing. They were so disadvantaged in this war, that they even had to send out a servant like him. He knows that if they're enclosed here, they'll lose no matter what. Just then, he's pushed to the ground by an opponent and instantly rolls to the other side to protect himself. And that's when his fellow ally comes in and stabs the enemy. As he's about to help him up, the ally is killed right then and there. Rick finds running from the enemy as far as possible the only way to survive and decides to head to the rear. But turns out, they've surrounded them from the rear too. Meanwhile, Patrick McLean fights off the high-ranking knight, who praises him for living up to his name. The knight of the opponent team withstood his attacks that contained force. Patrick didn't expect Tesron would have a high-ranking knight as well. The other four along with him are always intermediate, but he's confused as to why they're so confident. The patriarch questions if they're the people prepared to deal with him, and his foe wonders how he likes the preparations. The head of the McLean is aware that if he gets blocked here, the knight's order will be as well, and if that happens, they're done for. He knows he can't let that happen, and lands a vicious blow to which he's almost stabbed, but manages to avoid it barely. Patrick gets furious at the lowly tricks they're pulling as knights, while the opponents assume that it's his struggle before dying. The high-ranking knight warns his comrades not to let their guard down, and at the same time, Patrick strikes them. However, the other knights attack him while the high-ranking knight blocks his attacks. It's an obvious trap, yet he can't escape it. He realizes that the rear has been taken out and guesses Logan did well running away, hoping he can at least continue the family's legacy. Tesron thinks it is good that he didn't let people know he had a high-ranking knight and decides to crush the patriarch and take over the McLean castle. Just then, he hears the sound of the cavalry troops and is informed that they've spotted a unit of them in the rear. It looks like there are about 300 of them, and Tesron is confused, as he wonders if McLean had more elite troops. The envoy informs him that they're not even carrying spears. The only weapons they're equipped with are small crossbows. The Viscount couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, and instructs him to get the rear soldiers and archers to get rid of them, assuming that they were some trash soldiers. However, he's proven wrong when he witnesses his army getting wiped out by them. The damage caused by the crossbows makes them realize how much they've underestimated that weapon, leaving Tesron's army in dismay. They did not expect the McLean forces to have those kinds of troops. All the soldiers who didn't ready their shields are dead, while the mercenary men continue to counterattack. Since they're standing at a distance, the arrows of the Tesron troop won't reach them, which makes them wonder how their arrows are wiping them out. Tesron is in disbelief, unsure of what's happening as the rear turned into chaos after but a second. He's confused about these weapons, wondering what hell kind of weapons they have made. The Count orders the cavalrymen in the front lines to come here and commands them to catch these bastards by charging at them, and Logan is pleased to see them coming on their own. Meanwhile, Ronian is busy fighting the enemy, and dodges an attack when another knight walks in and informs his comrade that they don't have time for this, as the battle is taking a strange turn. The young awakened gets his attention as he warns him to look at him. Now that he's experienced an actual battle and not just sparring, he gets it now that he's no genius. He's simply a kid who just had his awakening. Regardless, Ronian decides not to lose. Recalling his father's words, he knows he can't crumble down here. The red-headed boy sees the enemy's back facing him, and so he finds it an opportunity to attack, slashing his sword at him. The knight collapses on the ground. He notices the arrows plunged in the collapsed knight's armor and looks around, only to find Logan and his mercenary army. At the same time, Tesron's troop rushes towards them in order to attack them since that's what they were ordered to do. Our guy praises their defense formation watching the kite shield, and instructs his men to aim diagonally towards the ground. It appears that he's aiming for the horses, and it works really well as he feels fortunate that he was on time to be able to help his brother. But he's concerned about his father, because one thing that he resolved is to save his family in this life. He believes there's no point in winning the battle if he loses his family and orders Kaisalon to take command. Kai is baffled, since their plan was to attack from outside their shooting distance, and seeing the victory right in front of them, he wonders why Logan is trying to get himself killed. He's not underestimating him, but believes if he runs into an intermediate rank knight, he might lose. Cursing the situation, he instructs everyone to cover our dude. Meanwhile, Patrick is struggling to keep up with the high-ranked fella, who can't believe he ran at him even though he knew he'd get stabbed. All the knights attack the patriarch together while he finds something strange. Patrick notices that they're all pushing themselves and basically throwing themselves at him, which makes him wonder why they're so desperate when they have the upper hand. His attack fails and he's pushed when Logan leaps into the combat. Patrick wonders what on earth just happened and then catches sight of his eldest son, who awe-strikingly defeated all the intermediate knights in one blow. Rendered speechless, the patriarch presumes that he saw Logan coming with the mercenary corps from behind the enemies, since he's pretty sure that this place is far off from here. Just as the head of McLean can't process how the hell our guy got all the way here through so many enemies, he turns around only to find all the enemies slashed. He wonders if Logan is the one who annihilated them all. So many questions flood his mind, but the patriarch assumes that since his son is here, this only means that the McLeans have the upper hand. Our fella agrees with his father, and in return, Patrick pats him and praises him for his great work. Right at that moment, an enemy knight stands behind Logan and gets insanely mad, because our guy pushed off two intermediate knights at the same time. a mere 20-year-old bumpkin. The knight gets so envious of Logan, remembering how he was toiling to death at that age to become a knight. And with that, the enemy tries to kill our hero. The knight commands the other members to get into position, while Patrick McLean gets the gist that his son is strong enough to handle most intermediate knights. But he's still uncertain and thinks of dealing with the higher-ranking knights himself. However, Logan stops his father and declares that he'll face them. The patriarch insists that the high-ranking knights are too much for him, and that's when our dude punches his dad in the gut, leaving him groaning in pain. Well, basically our main character flaunts his power, and that's how his father realizes it. The patriarch then asks Logan to be careful, to which our guy suggests that they wrap this up quickly. The envious knight witnesses that the red-headed fella is coming at him, and not the high-ranking knight. That enemy general now wants to kill Logan more than ever, and unleashes his force aura. With that, our boy charges at his enemy. As their weapons clash against each other, they both drift away with brute force. The knight, however, is thrown into disbelief as he doesn't sense any remarkable power from Logan. Yet he thinks the way he's being overpowered only means that the red-headed dude is pushing himself hard. Or so he thought. The knight general couldn't bring himself to believe what hidden strength the young McLean possesses, since it doesn't make any sense to him otherwise. The general gets more determined to kill him, and they both fight intensely. But as expected, our guy seems to have the upper hand. His sword stabs the knight, who is already wounded. The knight general bleeds heavily, and he couldn't even find a single opening to counterattack. He finds a chance to attack Logan, and suddenly he smirks evilly and thinks of another option. It turns out that the enemy knight absorbs the force of Logan's sword into his own sword. The knight believes that our guy fell for it and proceeds to attack him, assuming that Logan lost his center of gravity. Our fella accumulates force while that knight gets ahead of himself and thinks he'll manage to hit him this time. But the knight gets a reality check when Logan moves away so fast that the enemy doesn't even notice and gets flustered. While the knight general wonders if he himself is too damn slow, our guy uses his ultimate divine sword technique. Panicked, the enemy senses imminent danger and is about to run for his life. But at that moment, Logan uses the first form of slashing wave. A violent energy bursts forth, obliterating everything in its path. The blinding energy grasps everyone's attention on the field, and Logan McLean is surprised that a high-ranking knight was using such cheap tricks. Thereby, our boy announces that he has killed the enemy general. As soon as everyone hears this, the Fief army realizes that their Viscount and even their high-ranking knight are done for. Not to mention they haven't seen the Fief flags since earlier. While one of the soldiers thinks they've gone crazy for giving up, the enemy makes a wise decision to surrender, hoping that at least their lives will be saved. That's how most of the enemy knights surrender themselves, while Rick chants for his young master, bursting with happiness. While the McLean knights also chant with Rick, someone reminds those idiots the war isn't finished yet. Later, Tesseron's Viscount hurriedly rides back to his territory to make it out alive and curses that damn ginger, Logan, and his cavalrymen whose weapons ruined everything. He had been preparing for this war forever, even asked for help from nobles, and gathered 100 knights. Just as the Viscount arrives at the territory, his knights urgently inform him that something's coming their way. It turns out to be Logan along with his cavalrymen, and Tesseron's Viscount realizes that he's fucked. Our guy catches the Viscount just in time and declares that Tesseron has lost, so it's better to open the gates and receive the true winner. The Tesseron knights get flustered after hearing that they lost, while the high-ranking knight warns them not to cower after hearing the enemy's words. The knight witnesses that there are a little over 300 McLean cavalrymen, which makes it certain that they can't defeat them through a siege. But our fella proves them wrong, and with the speed of light, he dashes forth and aims his sword at the Tesseron knight, threatening them to open the gates unless they all want to die. Inside the territory, the greedy Viscount, Haemon Tesseron, rushes to take some gold coins with him, and that's when Logan sneaks in. Startled, the Viscount wonders how the fuck he got in here, and our fellow reveals that his servants gave him away even before he had the chance to put his blade to work. Logan scoffs at Haemon, stating that it says a lot about his reputation as a lord of the fief. Enraged, the Viscount witnesses his own servants selling him out. Haemon seems to have no choice. Hence, he surrenders and agrees to compensate the McLeans with whatever reparations and shares are required per the conventions of fiefdom wars. The Count begs Logan to spare him and his family, while our young master reminds the Viscount of how he announced a war out of nowhere and just barged in within a day. Our red-headed boy is enraged at the fact that now this blonde bastard has the guts to talk of conventions, realizing that he has no conscience. Haemon Tesseron, terrified as fuck, implores Logan that he must maintain the honor of nobles, revealing that prisoners captured in fiefdom wars are guaranteed their lives by the conventions. Our guy asserts that he'll respect the honor and customs of his house, the House of McLean, and so he guarantees Haemon Tesseron his life, even granting him time and permission to take a certain amount of wealth and leave. As the Viscount seems to be happy with the offer, Logan flips the tables iconically and lets out that he'd only say that if he were his father, because his father is a man of honor, so much so that he'd accept a surrender without any conditions whatsoever. Just then, the young McLean's eyes land on a knife, and Haemon desperately asks him to keep it. However, Logan takes the knife only to stab the Viscount, who was betrayed by our guy who said he'd spare his life. But the young master clarifies that he said if he were his father, he surely would have spared his life. Our dude unapologetically takes Haemon's life, who even on the brink of death reminds Logan about the honor of nobles. Coming from the future, our guy knows how many people died because of Tesseron's greed, so he decides to end that filthy life of his right here without flinching. Moments later, the Viscount dies a painful death, but Logan still thinks that he died such a simple death. The blood of Haemon Tesseron is on Logan's armor, and a sense of relief washes through him as they're finally past the crisis. After that, our young master wraps things up and announces that Viscount Haemon Tesseron ended his own life. Momentarily, Kai arrives, and our guy commands him to take a look at the castle's underground prison. The scene then takes us to a few days later, where the patriarch, Baron McLean, arrives at the fief territory and corroborates with Logan whether Haemon Tesseron took his own life. Our guy justifies it by saying the Viscount must have been in great despair to do such a thing. But the father's instincts kick in, and the patriarch asks Logan if he killed the Viscount. Well, our main character couldn't deny the facts, accepting that he deliberately killed Haemon. Logan then postulates that they must bring the Tesseron fief back into their hands, since he doesn't want to leave the Tesseron bloodline alive to create trouble in the future. The patriarch looks proud at how much Logan has grown up and admits that his son must have had his reasons. Our guy couldn't help but wonder if his father changed. Just then, the Baron acknowledges that Logan played the greatest part in this battle and thanks him. As they share an adorable father-son moment, the patriarch declares that he'll have Logan stand as the official heir to the House of McLean. While it may seem like our guy is overwhelmed, he ruins the emotional moment and straight up refuses his father's orders. The Baron freaks out as his son rejects the offer to be his successor and assumes that Logan is worried about his reputation. If that's the case, his father assures him that his feats in battle are enough to turn things around. But our guy clarifies that his reputation is not the reason and confesses that Ronion would be a better fit for the position as a family of knights. He justifies this by saying Ronion became a force user at the mere age of 14, 5 years faster than him. Plus, there's no telling what kind of feats his younger brother can achieve when he comes of age. Even so, the Baron states that one's martial ability does not make them a lord of the family. Deep down, our guy feels that if Ronion receives the title of the youngest force user on the continent, like in his previous life, there won't be any problem whatsoever. More importantly, Logan is aware that there's no benefit in becoming a successor, nor does he plan to waste his time training to be the next Baron. Therefore, our boy informs his father that he would like to give his younger brother a chance, hoping the patriarch will wait until Ronion comes of age to choose his successor. Smiling, the patriarch finds he didn't know Logan was so mindful of his younger brother, and accepts his wish to push the selection of the heir 5 years from now, when Ronion becomes an adult. His father plans to give another reward to Logan, and wishes to pay him a few 100,000 gold when they get back to McLean, but our fellow wishes to take whatever he wants. Later, in McLean, the soldiers open the gates as the knights return from the war, and everyone is surprised that they returned within a week. The people wonder if the Knights of McLean were always this strong, and that's when a rumor spreads that young Master Logan is behind the victory. While people have second thoughts about whether they're talking about the ruffian young master, it comes to light that it was Logan's mercenaries who turned the battle around. They jumped out from behind the enemies as if they knew exactly what would happen. The people start talking about the mysterious weapons used in the war and wonder if the young master was always such a great person, not to mention that he took down a high-ranking knight all alone. That's when the people admit that our guy must have had a bigger picture in mind when buying all that monster meat and begin praising him. As our fella hears them, he feels utterly embarrassed, and Ronion asks his older brother how it feels now that everyone's praising him. Well, all that praise is just making Logan's face turn red, while Ronion asks his brother to smile at the civilians who are happy to see him. That was the worst advice his bro could give, because the moment Logan smiles, he looks like an evil bastard, scaring the fuck out of everyone. The people assume that smile was a murder warning or a threat to chop their thumbs off. Meanwhile, our poor guy forgets to fix his awkward smile and thinks he's screwed. The patriarch, on the other hand, commands the grand welcome to begin. Later, our guy gets fed up after the welcome party lasts until morning. Abruptly, his stepmother arrives and furiously asks him what the hell he's scheming. As Ronion tries to stop his mother, she seems to have learned about Logan rejecting the succession and suspects him of plotting something. She believes our guy is fooling everybody, while Ronion apologizes to his brother and justifies that the matter with her family really hurt her. Our fella assures Ronnie that it's all good. He presumes that despite her long-lasting resentment, his stepmother lost all real power because Kairos betrayed her, so she can no longer be a threat to him. Therefore, Logan decides to come clean so that his mother might accept an apology. That's when our guy addresses his stepmother and admits that his actions over the past few months weren't all that trustworthy. He confesses that he is regretful for his past actions, which were driven by jealousy and inferiority. The stepmother tells her son Ranyan that his older brother is scum. Logan realizes his stepmother isn't rational right now, so he directs his attention to Ranyan McLean, since he's the one who actually deserves an apology. He expresses that he's been wanting to apologize ever since he came back, but he never said exactly what for. Getting sentimental, Logan concedes that the regrets and cowardly nature he built up over the years weren't easy to overcome. He knows that Ronnie was aware that Logan detested him for years. Logan reasons that he tried to avoid his own incompetence by hating Ranyan, and at the moment, he genuinely regrets those pathetic years. Our red-headed boy officially apologizes to his younger brother, but deep down, he's aware that his wrongdoings won't be erased by his current good deeds. However, Ranyan overlooks his brother's mistakes and expresses that he believed that as long as he was nice to him, even when Logan was cold, someday the brother he knew would return. At that moment, our guy thinks to himself that he hesitated to do something this easy for far too long. After that, Logan calls to his stepmother and makes it clear that he genuinely cares for Ranyan and genuinely hopes he becomes the successor. He knows that asking her to trust him is a big favor, so he requests his mother to keep watching what he does going forward. Smiling, our guy thinks this shall suffice. The scene then shifts to Logan and the dwarf, Hamar, who are heading somewhere. The dwarf asks Master Logan where on earth they're going right after returning from war. Our guy thinks Hamar has had enough rest, so it's time they get back to work. But the dwarf is anxious about how he's going to squeeze everything in. Our fella assures Hamar that he's going to like the task, and shortly they arrive near the mountains. Logan lets out that from this point on, they'll develop this mine. We then travel to a flashback at the Tesron territory, where Logan asks his father for the chance to develop the hill as a reward. His father assumes he's talking about the hill near the Tesron borders and explains that they may call it a hill, but it's basically a wasteland with nothing there. His father wonders why it has to be that place, to which our guy suggests that there may be gold buried in that wasteland. It is revealed to us that the reason the House of Tesron forcefully started a fief war came to light a year after the war ended. Tesron had began exporting gold from a hill in McLean territory they had taken over. Ironically, the gold from that mine alone made Tesron far more influential than the average Count family. This continued until Ranyan McLean massacred their family in revenge. Well, that was all before the regression. In the present, Kai walks with Logan into the underground prison of Tesron, informing the young master that there are some peculiar people inside he should see. As soon as they reach the cells, an old man inside the prison hysterically justifies himself, saying he didn't do anything wrong. He reveals they were just bringing gold from the mine as they were hired to do, but the cruel Viscount locked them up. Logan gives an odd reaction. It may appear he feels sad for them since Heyman Tesseran locked up 5 of those precious mining specialists. The poor old man thinks Logan is getting angry on their behalf, but the truth unfolds when our dude smirks diabolically and calls it an unexpected profit, like a greedy bastard, scaring the fuck out of the prisoner. It is then revealed that while the McLeans won the fief war against Tesron, that was equivalent to barely making it past a small wave. Logan narrates that if the invasion by the Empire that led to the collapse of the nation is the final hurdle, the event that'll happen in 1 year will be the start of the downfall. The cause will be the death of the present king, Samuel von Grandia. Before the regression, the king's sudden death led to a clash over the crown among 3 princesses, resulting in a 3-year-long civil war that drastically reduced the kingdom's forces. Before the forces could recover, the empire's invasion began. This was the primary cause of the kingdom's downfall. Since McLean isn't part of a specific faction, maintaining a neutral stance could leave them as mere spectators. However, our guy plans not to blow this opportunity. He thinks of using the unrest from the war to regain the county's past territories and become the Lord of the Southwest once again. Our fella is way too immersed in his thoughts, which are interrupted by the dwarf, who calls his master and wonders what he's daydreaming about. Even Logan didn't realize Hamar was there and feels he needs to get his act together, given that he barely got through a crisis just now. With the future in mind, he feels an urge to build forces as quickly as possible, but he worries it will make him sound crazy. So no matter what, our fella decides to go all out with his money and make this hill his cash cow to fund his endeavors. Logan straightforwardly reveals to the mine specialists that there's gold in the middle of the hill, and he wishes to dig it up, asking for an estimated cost. Rendered speechless, the dwarf looks done with another of his ridiculous requests, while the mine specialist recalls that Tesron used to pay a lot, but a gold mine is too much to ask. The old man asks Logan if he's sure there's a gold mine, and our guy confidently confesses that he saw it himself. While the old man thinks our guy is a freaking maniac, Logan makes it clear that this is a secret mission, so the mine specialists and Hamar will be the only ones doing the drilling. The old man freaks out, as he finds it excessive even if a dwarf is drilling with them. The specialist looks at Hamar desperately, hoping he will say something in their favor. The dwarf opens his mouth only to tell the old man to prepare to die, advising him to sleep less and give up on living like a normal person. The old man realizes he's been screwed big time, while our guy is proud of Hamar. With that, he commands everyone to start work and asks for an estimate. The old man deduces that the initial investment is 5 million gold, and safe development will take a long time. Hamar adds that preparations alone will take 6 months, and full-scale mining will take another 6 months. It's just as Logan thought. The mine is going to take a lot of time and money. But given how this mine made Viscount Tesrin richer than other count families, he wants to develop it more than anything. Frustrated, our guy wishes he could sell the monster meat right now to invest in the mine, but the meat's effects won't become well known for another 6 months. That's when it hits him. He plans to address the toxic nature of the meat, to use it as a medicine right away. Knowing how to use neutralizing agents as a mercenary, Logan thinks of making it himself to sell. Well, our guy is diabolical when it comes to money. The scene then takes us to a week later at the McLean Southern Villa, where Rick, after working his ass off, makes the shady medicine for his master. Our guy clarifies that it's not shady, but a neutralizing agent. Rick then informs his master that the monster meat is in the villa's warehouse just as he asked. Logan excitedly asks Rick to go to the villa to put the medicine in the monster meat. However, the guy freaks out and makes a fuss about it. Our boy is pissed at Rick for throwing tantrums and wants to hit him. Shortly, when our fella arrives at the warehouse, he's welcomed by a disgusting stench that is enough to burn his nose hairs. The vile aroma makes him want to throw up, and Rick already has. But using his force, Logan musters up the courage and heads inside, while Rick is left in disbelief that he's okay with the smell. That's when the selfish master reveals that he paralyzed his sense of smell using force, and tells Rick to awaken his own force, if it bothers him that much. Logan puts Rick to work doing the dirty work, teaching him to first sprinkle the neutralizer on the meat and, after mincing it finely, roll it into a small ball to look like a pill. The young master reveals that they're going to sell this medicine and tells Rick to remember the procedure. But his servant immediately refuses, since the stench is unbearable. Well, our fella thought he'd get this done for free, but he offers to pay 100 gold for each batch. For now, our boy decides to test how effective the medicine is, which leads to Rick's question, what is the medicine for? Frustrated, Logan utters that it's good for men, and strictly clarifies that he's going to explain it only once. Basically, the medicine is for erectile dysfunction, and even our guy feels embarrassed while explaining the whole thing. Upon hearing this, Rick suggests that the best person to test the medicine on is Mr. Dwayne. Poor Dwayne is about to get his dysfunction fixed. Later, Dwayne, not knowing he's about to fall prey to the young master's medicine, comes into the room as called. Strangely, he finds no one in the room until suddenly Logan shows up with his freaky-ass face and scares the hell out of him. Our guy justifies it by saying he was trying to massage his shoulders and acts considerate toward him. Poor Dwayne gets flustered and, in return, mentions that Master Logan seems to be having a much harder time. Our fella notices how Dwayne is low on energy and highlights how hard he's been working. He diligently expresses how everyone has been pestering Dwayne for money, acknowledging that the administration has a tough time. As Dwayne wipes away his tears, he's moved by Logan's words, as he didn't expect him to be this considerate. That's when Logan cuts to the chase and asks if the administrator is having trouble in bed. An awkward silence fills the room, and Logan desperately asks him to listen, taking out the medicine to give to Dwayne. Our fella reveals that it's a patented product from the Philip Merchantry in Kale, guaranteeing results from just one pill, though he's never tried it. The poor administrator looks at the medicine with suspicion, but Logan affirms that he's the first one to receive this. After some time, Dwayne comes rushing back to Logan. While Rick scolds him, the administrator hysterically asks the young master how much he needs to pay for the pill. At that moment, our guy realizes the medicine is a hit, and he dramatically asks Dwayne to give him his hand. Suddenly, it escalates into pure melodrama as Dwayne kneels and the young master hands him the medicine. Well, after the first successful trial, men bowed their heads in front of Logan, and experiments continued a few more times. The next experiment is Heinkel, and Logan bluntly mentions the rumors about him fighting with his wife every night lately. Poor Heinkel freaks out, but before he can react further, our guy forces the medicine into his mouth and a sudden surge of energy hits him. Our fella assures Heinkel to go to his wife and says he'll manage things from behind. Heinkel then leaves like a true man. Surprisingly, the third experiment turns out to be his father, the patriarch, who confesses the pill was good while blushing. Logan low-key apologizes to Ranyan, since he might be getting another little brother. At that moment, Rick appears and lashes out at our guy for not giving him the medicine when he's the one who went through all the shit. Logan pulls a diabolical move and looks down at Rick's pants, questioning his gender. The poor guy gets protective and asks what that gaze is supposed to mean. As Logan is leaving, he tells Rick that it's not like he has anywhere to use it anyway. Offended, Rick shouts like a maniac, but our guy runs away because he still smells like meat shit. Later, the young master talks to Philip through the communication orb. Philip agrees the medicine is going to be a hit if it's effective and asks for the price. However, our fella plans to sell one pill for a freaking 100 gold, or 1,000 gold for a set of 10. Philip assumes our guy is taking the nobles for pushovers, but Logan is confident since he has already tested it. Not to mention, in his past life, this medicine sold so much that the price became ridiculously expensive. That's when our hero gives the idea to supply the medicine in small amounts through limited production, which will make it sell at an even higher price. Logan believes that if someone famous tried the pill and gave testimony, it would have great results. Philip looks done with him, because who in their right mind would advertise their impotency getting better? But what Logan means is that there are so many ears listening in on nobles, that even if a secret rumor spreads, they'd still come flocking like bees to flowers. At that moment, Philip suggests the young master go to the party in the capital. Our guy freaks out at the idea because the only party he's been to is a mercenary party in his past life. Plus, the McLean family didn't have enough money to hold one. Philip believes that party is going to help their business become profitable and says he would have gone himself if he wasn't a commoner. The boy finds it absurd that they themselves would sell a potency pill at a party, but Logan is amused by the idea of selling the pill himself, while the boy warns our guy that his family will be ostracized by high society if he does that. Just then, our guy reveals something about an informant in the capital, Grand, and asks Philip to find out everything he's about to tell him. The poor boy gets afraid of what Logan is going to make him do, while our guy assures him he'll be in Grand soon. A week later, our dude arrives in the Grandia Kingdom's capital city, Grand, and Philip is amused to see he's really here. He wonders how Logan, a noble, got permission from his family to sell aphrodisiacs. It's obvious that our guy lied to them, and he admits that bringing around 3,000 boxes without a servant was an issue. Not to mention that the patriarch sent Logan much easier than expected because of his feats in the war. Philip assumes it's the first time the young master hasn't had any servants since they met, and wonders if it's okay for a noble son to go around like this. Well, our guy has to disagree, as he thinks having a servant actually makes it harder to go anywhere. Not to mention his main servant Rick has his own work to do. That's right, our guy had given Rick a huge task to take care of. Come to think of it, even in Logan's past life, Rick worked for him even when he wanted to go off duty. Poor Rick complains that the maids don't even come close to him since he smells bad, wondering if he'll ever be able to marry. Strangely, Philip can see a weird flashback when shortly our fella makes up his mind. To celebrate all the work Rick put into the medicine, he names it Impo Rick. At that moment, Philip confirms that this red-headed motherfucker right here is a lunatic. Philip suggests that Logan recovers from all that fatigue in a bar as he must be tired from the long journey. However, our guy supposes that they shouldn't talk about nobles who can't get that up in a place where there are so many people listening. And Claude admits that room is definitely better place for a chat on that topic. Informing him that he went to the informant to find out what he asks him if he's sure about giving 900 gold for each document. Our young master acknowledges the fact that he's pricey, but is satisfied since he's just as skilled. He's positive that they'll get the perfect information as long as he ordered correctly, and Philip lets him know that he placed the order word by word as he told him to, repeating it for confirmation. He mentions that firstly, he asked him names of grand nobles who've been married in the last 10 years, yet they don't have a child. Secondly, names of the nobles who haven't taken in any second wives or lovers. And thirdly, names of nobles who often look for food that's good for stamina. Logan remarks that it's right on the spot and praises Claude not just for doing a great job for this task, but all of those he told him to complete in the capital. The future businessman doesn't think it was that big of a task and confesses that the real crisis was the day he heard the news about the war later on. He admits how worried he was until he heard the news that the war was over by that evening. Our boy starts to sense his concern for his clients when he reveals that he thought about the mountain of monster meat he'd have to take care of. He couldn't even swallow food down his throat. Logan flings some papers at his face, instructing him to read this as he asks him about who he thinks is fit to be their first customer on that list. Philip scans the paper and points out a name. Later, we see Logan dressed weirdly in a party where he calls out Count Davis and introduces himself as the eldest son of the southwestern regions of the House of McLean. Davis welcomes the new guest while trying hard not to let out a laugh as the other guests critique our dude's clown-like clothes. He wore Philip's recommended clothes, and as he thought, no one likes them, which makes him feel this was a good choice. Since he doesn't have the time to be forming useless connections in a pointless party like this one, his only target here is Count Davis. Fallon Davis, despite being an important figure in the treasury of the Grandia Kingdom, and having married at the age of 20, he's still a pitiful man who still doesn't have a child. Logan was shocked when Claude pointed his name out on the list, since in his past life, he became quite famous as the count who killed himself because of his wife due to some incident between the two of them. The bomb that his wife threw in a party took him to death's door by his own hands, and seems that his reputation and perception in others' eyes was just that important to him. Nonetheless, he fits all three conditions that our main character gave the informant, hence he's perfect to be their first customer for Impo Rick. Logan informs Davis that he came to the capital on a business trip and heard of prestige, hence he came to give his greetings. Fallon is confused at the mention of business, as he states that the city of Grand already has everything. But guessing that he's from the outskirts, he believes there must be fascinating goods there that are not available in the capital. Our young master assures him that goods certainly ain't available here, which is why he's selling it, and describes it to be a medicine specialized for men, aka a sexual enhancer, as he whispers the last part. Davis, upon hearing that, announces loudly about the son of a noble selling a sexual enhancer, and people start gossiping as they hear that, while the Count wonders how dare this country bumpkin act up here. Assuming the look on his face is that of humiliation, he asks him if he's got something else to say, and Logan politely tells him that as a sign of courtesy, he brought a present for the influential people of the capital, hence he wants it to accept it. Clarifying that his product, Imporic, which will be sold at 100 gold each, he claims that he specially brought 3 of them as a gift for him, letting him know that it's a great medicine without any side effects. He attests to that with his honor as a noble on the line. A few days later, we see the servant of Davis back to our fella, with the assigned task of purchasing the Imporic medicine. Seeing his ID card, Logan confirms that he's sent by Fallon and Bullseye. His plan worked. Philip is pleased with their first sale of 10,000 gold from 10 boxes, but the red-headed guy wishes to earn more than this, as the rent for this teeny little shop costs 10,000 gold to them. Claude supposes that's expected since the shop is in the center of the capital, and rants about how he had a hard time renting it. He suggests that they need a shop because people gathering with one's own eyes has far more impact. Logan agrees with him and lets him know that he will be going to a party, to which the dude with glasses points out that he goes to a party almost every day ever since he came grand, and sometimes he even goes to 2 parties a day. Our hero breaks it to him that having Davis as their first customer isn't enough and feels that he should go and promote it to as many people on that list as possible. A week later, we see the servant of the Count Fallon from earlier, who asked him to purchase that medicine yet once again. Walking to the shop, he witnesses a pretty long queue outside it, and the men waiting outside look familiar to him. Recognizing one of them to be the Chamberlain at Viscount Talon's, and the other to be Count Hamel's butler, he's surprised. He decides to buy it quickly and leave to avoid any rumors when Philip announces that they're all out of stock prepared for today and apologizes to the customers. The men waiting outside are desperate to get it, but Claude makes clear to them that they restricted the sale to 50 boxes a day since Imporic is highly popular. They create a fuss over it, and it catches the attention of the bypassers. By limiting the supply, the customers are stimulated to buy, and seeing people gathered makes the other nobles curious, and it's going exactly as Logan planned. The same thing goes on for days and days, and Philip is ecstatic as he informs that their daily sales have been all full for over a month. He reveals how they sold out today as soon as they opened and is convinced that at this rate, 4,500,000 gold in 1 month isn't that far-fetched. Logan seems to be satisfied and is surprised by the number of impotent nobles, since they increased the price by 3 since the middle. And yet, there are people who'd even pay extra to buy it. This makes our man concerned for the future of the kingdom as he laughs out evilly. Ruffling Claude's hair as he grabs him by his neck, he calls him an admirable brat and lets him know that starting next month, he will get 1% of the total sale profits. This catches the future businessman with utter surprise as we hear him madly announcing that he will be giving it all he has, while Logan's disgust can be heard as he tells him not to kiss him. At that moment, we see a man standing outside the shop, gazing at it with a serious face. Logan couldn't contain his shock after getting to know that he's going to get at least 10 tons of gold every year, and covers his mouth as he realizes that he spoke too loudly. Hamar lets him know that according to those miners, there's a high chance the gold nuggets are in a deeper strata. Estimating the amount of 10 tons of gold to be 100 million gold, he discovers that he's hit a jackpot, way bigger than he thought. However, the old dwarf warns him of the mining cost that's going to be a whopping 5 million, and wonders if he has the means to pay for it. Our guy assures him that he will get all the money and workers he needs ready in no time, and as he considers the initial investment cost for the mine development, he calculates that if Imporic keeps selling as it is now, he can make around 4.5 million gold a month. Even if he only sells for 2 months, he will have plenty of money left, and knowing that he's got around 700 boxes of Imporics left, he decides to go back home to send more goods here, and then start mine development. Later, he senses a presence from inside the shop, and even though it's really faint, Logan rushes inside. He bursts open the door and looks around, but after finding no one, he ponders if the intruder disappeared. He realizes that there's one door and is sure that he must be inside, and just then, someone rushes from behind him and he instantly strikes his sword, only to find no one. Our guy finds no one, even though he definitely sensed someone here, and as he activates force, he spots the intruder on the roof and leaps towards him. Before he could ask or do something, the guy vanishes and Logan feels no sign of any presence at all, even though he was right in front of him just now, which makes him wonder what the hell just happened. Afterwards, the red-headed guy informs Philip about the incident and supposes that the burglar was at least an advanced force user. He felt that he wasn't just a high rank but on a completely different level. Claude is baffled as to why an aura user would do a petty theft, wondering if aura isn't enough to turn even a slave into a noble. He's curious about what he stole and desperately hopes it's not what he's thinking. Logan tells him that it's exactly what he's thinking and breaks it to him that he stole 2 pills of Imporic. That's it. Philip inspects the box and realizes that the intruder wasn't really after money, which means he took it so he could use it himself, and this makes him ponder if there are impotent people among aura users as well. That's when it hits our young master, and he desperately asks him if there was an aura user in the list. The guy with glasses reveals that the informant asked for extra charges, saying that's top secret information, hence he refused. But now that he thinks about it, he realizes that there's one person, an aura user in the capital who doesn't have a descendant. On the other hand, we see Felix Esperanza, the kingdom's best swordsman, who looks at the kids running by with longing. Realizing that his wife is looking at him, he explains that he was just appreciating the scenery outside. His wife, however, knows him very well and feels sad as she hugs him and comforts him. The deep-rooted sadness and regret in his heart, it all started with an unjust injury he suffered as a young man while fighting for his country. He suffered an injury between his legs of all places. It was just an honorable wound for a knight who was wounded in the line of duty, and as a young man, he didn't think much of it. However, now he's not sure what's the point of having the title of a duke and being known as the strongest in the whole nation. Without a child to take over after him, he believes it's all in vain. Recalling the past memories of his wife proposing to him, he wonders if there's no way for him to repay for such overwhelming love he's received. After a while, we see a guy asking Felix if it's okay not to rush as the family meeting is just around the corner. The swordsman doesn't think there's any point of being early since all he will get is pressure to have an heir. Luis, being cautious with his words, informs him about a very effective medicine that is circulating in the capital recently. Seeing Felix ignore him, he guesses that he doesn't believe him, but what he doesn't know is that he's already using it. By stealing it at that, and even if his wife's tears bothered him, he can't believe he went around committing thievery. Not to mention that even after he took the medicine, nothing happened. He suggests to Luis that he should take rumors with a grain of salt. Felix assumes that it's just a rumor, and that there's no way medicine can fix something that even Aura couldn't. Meanwhile, Logan is busy arguing with the guard in front of Esperanza's residence. The guard repeats that he can't just see him without prior appointment, and our guy tells him to just tell his lord his name, and is confident that he'll definitely meet him once he hears it. In a flashback, we see Philip freaking out over Logan's plan to visit the Duke personally. He can't believe that he's saying he will go to the strongest man in the kingdom and ask him if he stole from him, or if he's an impotent. He panics as he wonders if he's actually planning to do that. Claude warns him that he's asking for trouble and suggests that he acts like nothing happened, but assuming that the person yesterday really was the Sword Duke, he knows can't let this opportunity go to waste. Hence, here he is, waiting in his house when a servant informs him to proceed inside a room. Logan sees this as an opportunity to form a positive connection with one of the strongest people of the kingdom, and upon entering, he greets the Duke and introduces himself. He observes how he looks much younger even though he's 70, and wonders if he's repressing aging using his strong aura. Hearing McLean, Felix lets out that it's in the southwestern region, and is curious as to why our boy has come so far from home. Logan tells him that he's recently started a business in the capital and shows him the goods he brought here as a present. He defines it as an excellent medicine for men and mentions how it has proved effective for countless nobles. But not seeing the reaction he wished, our hero is confused whether he was actually the thief from yesterday, and decides to move on to the next level to find out. He acknowledges that a superhuman like him wouldn't need stuff like this, hence the reason why I brought something more special, and that's when our fella gets the desired reaction from the Duke. He realizes the reason he was disinterested at first is because he didn't see any effect after using Imporix. In the current Imporix, the poison in the monster meat is neutralized for consumption as an aphrodisiac and treatment for dysfunction, but that trivial poison has no effect on the body of a superhuman. That's why after concentrating that poison over and over and creating a potent concentrate, it's now a limited edition Imporix. Our young master is calling it a limited edition, but it's basically just 50 Imporix pills concentrated into one. And after experiencing it himself, he can guarantee its effect as he recalls that guy-wrenching pain. If a regular human without force core consumed it, they'd die. But if an aura user takes it, it works like magic. Logan tells the Duke to let him know if the pill is up to his satisfaction and claims to readily supply him with all the pills he needs, while assuring him that he'll be extra careful with the confidentiality measures. The next day, we see a delighted Felix asking our man about what he wants and lets him know that he will listen to any favor he's capable of. Our hero realizes that the medicine worked, but acts clueless as he asks him what he means. An aura user is the master of martial arts that moves the body, and the master of force, the life energy. Hence, Felix could know it with certainty that it worked. And it's not a one-time thing. After 30 uses, the medicine's effect will accumulate and he can completely recover. The longest yearning and the pain in his chest may now be eased. Esperanza can't believe Logan was so considerate that he brought a gift and didn't even mention his mistake. He recalls his sword skills that day and finds it unbelievable for someone of his age, as he feels that he's definitely someone you'd expect to be the owner of this miracle drug. He expresses how he sees the possibility of being cured of a chronic illness thanks to his gift, and wishes to repay him for that. Felix inquires about his wish, and Logan asks him if he could get a useless book on swordsmanship. The greatest swordsman picks out a book and warns Logan that training in only this will hurt his body, but it's worth a read since it has a few eccentric points. The red-headed guy thanks him and requests if he can write a letter of proof that he's given this to him. Felix has no problem with it, and our fella is satisfied that he has what he needs. He thinks it's a shame that he's only taking a swordsmanship book from the Duke when he's ready to give him anything, but his actual goal is something else anyway. Esperanza announces that he's thought about and it just doesn't feel right to him. That is why he offers to teach him a sword technique. Logan is in shock after he hears that the greatest swordsman of the kingdom will teach him. Felix understands that he's humble and doesn't desire much, but it seems that giving him just a low-grade swordsmanship book won't put him at ease. Our guy is hearing that for the first time in both his lives and believes that even having the divine sword secret, he shouldn't need to refuse when the strongest kingdom's man is offering such. Feeling excited that he's hit a jackpot, he thanks him, and the next thing we see them standing against each other. For the greatest swordsman, judging the talent of remarkable young talents is one of his pleasures. He tells him to focus and warns about not being nice while teaching as he instructs him to draw the sword, and at the same time, a huge force presses down on Logan's body. He can't even grab his sword and realizes that he's facing an aura user. He wonders if all aura users can restrain the whole body using force like magic, and concludes that aura users in all the continents would end with them fighting each other if that were true. Logan assumes that it's a special skill being used and uses the force to boost the senses and not the body. He analyzes this force that's restraining the body and feels the Duke's force stimulating its starting point. He doesn't know how he's doing that, but it seems that he's aware of how to deal with it, and when he's about to scatter our boy's strength, he chooses to move half a beat after. Felix witnesses the talent in our young master, as he thought, and instructs him to look carefully next. Logan observes him concentrating the force that was restraining him to the tip of the sword, and ponders if it's an aura blade. Just then, he realizes that it's a force blade and not an aura blade, leaving him stunned. Logan sees the sword coming down at him very slowly, and yet he isn't able to move. The Duke's force is forcing itself into his entire body and disturbing his senses. The red blade's force is becoming even stronger, but our boy can't do anything even if he knows the basic principles. Just then, an idea pops in his mind as he realizes that his force is neutralizing the Duke's force on its own. His institutions are telling him that he can't dodge this attack, rather he chooses to block it. Felix catches him using force in the face of the force blade and is caught by surprise. He swings his sword and strikes a blow that sends Logan flying backward from the impact. Our boy trembles from the hit while his sword shatters, and the greatest swordsman questions if he thought he'd teach him something he can't do, and admits the fact that he unknowingly got a bit serious at the end after our dude falls to the ground, unconscious. Felix can't believe that he actually took it head-on, and assumes that some are simply fated to excel. He believes it's going to be fun watching over him. Later we see Logan ready to leave as soon as he wakes up, when the servant informs him that the Duke wants him to rest until he fully recovers. Our guy assures him that it's okay and claims that he's completely fine, thanking the Duke for the potion he gave him. The servant escorts him to the gate and wishes him a safe journey. Meanwhile, our young master scurries away in the blink of an eye, and breaks down as he comes far away. The pain kills him, but he doesn't want to use such an expensive potion for a wound like this. He's still in disbelief that Felix would hand over a superior grade potion that is basically unfindable. Logan's force evolved in all this time, hence he can somewhat heal the internal wounds himself. He's aware that the wounds the Duke inflicted on him are going to be hard to deal with. Even so, he's glad that he still gained more than he lost. He pulls out a note along with the potion and finds the coordinates of the communication channel of Felix's mansion and asks Logan to contact him if he ever faces a learning force blade. The red-headed boy never thought he'd think so positively of him and realizes that he's practically treating him like a disciple. And just then, Philip pops out of nowhere and scares the living life out of him. He reveals that he was at a distance, waiting for him, and wonders why he looks so pale. He freaks out and asks Logan if he did anything rude to the Duke, and Logan lets him know that he just learned a bit of swordsmanship from the Duke. Our guy coughs out blood as he says that, and this panics Claude even more, and he rushes to make preparations for them to run away by the fastest route. Logan tries to explain to him that he's misunderstanding the situation, but is cut off by more blood splattering from his mouth. A week later, we see a signboard outside their shop that says that Impo Rick is currently all out of stock. The total profits from the sale of Impo Rick is revealed to be around 4.1 million gold. Philip supposes if the sales continue to follow the trend, over 4.5 million a month won't be hard. They squeal in happiness, and Logan asks him if he's so happy that he doesn't mind not getting a bonus this month. The future businessman doesn't want his imagination to be ruined, and lets him know that he made sure the monster meat purchase in Kale would go on without any issues. He suggests buying a house in the capital, considering the loss from the lodging expenses. That seems more reasonable to him. Our young master refuses and declares that they will be here only for a year and a half at most. After that, they will have to move elsewhere, even if he doesn't want to, and Philip is confused about what he means by that, and Logan lets him know that it's something he doesn't need to worry about. Claude tells him to take care of his health for smooth running of business, and admits the fact that he was shocked to see him cough up blood. Logan reminds him that's the reason he stayed shut inside his room for a whole week, and Philip asks him if he really focused on his recovery, because when he came into his room, he was always on his desk doing something. Our man repeats that it's something he doesn't need to worry about, and Philip wonders if it's another secret. Logan loves that he doesn't dig further despite grumbling about it, and Philip asks him if he's going back home, and he instructs him to make sure he calms the customers down until he sends more impo ricks from home. Plus, he puts in that he sends food rations worth 100,000 gold each month to Tesran and McLean. Philip tries to object and is silenced as Logan tells him to look for a vendor since he has to do this for about a year. Logan walks in the Earth Magic Tower of the Kingdom of Grandia, and the receptionist, as he observes him, wonders what's his deal. He manifested our guy to be a noble, but seeing him wearing some cheap suit, he guesses that there's no way he's here to see their high-ranking mage. Logan lets him know that he's here to research some magic scrolls. The guy assumes that he'll probably buy a bunch of scrolls that are pretty similar to each other, and that's when our young master informs him that he needs 150 destructive magic scrolls. He pulls out his account certificate issued by Cooper's Bank, and the guy takes a look at it. He counts the zeros, and upon realizing that it's 4 million gold, he's left dumbfounded, and with that, he escorts him upstairs. Destruction magic, as a fourth circle earth-type ranged magic spell, depending on the mage's capability, it's a magic that can even take down a rock wall. But given its faults, such as the time it takes to activate and the clear signs of its use, and the fact that it only works on rock and dirt, it wasn't used at all in the battle. Logan thinks it's perfect for use in construction and believes that he can speed up the mine development using this, and at the same time, solve the other problem as well. Radio's great, Earth Magic Tower's master, shows up and asks our boy if he wants to buy 150 destruction scrolls. The old fella feels kinda nervous since they haven't had such a generous customer in a long time. Our hero never thought the Magic Tower Master would come running. He's a 5th-generation Magic Tower Master, yet with just 1.5 million gold, he's here. Logan wonders if the situation here is this serious, and concluded that the weakness of his trade partner is an advantage for him. He states that their House of McLean is just a small feud of the Southwest, hence he understands if he doesn't know about it. Radios lets out a nervous laugh and supposes that his trainee made a mistake as he apologizes on his behalf and claims to give him a strict scolding. The red-headed guy lets out that it's no big deal. Meanwhile, the trainee is frightened as he realizes that he's done for. Great feels that he almost missed out on this pushover because of that trainee. He's well aware that in these peaceful times, earth magic is only of use in farming or soil and tree construction, and is curious about what kind of noble would use expensive scrolls for something trivial. He's annoyed because he feels that ignorant fools like these are the ones who yap about how the magic tower became weaker after he became the tower master. Nonetheless, he thinks it's great that they have a pushover here as he decides to coax him well and get a big chunk of cash out of him. The bald dude, however, mentions a problem for crafting a 4th scroll and states that at least a 5th circle mage needs to lead. And currently, their magic tower doesn't have a lot of high-ranking manpower. This pisses Logan off, and it seems that Radios wasn't expecting this reaction, but he persists to try and test the waters. Our man gets up, ready to leave, as he clarifies that the payment can't be made in advance since a scroll's per unit cost of crafting is pretty high. He guesses nothing can be done and turns around, claiming that he was planning to buy 150 scrolls every month. He declares to just go to the royal family's magic tower if 150 scrolls alone are hard for him. That's when Radio surrenders to the ground and tries to stop Logan, who breaks it to him that he's going to buy 150 each month, and for 6 months, he'll need a total of 900 scrolls. Though he supposes if 150 right now would be too much for him, 6 months would be a stretch. This catches Great awestruck, as he grabs our guy's leg and cleans his dusty shoes while assuring him that's 100% possible. The old man calculates the amount of 4th circle being 10,000 gold each, and 150 scrolls being 1.5 million gold, and in 6 months, that's 9 million. This drives him nuts as he admits that's an extremely attractive amount. And that's when he suggests Logan hire mages instead of buying the scrolls. Our young master thought these aloof mages hate doing dirty work, hence they normally just sell the scrolls. But witnessing him lend him the mages who are even pricier, he believes he could get the effect of 300 scrolls every month out of them with a 4th circle mage. He wonders if Radios has a 4th circle mage who's willing to come to a construction site in a rural area. The old man clarifies the misunderstanding as he reveals that even he can't order around a 4th circle mage as he pleases. As he sees our dude's disappointed face, he offers to deploy 9 2nd circle mages and 1 3rd circle mage. He reveals that they're disciples who've worked in teams at various construction sites for a long time. In return, he appeals if Logan could just bring down the number of scrolls. Our boy believes that might be good since the construction work is long-term, hence this might be better than hiring a fourth circle mage. However, he's kinda skeptical about mages who specialize in construction and is curious of what kind of people they are. After a while, we see the mages, looking awfully tired and exhausted as they introduce themselves to Logan. Radios instructs them to leave after their greetings, and our guy gets angry as he witnesses them looking like they're about to pass out. The old man assures him that they're young personnel with the most construction experience in his magic tower, and emphasizes that they're specialists in construction. They definitely looked pretty capable when Logan roughly tried reading them with his senses. They're second and third circle plus, they're all in their 20s, who'd be considered prospective talent no matter where they are. Even so, Logan is a bit suspicious of the old man sending those disciples of his to the countryside. He feels something is off and decides to test him out. Our guy lets out that reducing the scroll count and dumping second circle mages on him in exchange doesn't seem fair. Radios feels that 10 mages should be enough, and Logan implies that they make it 1.2 million a month for 120 destruction magic scrolls and 10 mages. The old man is taken aback. Meanwhile, the red-headed guy is aware that's a dirt cheap price considering the talent of those mages. He expects him not to send any normal mages at this price. But, to his surprise, Great agrees almost immediately and pulls out a contract so they can sign it right away. Logan is taken aback since he was not expecting him to agree and is curious about why he's in such a rush and when did he write up this contract. Just then, he hears some commotion and as he thought, something is indeed off. It's Clayton, a fifth circle mage who storms into the room and demands the Tower Master to have a chat with him right now. It seems that the mages from earlier are his disciples as he asks him if he's sending off his disciples again. Radio states that it's all for the benefit of the magic tower since his disciples are the most talented. That's what Clayton's concern is, as he wonders why his disciples are the only ones made to do hard work. And not just anyone, the kids who just got back from working. Great believes that young people can stand all hardships and repeats that it's all for the sake of the magic tower and those kids. However, Clayton seems to be aware of the reason why he's harassing them ever since he became a 5th star circle user and an elder last year. The old man lashes out on him and questions what he's doing when they have a guest right there. Logan now understands the reason, figuring out that the big fella advanced to the 5th circle at a relatively young age and became an elder, and the Tower Master feels threatened by him. But since he can't mess with an elder, he's poking his disciples for no reason. Our guy supposes that this tower's internal conflict became his good luck. He can't believe he got such a favorable contract. Meanwhile, Radio strictly announces that if he doesn't want to follow the Tower Master's orders, he can leave right now with his disciples. This angers Clayton and he activates his force while the old man gets ready to fight as well. The disciples are worried for their captains, and they both are all ready to come at each other, when Logan loudly jabs the pen after signing the contract and declares that the contract is finalized. Logan instructs the 10 mages standing there to follow him, while he tells the Tower Master and Clayton to sort it out themselves. He wonders if the contract is valid, even if the magic Tower Master changes, and Radios realizes that they've shown a pathetic side of themselves in front of their guest. He claims to send the scrolls as soon as they're done when Clayton interrupts him, telling him that he's not done talking yet. The old man questions him if he's saying he will force the official contract of the Earth Magic Tower, and the bulky fella at last gets no choice but to accept the situation. However, he puts in a condition and declares that he'll follow his disciples as well. Radios lashes out on him as he wonders if he, an elder, is going to follow them to a construction site. And Logan is taken aback as well and lets out that he's never hired a 5th circle mage. Clayton lets him know that he won't ask him to pay him separately, and that his only plan is to cooperate with him to help his disciples and get the work done sooner. Our young master quickly bows and declares to serve him devotedly. Meanwhile, the bald Tower Master warns the bulky dude that he's not done talking to him yet. Unbothered, Clayton requests the red-headed guy to postpone their dispatch by a day since his disciples need to recover before they leave. Logan doesn't seem to have a problem with that and agrees on meeting them tomorrow at noon at the West Gate. The next day, we see our young master waiting at the West Gate, thinking about yesterday's contract, which turned out to be an unexpected jackpot. He realizes that hiring only a 5th circle mage through a regular contract would have cost him 1 million. He's eager to get back to his territory as soon as possible and decides to send Impo Rick to the store first after he gets back. His thoughts are interrupted when someone calls out his name and it turns out to be Rena. Rena lets out that it's been a while and wonders if they were close enough to call each other by name. Logan feels embarrassed and annoyed as he calls her Princess Wolves. She mentions the rumor going on in the capital about him doing quite the embarrassing business these days. She's curious if the House of McLean is facing troubles by any chance. But what she actually meant is if his family finally went under, and if he isn't embarrassed walking around like that. Our guy lets her know that he's quite ambitious when it comes to money, and assures her that it's nothing for her to worry about, while he actually meant that it's none of her business, hence she should stop thinking about his business and just go her way. Rena brings up the amount she gave him and is pretty sure it wasn't small, guessing nothing can be done if one lives in a barren fief like his. As much as this gets on his nerves, Logan decides to be on his way and chooses to avoid her. Just then, the princess mentions the great feat he made in the feudal war by using a special weapon and asks him if he would sell it to her. Our hero implies that it's not that great of a weapon, and even though he claims to be embarrassed to refuse, he does it. With that, he sprints away and thinks about what just happened. He realizes that even after he got famous in the capital for selling Impo Rick, not a single noble showed any interest in the feudal war in the countryside, but Rena, or rather the wolves, are interested in it. Logan wonders how they are interested in it already, because that's pretty quick even for a relation with history. Since the crossbow structure was pretty simple, he hopes to use it a few more times. Just then, Clayton shows up along with his disciples and is curious about what our boy is doing here since they promised to meet at the western gate. The red-headed fella mumbles that he happened to run into someone annoying earlier and pushes the big fella, indicating that they should go. Clayton observes the 3 carriages they're traveling in, enough to carry 5 or 6 people, and the coachmen seem pretty experienced to him as well. Referring to Logan, he lets out that he didn't need to bother with all this, and that he spent all this money for nothing. Our guy seems to be aware of a mage having a high sense of pride and supposes that buttering him up is no big deal since he hired a 5th mage circle for free. He states that doing this is basic as he's attending to such great mages. Later, they decide to rest at a place before going forward since it's late at night. Logan is busy meditating when he senses something and pulls his head down. It seems to be a group of intruders who threw the dagger at him, and he managed to dodge that. The intruder finds it pretty impressive for a young master and reveals how he's heard rumors about him in the capital. He asks him if he got his hands on a lot of money by selling some strange drugs, and this makes our guy wonder if they're thieves. He declares that he wanted to practice what he learned last time by meditating freely, and believes that since they've interrupted him, they're going to have to be his practice partners. One of them wonders what he's yapping about and is silenced when Logan slits his throat in a blink. Others are left stunned for a moment, and another one charges at him, only to be defeated in an instant. They decide to run for their lives, but it seems they're unable to move their bodies. Our hero appears behind one of them, using the Duke's technique, and swings the Force Blade. Though it was only for a moment, as he guesses that it's hard to maintain it for long, Logan can't believe he did it. Focusing and compressing the force through the new authority gives birth to Aura. That day, along with the pressure blade he learnt from the Sword Duke, he also showed him the Force Blade, which is a weaker level of this aura. But he thought that at his level, that was impossible to imitate. Our boy is delighted that he managed to use the Force Blade even for a moment. Just then, he spots one of the intruders, who's busy regretting life decisions. Using the force exuding from the sword to forcefully disperse and overpower the opponent's enemy is the pressure blade. Logan believes this should be good enough to use in a real fight and kills the last one of them. At that moment, we see Clayton appear out of nowhere and claim that he witnessed everything. Mr. Clayton witnesses the one-sided massacre and appears furious. Our guy panics and wonders if the guy thinks he went too far with the thieves, and fears that he'll be in trouble if Clayton refuses to work. But his assumptions turn out to be wrong when the big guy praises Logan's skills. The mage expresses that he hasn't seen many force users, but knows enough to realize that Logan's power isn't standard for someone his age. Our guy is flattered, and deep down, he learns that Clayton wasn't angry. That's just the way he looks. On their way back, Logan is confused since he deliberately went far away from the campsite to avoid exposing himself to someone who's not even an ally. He wonders if the big guy came all the way here to look for him. As the thought disturbs him, Mr. Clayton states that his disciples are having a hard time because they don't have the best teacher. He wishes to teach them all he can while they're together. Our fella believes that Clayton is already good at his job, wondering why the big guy would tell him all this. That's when Clayton elaborates that even after they get to McLean's territory and get to work, he wants his disciples to take breaks and shifts to give them a chance to train. The big guy assures him that he'll work more as needed, hoping Logan will understand. The young knight affirms that this won't be an issue, and abruptly notices mana flowing out of Clayton's body toward the tent where the mages are sleeping. Our knight couldn't understand why the big guy is going so far, to the point that he's even sweating. Logan assumes that he cherishes his disciples greatly, and the mage admits that he has to do at least the minimum. Some days later, they arrive at the mansion and the patriarch asks Logan if he gained experience in the capital. Our boy responds that it was immensely helpful. Since that's the case, his father asks him if he would like to report anything, and Logan decides to get straight to the point. He reveals to the Baron that the business in the capital is going great and they'll soon generate profit. The father freaks out and frantically questions what sort of business he started. That's when our guy opens up that it's the medicine he gave him. He started selling that. Embarrassed as hell, the patriarch tries to process that his son went all the way to Grandia to sell sexual enhancers. While his father did agree he won't meddle in his affairs, next time he takes action, the Baron begs him to at least take his family's reputation and dignity into account. Our guy, on the contrary, is surprised that his father took this well and realizes that his reputation has gotten better. Soon after, Logan reveals that he also happened to meet the Sword Duke and formed a great connection with him. Panicked, the Baron asks for confirmation if he's talking about Duke Felix Esperanza, and worriedly questions his son if he sold him the medicine too. Logan, speaking like a true proud bastard, agrees with his father while the Baron lashes out at him for putting the family's reputation on the line. Unbothered, our fella continues to tell him that he even received a decent secret sword technique in exchange. The expression of the patriarch shifts completely when Logan reveals it's the Iron Blood sword, the full-fledged intermediate sword skill guaranteed by the sword Duke Felix. In reality, it's a total lie since our guy wrote the technique himself during the days he stayed at the Sword Duke's mansion. It is then narrated that a merchant of the Empire dug up the Iron Blood sword from some ruins, and it was one of the high-ranking sword skill books among the present intermediate sword skills. At first, the merchant copied the book and sold it only to a few, but the book was leaked and copies began circulating the market. Shortly, it became a public good that knights of the continent and even common men could learn. But Logan is aware that this doesn't occur for another 10 years, and having the knights of their family learn the skill right now will greatly help their forces advance. Our guy anticipates that if they add in sword chi and even the divine sword secrets, his father and Ranyan could both use these as their trump cards. While our dude supposes his father would accept the book after hearing the Duke's name, he's certain that the Baron wouldn't allow it otherwise, since the technique moves force to an extreme that could inflict internal damage during training. Meanwhile, the patriarch is left in disbelief as he presumes that this is on a completely different level from the worn-out records that their family has passed down. He's obsessed with the superior quality, because the reality is that it's hard for nobles to gain proper intermediate sword skills, so it's like hitting a jackpot. The Baron lets out that properly mastering this technique will raise their knight order's overall strength by 30%. He then asks Logan how he can repay the Duke's kindness, and our guy seems to have a proposal for that. Before anything can happen, the father decides to master the technique properly to repay the Duke. Taken aback, our red-headed fella tries to stop his father, who acts like a maniac and thinks that mastering the technique takes priority. That's when he leaves the weird-ass family seal in Logan's hand, leaving all matters to him. He asks our guy to help Dwayne with the family matters in the meantime and informs him that he'll return after he masters the skill to perfection. While the Baron is living in his fantasy land and leaves, he leaves our guy hanging. Logan regrets his life decisions at that moment. We'll serve him right. His smartass got humbled real quick. Now that our guy has the seal that looks like a literal dick, he assumes he doesn't need his father's permission. Logan gets happy as he decides to get it all done before the Baron finishes his training, when suddenly Dwayne barges into the room. Dwayne appears a bit excited as he hears of the feats of the young master in the capital. The penniless administrator begs Logan to help out the family with some money, while our guy reminds him that this isn't his bedroom to barge into like that. Also, our fella recalls that they had received funds from the battle, but Dwayne desperately reveals that it's not enough to maintain the two fortresses. Our guy covers his ears while the administrator acts like a damn beggar and lists the reasons why he needs money that badly. After hearing all the yapping, Logan smiles and reveals he spent all the money. While this hits as a shocker, Dwayne asks him where the hell he spent all the money, given that he earned a couple of million. As he tries to believe that our guy is joking, he soon realizes the brutal reality that Logan is telling the truth. Well, our guy can become a gluttonous bastard when it comes to money. As Dwayne sulks and wonders where the money went, Logan reveals that he spent 1.2 million on magic scrolls and mages. Plus, he also bought construction materials and food to support their people. The administrator wants to choke the hell out of Logan right now since he thinks buying a little food won't do anything. Our fella reveals that he'll distribute food worth 1 million every month for a year among the people in their region. Dwayne is thrown into disbelief, wondering if the young master ate something weird. Well, our guy expected this reaction and confirmed with Dwayne that 1 million is enough to feed the people. Dwayne agrees and feels curious about the construction, asking the young master what he's building. That's when our hero reveals that they're constructing a dam. The scene then takes us to 2 weeks later, where the McLean fortresses call upon statutory labor. In the Tesseron territory, the people are angry at the nobles for exploiting them. They barely made it out alive from the battle, and now the feudal lord is trying to kill them with work. The people of Tesseron assume that McLean is telling them to choose between dying while running away or working, and if not, starving to death. They come to the conclusion that in the end, it's all the same. Hence, they all unite and plan to use their own hands to attack the feudal lord. Well, it looks like they are calling hell upon themselves. The people of Tesseron gather outside the McLean mansion as ordered. Enraged, they surely plan to rebel this time with this many people since they are being made to work like dogs. Not to mention they have to eat grass to survive so the nobles can live well, and that's what fuels their anger. They decide to take this chance and drag those damn nobles down. As the doors open, they brace themselves to attack while the McLean Knights announce they are going to distribute something. The Tesseron workers halt in their movements, wondering if they heard right, but they snap out of it because they don't trust nobles. Shortly, the Knights distribute bags and inform the workers that, as per young Master Logan's orders, those who participate in the compulsory labor duty will receive a whole month's worth of grain fit for a family. They ask them to form a line so they can distribute it. At that point, the people witness for themselves that it's real food and grain. Overwhelmed, a man among them sobs, and they all begin to chant Logan's name out of sheer respect. Meanwhile, Dwayne asks Logan if it was necessary to force a compulsory order to gather them here. Well, our fella had to do this. Had he not even 1/4 of them would have come. After all, they don't trust the nobles. We then get to know that nobles consider their people as their property, and any nobles with sense consider it their duty to protect them. But for our knight, who lived as a mercenary and as an ordinary person in his past life, he learned that for commoners, the only difference between good and bad nobles is who takes more away from them. Our fella has to admit that even his father thinks about knights more than commoners. After all, his father believes that knights are the strength of a nation, and for this reason, despite the lack of a budget, he still maintains a knight order of 50 people. Logan asks Dwayne to acknowledge how the people must have felt, and that's the reason he gathered the commoners to let them see the truth, so that they can believe in the nobles. Strangely, our guy catches the administrator staring at him like a weirdo. Logan asks him why he's staring, and Dwayne, in awe, confesses that the young master surprises him all the time these days. Our fella thinks Mr. Administrator is being silly, and given that the admin trusts and listens to him, he plans to go ahead with the construction. However, Dwayne immediately refuses and can't fathom why the hell the young master is spending $2 million on dam construction. Logan can't help but think that Dwayne sounds like Hamar and Clayton. The scene then takes us to a flashback where Hamar and Clayton react frantically after hearing that our guy wants to drill a freaking hole in a mountain and draw water from there. Logan, calm as fuck, claims that it's entirely possible and wishes it to be carried out just like that. Our fella elaborates that McLean's territory is surrounded by dense mountains and wastelands on all sides. It's a barren land, with shallow mountains on the north blocking the flow of the Luther River from turning south. Logan suggested creating a hole in the northern wild mountains to bring the river water through. Upon hearing this, the dwarf thinks it would be more convincing to tell them just to push down the mountains. But there's more to the plan. Our fella explains they'll make a tunnel connecting directly to the Luther River with a diameter of 30 meters. It's a construction method used in the western part of the continent. More specifically, it's called a dam. Our guy is thinking way ahead into the future and reckons that the dam is actually a flood control method that will become popular in the Empire 20 years from now. He's unsure about the exact principles of construction but believes that they have an expert-level dwarf and a fifth circle wizard. So if they both successfully complete the construction, they can turn the wastelands of Western McLean into arable plains. While Clayton tries to oppose, Hamar, being an overconfident lunatic as usual, suggests that they'll need to choose a location and consider all the water levels and channels. The dwarf conjectures that in order to avoid the tunnel collapsing, they'll need to construct an arch structure, and for that, they'll need the help of the mages. Clayton asks the dumbfuck dwarf if that's even possible, and that's when the dwarf realizes that he freaking spoke his mind. Meanwhile, our guy smirks maliciously, knowing it's possible. The poor dwarf tries to dodge the trouble, reasoning that he's busy with other work, but Logan assures him that for this very reason, he's prepared magic scrolls and mages. With that, our fella leaves it up to Hamar to find the right mountain, while the dwarf realizes too late that something was off when Logan was treating him to something delicious out of nowhere. After that, they find the mountain and Clayton, the mage, emits his mana. The Tesron workers are impressed by his magic and believe that they won't be in danger since the young master is also there. Just then, Hamar yells at the mage to begin, and Clayton breaks through the mountain using his magic, warning everyone to be careful of flying rocks. The dwarf lashes out at the big guy for showing off his strength as dust flies everywhere, while our guy discovers that another supernatural power a human can wield is mana. In his previous life, Logan could only faintly sense the mana, but now he can see it clearly. The Earth's power originating from the mana circle in Clayton's heart repeatedly draws intricate yet constant patterns, stimulating the rock wall. Our dude can't believe that he gets to see this, and is proud of how his force core has transcendently developed his senses. Soon after, the mage asks the young master to watch carefully since he's not done yet. Clayton controls the debris with his mana, and while Logan assumes it's some other magic, he notices that the debris from the collapsed cliff is gathering. Shortly, the big guy creates a golem from the debris. Our guy is hooked since the golem is created without any tools, which is truly admirable. Our guy covets the idea that Clayton could make a few more of these golems, since they will not only finish the construction faster than planned, but perhaps even extend to warfare. Logan gets way ahead of himself, and feeling thrilled, he grabs Clayton's hand. But our guy smiles with a diabolical grin that creeps out the big guy as he asks how many golems he can make. Our knight gets overexcited when he witnesses the golems, and asks Clayton if his students can make them as well. The big guy nods and confesses they are from the golem school of the Earth Magic Tower, after all. But then he mentions one problem in creating the golems. The spell formula for creating a golem's mana core is only possible at the fifth circle. Hence, his disciples need mana stones. And even with those, the golems they create will be very small and weak. Upon hearing this, our guy looks a bit disappointed. It is then revealed that a mana stone is a mineral as rare as mithril, imbued with natural energy, making it a rare ore. It cannot be produced artificially since it is mostly used for magical assistance or artifact creation. Plus, it is also quite expensive. Our guy presumes that mana stones aren't cost-effective, but he decides not to look at cost-effectiveness since they'll be facing war soon. Plus, if he can win by investing more money, that's good enough. Logan then asks the mage if mana stones will make the golem stronger, to which Clayton answers that they improve strength and speed, and both would last many times longer. But there's a catch. The big guy claims that he'll be needing highest-grade mana stones as a 5th circle mage, leaving our boy broken as fuck. Clayton looks at the young master, who freezes after hearing the cost. The big guy involuntarily feels the need to explain himself and states that he's fine using low-grade mana stones that can last for 24 hours. Logan reckons that although a low-grade mana stone costs about the same as a piece of gold, making the cost-to-benefit ratio low, for a short war like the last one between the fiefs, it could easily bring much greater results. He seems to like the idea, while Clayton grumbles and decides to keep up with this crazy bastard, only because he himself is a member of the Magic Tower. Later, after the mages create the golems, Dwayne is freaked out to see the monsters as they're destroying the McLean territory. But Logan clarifies that the golem is just digging a tunnel. Regardless, the administrator rushes back to report this idiotic behavior to the patriarch. The young master then calls out the dwarf, Hamar, and tells him to take all the workers for the water channel, as there's no need to leave any for the tunnel construction since the golem alone is enough. Hamar calls out all the grown-up workers and tells them to stop being scared of the golem, get their tools, and get to work. Our guy then narrates that there are 3 constructions underway. First, the tunnel and the dam. Second, the water channel that'll distribute river water to the wastelands. And third, the mine. For the mine, Logan got the drilling results while he was in Grand and deployed workers there before anywhere else. Come to think of it, our guy hadn't had the chance to look over the mine since he got back from the capital, as he was busy with the dam. So the next day, the young master visits the mine and is surprised to see Hamar, whom he saw 6 days ago. The poor dwarf blames it all on Logan for keeping him rushing between the mine and the water channel. Finally, Hamar loses his shit and begs Logan to kill him instead because he can't do this grinding shit anymore. He's done with his life and questions why he needs to do all the hard work alone. While the workers try to stop Hamar as he goes on a rampage, our guy, being a dramatic ass, acknowledges how the dwarf is doing all the hard work and makes Hamar responsible for managing everything himself. The dwarf, trying to ignore the bullshit, lashes out and figures out that this red-headed bastard is just dumping all the work on him. But our guy really promises Hamar that once the construction ends, he'll let him have all the rest he needs. He offers his hand for a pinky promise, and Logan nearly breaks the dwarf's finger on purpose. Poor Hamar accepts his doomed fate while our guy walks away, thinking he did the right thing since the dwarf was trying to act cheeky. Logan feels more than certain now that the mine will be developed faster than in his previous life, and the dam too. Later, our fella contacts Philip and learns that they have reached an easy agreement for the lumber they've been trading, at 100,000 gold per month. Philip adds that once they build the mine and clear the land, the territory will be completely transformed, and he shows interest in visiting sometime. However, Logan ignores him and thinks he should go there next year. Philip freaks out and wonders why he's even saying that. Well, our boy doesn't exactly give a reason, but reveals there's a rumor about a problem with the royal family. He's uncertain about the kind of problem, but he heard about it when he was at the Duke's house and believes it's a big issue. For that reason, our boy asks Philip to try finding out about the rumors while he's doing business. We then get to know the reason why Logan is doing this. In his past life's memories next winter, the king suddenly dies and a civil war breaks out. But uncertainty lingers since the info he received as a low-ranked mercenary might not be accurate. He contemplates that if the king's death is indeed sudden, then it will happen just as in his past life. Otherwise, the timing could change. Just like with the war between fiefs, our guy can't be sure of the timing of the civil war for some unknown reason. Only then can they start preparing accordingly. He is determined that the McLean family will turn the kingdom's order upside down in the war. Soon after, Logan commands Philip to set aside the remaining budget as emergency funds and buy as many weapons and armor as they can, enough to arm 1,500 men. Philip is panicked at the amount, as he thought McLean had fewer than 100 knights. That's when our fella clears up that the weapons are not for knights, but for soldiers. In the next moment, Philip screams in disbelief, asking if he has lost his mind, since no one fully arms regular soldiers in war. While the boy thinks he's wasting money, Logan low-key agrees that it's strange, but he recalls that too many of their territory's people died in the last war. Because of that, the expected output of their territory drastically decreased, so he feels they need to minimize conscription and maximize the strength of their knights and regular soldiers. So arming the most vulnerable regular soldiers is part of the plan. As poor Philip looks troubled, Logan tries to reassure him that they've never done anything wrong before. Shortly, the boy agrees to find out about the rumors and trusts the young master's plan. Logan's plan needs to be smooth sailing, from securing funds through the mine, ensuring food supply with the dam, to improving the soldiers' armament. Everything's going as planned. Later, our guy is bombarded with hundreds of documents to read, assigned by Administrator Dwayne. Our guy looks traumatized after looking at the documents for too long, while Dwayne makes fun of Logan and asks him if he thought acting as a lord would end with a day or two of work. Our fella states that he's seen his father work too much, and that's when Dwayne reveals that he handles most of the patriarch's work anyway. Flabbergasted, Logan wonders why the hell he's dumping all the work on him then. The admin believes that our guy, being a successor, should thoroughly understand the affairs of the territory, to which Logan bluntly confesses that he's not the successor. Suddenly, Kai rushes in hysterically and reports an urgent matter about Hamar being trapped in a collapsed mine. Kaisolan reveals that one of the mine tunnels has collapsed, and while our guy frantically questions the extent of the damage and Hamar's location, the mercenary reports that over 50 meters of the tunnel collapsed, so they haven't pinpointed the location of the dwarf yet. Our guy leaves immediately while Dwayne, simmering with anger, questions where the hell a mine came from. Shortly, Logan arrives at the mine and learns the incident took place in the deepest tunnel. Without reluctance, our guy rushes in and spots the mine specialists near the collapse. Using his force, he places a hand on the rock and analyzes that Hamar and 10 workers are trapped under the rubble. He concludes that they avoided the worst of it, but there are many casualties. The specialist freaks out and wonders how Logan knows all that. But that's not important. Our red-headed fella asks the old man how long it will take to rescue them. The old man deduces that clearing all the collapsed rocks will take at least 3 days, assuming things go well. But Logan presumes that even the sturdiest dwarf can't last long under rocks with injuries and plans to rescue them as soon as possible. In that case, our fella seems to have no choice, so he calls for the Fifth Circle mage and his disciples to rescue Hamar and the workers trapped in the mine, assuring them they'll be compensated. Mr. Clayton is shocked to know there was a mine and realizes why Hamar was going back and forth between the mine and the dam. The big guy agrees to help the people in danger, and Logan makes sure to repay the favor. Thoughts flood Clayton's mind and he finally understands why Logan bought a destructive magic scroll and never used it. He was hiding a mine. He assumes that since it was kept secret it must be valuable, and is unsettled to think that the young master revealed such a secret to him just to save a slave and some workers. Nonetheless, they arrive at the mine, and the Fifth Circle mage holds up the tunnel with his mana, while he instructs his disciples to use golems to clear the rocks. Our fella notices mana stones in the disciples' hands as the mages create golems out of the collapsed rocks. Logan truly admires how the mages cleared several meters of rock just by making golems, while Clayton asks them to hurry up since they don't know what situation the workers are in. As the golems and the workers carry away rocks, Clayton witnesses Logan, a noble, carrying rocks himself to save those of lower status. He wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Momentarily, the mine specialist finds Hamar and the workers. Our guy checks on them and sees that they have fainted from shock, but luckily their injuries are minor. The injured workers are then carried out by the golems. Later, at the infirmary, Hamar reveals that he dozed off while using the destruction scroll since he's been overworking himself lately. The dwarf assures the young master that construction can resume soon, but our guy tells him not to worry about it and to rest until he's fully recovered. As the dwarf insists that the work isn't hard and he can push through it in a day, he processes Logan's words and realizes he actually wants him to rest. Our knight asks him if he's going to be fine without rest. Hamar hysterically claims that he'll rest at all costs. Logan finds it unbelievable that in just 2 hours, they completed the rescue operation and saved everyone through magic. On the contrary, Clayton waits for the young master and loudly expresses that he wants Logan to have a truly wonderful mine. Bewildered, our fella presumes that the big guy might have figured out it's a gold mine, which makes sense since he's an earth mage. He believes it would be troublesome if the word gets out, wondering if Clayton will keep it a secret. Just then, the big guy curiously asks Logan why he went so far as to reveal the hidden mine and ask for help. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Logan saved Hamar because there's no one who can replace him at the moment. It was worth saving him even if he had to take some risks. Without Hamar, the mine development would have been delayed, which could disrupt future plans as well. Also, Logan declares that if he can't protect his own people, then there would be no one left around him. After listening to this, Clayton, out of nowhere, asks Master Logan if he would like to have a magic tower in his territory. While our boy freaks out, the big guy believes it's time to do his own thing, adding that this territory seems capable of supporting a small magic tower. Looking at him, Logan presumes the big guy isn't joking, and can't believe his territory might have a magic tower. With that, our dude excitedly confesses that it would be fantastic and asks Clayton if his disciples will be moving here, inquiring how much support he needs. The mage, in love with the young master's kindness, states that his disciples will surely move here, and for support, asks Logan to provide what's necessary because he trusts his character and ability. In the meantime, our boy drools over the idea, while Hammer annoyingly asks the mage if he's hit his head too, trying to warn the poor big guy of Logan's diabolical plans. 1 week later, we see Hamar fully recovered as he decides to resume the construction and reports to Logan. He's determined to try his best to make up for the delay, and as soon as he leaves, Dwayne appears out of the blue and threatens our young master to tell him about the mine. He bombards him with questions like since when he has been secretly developing a mine without him knowing. The red-headed guy apologizes, claiming that it slipped his mind, and the fat dude is in disbelief, wondering how is that even possible. He wonders why he's been hiding it so tightly and questions if it's an iron mine or copper. Logan breaks it to him that it's a gold mine, and Dwayne at first assumes it's a joke, which offends Logan, who questions what's wrong with him having a gold mine. He reveals that the gold mine is expected to generate around 100 million gold per year, and wonders why he'd joke about something like this. Silence takes over the room and the paunchy fella enters into a trance and drops to the ground. Our main character tries to snap him out of it while, despite a minor accident, the plan proceeds smoothly, much faster than he anticipated. The commoners are summoned on the mountain, as they wonder why they want them to assemble again, because the dam construction is over. One of them isn't so sure about that, since the construction was supposed to take half a year, and yet, they finished in just 3 months. It seems that this meeting is for a final check, and Dwayne informs Logan that all the administrators are here. Our guy is aware that they are busy with administrative work, but he tells them to stay until the end to see it through. An administrator remarks that it's uselessly grandiose digging, as he believes that bringing water from the Luther River and sprinkling it once on this wasteland will not change anything. They all pass their unfavorable opinions while Dwayne is awestruck by the sight of the dam. He realizes that this dam isn't just about sprinkling water on the wasteland, but it's directly connected to the underground of the Luther River. Hence, if they can continuously supply water through the canals, this vast wasteland could truly become a fertile plain. Logan sees everyone involved in the construction, from the workers to mages, and even administrators are all here. Therefore, he decides to begin and gives a signal to Clayton. Hamar doesn't seem to like the idea of doing it this way, since they went through all that so workers could open and close the floodgates themselves. Our young master believes the first time should be grand and memorable, as they're showing everyone in McLean what they've created with their own hands. The golems begin to lift the gates, which shocks one of the administrators, but he soon feels embarrassed seeing everyone calm. Clayton orders the golems to open the gate and everyone is eager to witness the miracle, but it seems that something's wrong. The rock monsters can't seem to lift the gates, and this pisses the bulky fella off as he asks the old dwarf if he's kidding him. Hamar is confused since he definitely told them to open it, and Logan finds the situation bad. The golem's strength is actually for show in reality, and it takes about 100 workers turning pulleys to open the floodgates. But this wasn't part of the plan, and our guy is now confused about what to do. Clayton threatens Hamar that his golem's reputation for strength shouldn't get tarnished, and that's when Logan orders the bulky mage to break the gate down. He suggests that they rebuild it, and Clayton, as per his command, breaks and opens the gate. The broken gates are now flooded with fresh water and everyone is in pure awe. They celebrate their little achievement while our hero is busy thinking about how this will solve the problem of food during the Civil War. When Dwayne hops onto him, wailing as he admits that he was so wrong, Logan tells him it's okay and wonders why a big man like him is crying. That's when he hears Hamar, who's heartbroken as he thinks about how long it will take to rebuild the floodgate. Clayton offers to help him, and our boy lets him know that they don't need the gate urgently, and declares that he can take a week off. He lets the old dwarf know that he will get another long vacation after they finish the mine construction. The red-headed guy knows that they will be busy again soon since many farmers will come to reclaim the now fertile land. But it will be hard for the farmers to travel from the city to the plains every day. Hence, they'll build a totally new village for them to live in. He calls out Hamar but stops when he realizes that he shouldn't ask like this. Instead, he implies that construction is difficult even for the old dwarf, and confesses that he's never heard of dwarves being good at construction after all. This triggers Hamar, who questions what he's talking about because after weapon making, construction is what dwarves do. Logan pretends to be impressed, but the dwarf lets him know that even if he praised him, he won't get anything out of him and wonders why he's asking about construction all of a sudden. Our man states that he was just curious, while in his mind, he tells him to laugh all he wants because once he's done, the thrilling experience of house construction awaits. Logan grabs everyone's attention, calling them out, because when he promised to open the floodgates, he made 2 promises to the workers. First is that anyone can cultivate the new McLean Plains, and secondly, they will receive tenant rights equivalent to their labor, and taxes will only be 30%. The workers look at him pleased, as they still can't process that they have a river now, and that their territory is really changing. Our young master knew if he announced it like this, even the vassals wouldn't be able to oppose it. 4 weeks later, we see Logan praising Hamar while he scans the completed village layout and a model house. He never thought he'd take the job seriously when he came by a few weeks ago, which makes our guy realize that the old dwarf hesitates at first, but once he starts the job, he does a good job. He observes the layout of the roads in a cross pattern and places houses of the same size at regular intervals, creating communal wells and toilets in each section and building sewers to dispose of waste outside the village. Logan also put down the planned city in his previous life as best as he could remember and believes with this, they can successfully establish the large settlement, McLean Town. For now, he keeps his goal to have half of the territory's population, and his thoughts are interrupted when he smells Rick's stench. He asks him why he stinks and he blames it on him, complaining why the hell is that drug selling so well, and if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be suffering like this. Just then, Dwayne rushes into his room without knocking and reveals that Dwarf Hamar just sent word that they can start mining the gold now. Hamar displays the rare gold nugget from the mine and states that usually, one has to extract small amounts from the minerals, but they've already found this. Logan and Dwayne admire the gold with pure awe and applaud the old dwarf, who just wants to rest. The red-headed guy wonders how much they can mine from now on, and Hamar reveals that they can mine about 1 ton of gold per month, as predicted. And even with a low estimate, he calculates that it should last for 10 years and questions if he can rest now. Our main character reminds him that they've just started the town construction, hence they need more crossbows, and the knights need new weapons and wonders if that's possible. Hamar descends to the ground as a response, and while Dwayne is busy blabbering about the treasure of their territory, Logan is thinking hard. He realizes that there's still a lot of work left to do but understands that the old dwarf really needs a break. He considers recruiting another dwarf later and declares that he will be giving him a break, but a month seems too long to him. But before he could finish, Hamar runs off, saying that he's going to sleep for a month. Our fella wonders what's wrong with him, confused if he awakened with force or something. That's when Dwayne starts wailing loudly, thinking about 100 million gold a year from 1 ton of gold per month. He realizes that their territory is saved and they don't have to worry about anything anymore. Logan sees the guy crying even more than when the dam was completed, and reminds him that the gold mine actually belongs to him. He states that he's going to give 30% as tax to his family, but to his surprise, Dwayne claims to trust that he'll handle it well. He mentions the dam project going well and how he hasn't made any bad decisions, hence he trusts him. Our guy is taken by surprise to find him accepting this so readily, and reminds him how they have to be careful about keeping the workers quiet. Because if the news of the gold mine spreads, Befros, Kalia, and the Margraves will cause trouble. The financial head takes full accountability for that, and Logan isn't really used to his obedient behavior yet. He thinks about his father, who'd be a problem since he's done a lot his way while he's been training away. A week later, Logan goes to meet his father, who's now an advanced knight, and even though he expected it when he handed him the iron blood sword technique, to think his skill would progress in 3 months after being stagnant for over a decade. The patriarch admits that his son has done a lot while he was away, and just as our young master thought it's something bad, he mentions the flowing water through this wasteland. Patrick finds it a true blessing. With him reaching a higher level and even the transformation of this wasteland, he believes it's all thanks to Logan. He declares that he's far better than he is, and our boy feels shy, admitting that's only based on recent achievements. But his father lets him know what he's accomplished in 3 months is better than what he's done in 30 years. He confesses that he's blessed to have such a son and thanks him. Our guy couldn't feel more honored when the patriarch proposes to entrust all the lord duties to him since he's going to focus only on the knight training order. Logan is taken aback and tries to object, saying that he doesn't plan on becoming the lord, and that's when his father reveals something to him. Patrick reveals that he's realized it during the training, and it's that he's grown old. And even though he managed to grasp the basics of the iron blood sword technique he gave him, he couldn't master the secret techniques at all. He thinks if he had learned the secret technique when he was younger, when his force had just awakened, it might have been possible. But with his current force, which has already formed its own flow after all these years, he believes it's impossible to even create a core. As Patrick gave up on that, he thought it's now the time for young people like Logan and Ranyan, not him. He's thankful that he could finally take a break through the barrier that had blocked him for years. Now he wants to step back and be a guide who opens the path for him. Our guy knows he now has no choice and agrees to his father's orders. The patriarch addresses his wife, who had been standing there the whole time, and implies that she helps Logan to make sure he fulfills his role properly. The stepmother just nods, and the red-headed guy is shoved towards her by his father. She lets out that the achievements he has shown are enough to prove that he's capable of being the successor, addressing him formally. She now only wishes for Ranyan's success, and admits that's the only reason she clashed with him before. Logan apologizes, but his stepmother stops him from doing so, saying that she should be the one to apologize. She apologizes and blames her narrow-mindedness, hoping that he can be generous and understanding. Patrick brings up the swordsmanship our boy has been teaching to his younger brother, and he informs her how he, in just a week, formed a force core and has already mastered the first form. She confesses that it's been years since she's seen Ranyan as happy as he is lately, and requests Logan to continue looking after him. With that, she turns around to leave when our main character speaks out loud that parents shouldn't use honorifics with their children. From now on, he tells her to speak to him comfortably like she did when he was young, and calls her mother. A tear escapes from the stepmother's eye, and Patrick nods his head at his son proudly. Logan informs his father that once the town is completed, they'll start clearing the weeds and reclaim the land for farming before spring comes next year. They're hoping for a much greater yield than the McLean plains that their ancestors lost. Patrick is concerned if the residents will readily move their homes, and our young master is confident that they will. He plans to give priority reclaiming rights to those moving into the town, plus he explains how the new houses will be much better than the thatched houses most of the residents are living in right now. He also mentions recruitment notices for soldiers that he and Dwayne put up and asks the patriarch if he could take charge of their training if they become regular soldiers later. The head of McLean praises his son for doing a great job. However, on the other hand, he finds the soldiers hopeless. He questions since when they have 2 night orders because of the McLean Knights and those who defected from Tesron after losing the war between fiefs. They've been part of the same night order for a while, yet they still act like they're on opposite sides. Patrick understands that it's hard for them to get close to someone they once fought to the death with, but he thought they'd find their way, realizing what the duty of a knight is. He states that the reason for that is because they have no hunger at all, and confesses that he's been training to death to become stronger, and his son is running around tirelessly for their territory, while the so-called knights are fighting over their pride like children. The patriarch admits that he's been far too neglectful of them all and blames himself for it. This awakens something in the knights as they desperately hope for their commander to do something about this. And that's when Heinkel calls out the patriarch, admiring that he's in much better spirits and wonders if it's because he became an advanced knight. Patrick decides to straighten out those attitudes first and pulls out his sword, wanting them to feel and learn the swordsmanship firsthand. He assumes if they're grilled like dogs, they won't have time for silly thoughts, and is determined to make sure he disciplines them and hands over a proper knight order to Logan. Later, we see Dwayne delightfully signing the documents. In his 20 years in administration, he never knew signing documents without worrying about the budget could make him this happy. He spots other administrators criticizing our young master's way of managing the budget and defends him, saying that he must have his reasons. He wonders why they are questioning him and tells them to just do as he says, and that's when he comes across a document which shocks him to the core. He calls out Logan and raises a question about what he's planning to do with 10 million gold worth of gold bars. The red-headed guy lets him know that he's going to buy mithril, about 100 kilograms. He forces him to just sign it, reminding him of how he said he trusted him. Dwayne refuses to do that, and asks him again about what he's planning to do by buying something 1,000 times more expensive than gold. Afterwards, we see Philip talking to Logan through the globe as he inquires if he's buying mithril for the knight's war equipment, and states that it is impossible. He reveals that mithril isn't something he can buy just because he has money. It's a metal that contains mana, has 10 times the strength of steel, and only a third of the weight, often called the silver of gods. Claude clarifies that he can't just buy something like that even if he's rich, since even the wealthy can't obtain it. He adds that for such a large purchase, such as 100 kilgai, he needs not only money, but also power. Logan assures him that if it's power he needs, he has a good idea for it. The next thing we see is the Duke's residence, where the receptionist just receives a message from some countryside region, McLean, as he wonders where that is. The other guy suggests that he pass it on, since the Duke might be too busy to handle such messages. 30 minutes later, Felix walks into the room and questions the receptionist if they received a message from McLean. The guys are intimidated by their lord, and are curious if he has someone important in those boonies. Felix greets Logan, who asks him if he's been well through the pink orb. The Duke jokes that he's fine except for the lack of news from someone he taught personally, and our boy laughs, wondering how he could have personally messaged him since he knows where he belongs. Felix remarks about him still being a smooth talker and states that he called it a good timing, as he was thinking of expressing his thanks anyway. Logan is confused if he did something for him unknowingly, or if it's a threat disguised as thanks. Just then, Esperanza reveals that his wife is pregnant, and the red-headed guy wasn't expecting that. He congratulates him with pure astonishment, and the Duke mentions that it's all thanks to him. Our boy wonders how it could be thanks to him when he did it himself and covers his mouth as he realizes that he said that out loud. He covers it up by saying that it's a blessing from the heavens, and Felix couldn't help but laugh. He finds him cheeky as ever, and admits that it's a blessing and also thanks to his efforts. But before all that, he believes it's thanks to Logan, and acknowledges that he's truly grateful. The Duke suggests that he come to the capital when the child is born since his wife wants to thank him personally, and while he's here, he declares to teach him the next technique too. Our young master is taken by surprise, and Felix wonders if he doesn't want it, to which he respectfully refuses, and thanks him. After the Duke's business is done, he asks him why he contacted him, and Logan requests him to help him get some mithril. He clarifies that he needs around 100 kigyu for making equipment for the knights. Felix is kinda surprised and guesses that he needs power, to which Logan nods his head. The greatest swordsman is curious if he made that much money, and teases that the medicine must really be something. He reveals that he doesn't even spend that much on his knights, and admits that he underestimated his generosity. He finds him quite extraordinary while our hero feels like the misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger. The Duke claims to take care of it personally and instructs him to make sure to attend the party when the child is born. Plus, he tells him to call him teacher instead of those distant-feeling titles, and with that, he disconnects. Logan squeals out of joy and feels great to be the disciple of the great Sword Duke. He was only going to ask him for a small favor, but he handed him the golden rope. He decides to go to Hamar right now and talk about the mithril equipment, but then remembers that he's on a vacation. Our guy realizes that not everyone can keep going just looking at the future like him, and chooses to let him rest. He couldn't help but to praise what a benevolent employer he is, and believes that Hamar is blessed. Meanwhile, the old dwarf had nightmares for a great while. In the McLean Castle outskirts, we see men under 20 who came for the soldier recruitment and passed a simple test. Dwayne asks Logan if he really wants to recruit this many since traditionally, he only needs to recruit about 10 times the number of knights. Our guy makes it known that he's going to handle it himself. He is aware that no matter what anyone says, expanding their force is essential. He decides to personally select them, even if they suffer from drawbacks. A territory's power is symbolized by their knight's order, and supporting them from behind is an elite force. They're called regular soldiers or knight trainees, and most fiefs test the physical abilities of boys just before they become of age. And they accept and train only those among them as soldiers whose physical abilities are above a certain standard. Those with talent among the selected soldiers undergo rigorous training that tests the limits of human capability, resulting in the awakening of their force and them becoming knights. But the Empire had a new theory and tried something different. It was stated that physical capabilities and force awakening are two separate matters, and what's important are the senses. With this theory, the Empire used an overwhelming force of 50,000 knights in the war to crush its neighboring countries 9 years later. They gather all existing soldiers and select from them again to form a trainee knight unit. By doing this, Logan believes that the Grandia Civil War, which is about a year away, might be tough to handle, but they'll have a strong force against the Empire's invasion in 9 years. Our young master wishes to gather people over the age of 22, but then realizes that there wouldn't be enough manpower for the upcoming town construction. Another administrator silences the soon-to-be knights as the red-headed guy walks in. Logan asks him about how they picked out soldiers before, and it's revealed that they just had them all run and selected them in the order they finished. Our guy now understands the reason the number of knights has barely increased is the crude method based solely on physical strength. He instructs the supervisor to select those with good eyesight, good hearing, and quick reaction times. The first test is that the trainees have to walk until they can see the picture and stop the moment they see it. One of them remarks that it's a weird picture and the other tries to flatter our boy, shouting out loud that he's very handsome. Logan declares to get rid of that kid since they don't want flattery right from the start. The drawing is of a hen, made by Dwayne, and a kid seeing from afar how it has a comb lets out that it's a rooster. The red-headed guy is caught by surprise to witness the kid seeing this small comb from that distance. The second test is announced to be a word being repeated, and they have to walk until they hear it, and when they do, they have to stop. A kid lets out that he can't hear anything while the other feels their voice volume keeps changing. Just then, another of them announces the answer to be Sparrow, and reveals how Dwayne was calling Logan a son of a bitch earlier. The fat dude is left all flustered as he was talking to himself and wonders how he heard that. Our main character declares to select him, and as for Dwayne, he decides to give him a beating. After a while, it seems that 250 people have passed with flying colors just by testing their eyesight and hearing. Logan is pleased with the results and thinks they should generously select about 500 to make up a force of 1,000, including Tesron. But there were a lot of notably small and thin kids, which he supposes is because they grew up malnourished. He knows that he can't make them like Victor, but they can feed and train them well until they become sturdy enough. Thinking about Victor, he decides to check up on him. Later, we see the odd-eyed kid practicing the sword technique, and the knights present there find him diligent. Victor recalls Logan telling him if he flawlessly performs 1,000 sword techniques, he can become a knight. But the most important is the awakening of force, and the kid is desperate to become a knight quickly. His sister calls him out when our main character shows up and signals her to keep quiet. He observes Victor, only to realize that he's got great talent. A 16-year-old boy who's only been learning swordsmanship for a year is maintaining proper basic stance even while swinging the sword wildly. Moreover, the momentum of the sword when he swings wildly is actually higher than when he's using standard sword technique. Logan wonders if his martial arts skills still resume his nickname, Noble Slayer, even though his personality does not. He believes he's gonna need a partner soon since he can't perfect that style of swordsmanship by practicing alone. He calls Victor out and reveals that he's leaving for McLean Castle to train soldiers in Tesron tomorrow. Our guy offers him to come along once he talks about it with his sister properly, and the kid wonders if he can't take Rhea with him. Logan asks him if he wants to take a girl to a soldier training camp full of men, but he persists on taking her with him. The red-headed guy is kinda annoyed since he's usually mature but turns into a child whenever a matter involves his sister. He has no choice but to agree. However, he warns Victor that if anything goes wrong, he's fully responsible. The odd-eyed kid is determined to take good care of her, and that's when it's asked of him if his sister is that precious to him. The kid reveals that she's his only family and their parents died because of him. He believes he's the reason his sister has no parents, and that's why he feels the need to protect her, his only remaining family. A few days later, at the Tezron castle, we see Kaisalan instructing the trainees to do 5 laps around the castle wall. He lets them know the last 100 to finish will do 2 more laps and intimidates them, commanding them to start running. Just then, Logan shows up and admits that having experienced people is really great. He teases Kai by saying he suits the role of being a drill sergeant. The commander reveals that he's accepted his offer to renew his contract since he's treating him like a knight, and acknowledges that he seems to suit his job well. Kaisalan expresses shock about him offering to renew contracts of the other mercenaries as well, and Logan lets him know that he can't have the crossbows information leaking out. Kai wonders if he's planning to start a war within 2 years, and our boy assures him that he's not some warmonger. It's just that it is unavoidable sometimes. The other kids are baffled to witness Victor sprinting around, as they wonder what he's made of. Seeing a slave doing so much better, they're motivated to make more effort. Kaisalan is surprised to see the Victor effect Logan mentioned to him, and even though Logan doesn't expect them to have exceptional physical abilities, the will to not give up alone is enough. He believes Victor is definitely absorbing force, and it won't be long now that if he awakens force, he will become the soldier's strongest motivator. But contrary to what he had hoped for, in the not-so-far future, Victor will commit a murder. In the Tezron Castle barracks, we see the trainees feasting on their meal, as one of them confesses that he bears with the crappy training only for the food, while the other feels that he's put on some weight after eating good food for weeks now. He has no other wishes if he could eat like this forever, and that's when he spots Victoria, who smiles sweetly at them and serves them food, telling them to enjoy their meal. The trainees can't help but admire how cute she is and how she's an angel. One of them wonders if he should try talking to her later, and that's when his friend warns him of Victor, who's piercing holes in his body with his eyes. He threatens him to look away before he gouges his eyes out, and they all lower their gazes. The odd-eyed kid is concerned for his sister, wondering if she ate before working, and behind him, we see a man gazing at Victoria hungrily. After a while, Victor brings out food for his sister, after getting to know that she went out the back door to take out the trash. Not seeing her anywhere, he gets worried about her going far alone at this late hour. That's when he hears some noise from close by, and as he goes close to where the sound is coming from, the sight makes all the bread in his hands drop to the ground. Victoria is getting harassed by a knight, who didn't get a chance to say anything as Victor knee-butts him in the face. The guy goes back flying and hits the ground as his nose starts bleeding as he threatens the kid, telling him that he's a slave and he should know his place. His words are cut off when the 16-year-old kicks him and beats the living life out of him. A trainee witnesses the whole incident and rushes to inform the supervisors. The odd-eyed kid is in a trance as he beats the guy, remembering the moment when his parents died and left him with the responsibility of his sister. At that moment, Logan shows up and brings him out of his trance, as he tells him to calm down and take a look around. Victor looks around and sees his sister being escorted away with a lady aimed. Our young master orders Victoria to rest, and for that guy's dead body to be taken care of. After some time, only Logan and Victor remain as he apologizes and Logan questions if he regrets it. The kid refuses, and clarifies the reason why he's apologizing is because he killed one of his soldiers without permission. The red-headed guy admits that he's not entirely wrong, and assumes that he does regret something, and that's bringing his sister all the way here. He states that his stubbornness nearly caused his sister to be injured, which is why blindly dragging her around and trying to protect her isn't always the best option. He questions if he plans to take Victoria with him to the battlefield as well. Logan tells him that he only needs to think a little to realize it's better not to bring her to potentially dangerous places than bring her and try to protect her. Despite knowing that, he allowed him to bring Victoria because he wanted him to realize that fact. Our guy did not expect things to go this far, but he feels sorry for the girl. He supposes that this will help Victor stop being overprotective. The odd-eyed kid wonders how he will be punished and is ready to accept any punishment, but clarifies that his sister is just a victim. Logan declares that killing someone is definitely a crime. However, he tells him that he did a good job today, but next time, he suggests that he gets his permission first. He clarifies that he doesn't want his future knight to be held back because of some worthless pervert. Victor looks at his master with awe and claims to keep that in his mind. Later, we see Kaisalan concerned if it's really okay for Logan to make this decision on his own when a slave killed a commoner. Our main character clarifies that Victor is his slave, hence he's his property. Besides, he adds that he heard from other trainees that the dead guy was known for being a pervert in his village, and even before coming here, and often made lewd comments about Victoria. Hence, he proclaims that he used his property to kill a heinous criminal. Kai gets what he's trying to say, and acknowledges the fact that Victor killed him under his orders. Logan claims to publicly shame him for his crimes and hang him on the castle gate and tells him to warn the other soldiers as well. The commander is curious about what he's making on the map, and he reveals that it's a surprise event for the soldiers. News of Victor murdering someone left the soldiers shocked, but when the dead soldiers' crimes were revealed, the soldiers defended Victoria. The incident was wrapped up quite simply, and time flew by quickly. And 3 months later, it's already the new year. Kai believes time flies as he realizes that it's been 2 years since he and Logan first met. The training period of 90 days with initial numbers of trainees being 1,000, from which 12 of them failed, 1 died, and 987 got the basic training, resulted in the trainees not falling anymore, and Kaisalan believes only those with a certain level of stamina and perseverance remain. The basic training is almost complete, plus Logan asked Hamar to make an extra 400 crossbows, and even though they're not enough to equip all soldiers, he thinks this should be enough to conduct joint combat training. Patrick shows up and agrees with him, suggesting that the forest at the mountain range should be good enough. He thinks it's time that their knights will need practical training soon, and this makes Logan curious if they've already mastered the Iron Blood technique. The patriarch reveals that they've all learned the basics and believed that true proficiency comes with real combat. Our young master couldn't agree more with his father as he makes an evil face. Kai witnesses them both in that form and realizes that they have tough times ahead. A few days later, in the forest below the southern mountain range of McLean, everyone is present, including the head, knights, soldiers, and young masters. Patrick commands the knights to draw their swords, steady their breath, and strike. And as a result, each knight manages to cut through a huge tree in one strike. They see months of their training paying off and are pleased with the outcomes, wondering if this is the true power of the Iron Blood sword. The soldiers are amazed by the knights and can't believe what they just saw. That's when Logan alerts them not to let their guard down because this is no ordinary forest. He lets them know they're in a monster forest, and at the exact time a swarm of goblins appears. The knights slay the goblins with ease and the rest of them scatter left and right. Our hero orders the other troop to use the crossbows and sweep away any goblins that are running away. The knights take down goblins with bows like a piece of cake and realize that they're not even a big deal. Just then, horned wolves appear and the knights feel intimidated by them. Kaisalan commands to deploy the crossbow cavalry, and the arrows are fired, but it seems that they don't work on the wolves. Logan orders the swordsmen to take position and not let a single one through. Some of them fight like pros while the others struggle as our guy helps them by slashing the wolves. He instructs one of the soldiers to take the injured one and fall back, and as he expected, most of them are useless in unexpected circumstances. Though he finds the ones who ranked in the top 100 in the sense test definitely different, and among them, Victor has definitely broken out of his shell. Logan believes it won't be long until he steps into the realm of an aura user. Patrick takes down the last horned wolf when Heinkel informs him that they're done over here as well. The patriarch realizes that it's already been a month and a half since they started this combat training. The Knights captain reveals the reason for it, stating that it's discovery of 3 towns teeming with thousands of monsters. He's glad that they found the monsters in advance, because just imagining all these monsters swarming and attacking the castle feels spine-tingling. Heinkel is curious if the young master predicted this as well, and Patrick doesn't seem so sure about it. Logan, on the other hand, orders everyone to hang in there a bit longer as they just have to cut down these trees. He tells them to carefully move the fallen trees to the town construction site so they don't get damaged. The Knights don't look very pleased as they've been cutting down trees and monsters for a month and a half now, and it's killing them. Our boy is delighted that these treasured trees were unused because of the monsters, and laughs evilly as he realizes that he gets to train the soldiers and acquire timber for the town, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There were more monsters than expected, hence it took a bit longer, but thanks to that, they got a lot of information too. In the census tests, some of the cadets ranked 200 to 500 were absorbing force, albeit weakly. Those who swung their swords desperately to survive in any situation, and those with particularly strong survival instincts. Logan assumes that maybe Force Awakening requires a 6th sense, survival instinct, or even fighting spirit. He believes that if they achieve the expected results in the grandiose civil war this winter, they can rapidly increase their forces for the war with the Empire as well. Our guy laughs as he thinks about it, making Hamar curious about him. As the dwarf asks the reason behind that cunning laugh, Logan changes the subject, saying that now that they have enough timber, they need to complete McLean Town. He asks the old dwarf if he can finish before the cultivation season, as there's 1 month left until spring. Hamar nods his head and agrees, which catches Logan by surprise since he thought it'd be difficult. That's when the old dwarf prompts him that they have the mages with them, and reveals how the workers have also been pretty motivated ever since the dam construction. He adds that they have enough food and building similar houses will increase efficiency over time. Logan looks at Hamar, starry-eyed, and wonders if he's always been this reliable. He's loving the effect of the vacation and teases him, asking him if he forgot the magic tower in the center of town. Later, we see Clayton using magic to help the workers and catching them being shocked. He tells them to pack the soil quickly. Logan thanks the big fella for once again accommodating his unreasonable conditions. He assumes that it must have not been pleasant to build a magic tower in a new town, not a city. And Clayton feels flattered as he brings up the annual support fund of 10 million gold that our guy promised him, Whether it's a city or a town doesn't matter to him, and since it's the center of the largest town in the kingdom that's even bigger than a city, he's rather excited for it. He believes if everything goes as per our young master's plan, this town will become the center of the territory, even more so than McLean or Tesron City. Clayton suggests that he builds a castle in the middle, but Logan doesn't find it necessary. For him, as long as they make it convenient for the people to farm and live in, it's good enough. The big guy thinks since it's a large town, many people will gather, and there will be a higher risk of them rebelling. But the red-headed guy is confident that won't happen if they don't exploit the people. This impresses Clayton even more as he lets out that no matter what, he's going to vote for him. He asks him if he's sure these earthen walls are good enough, wondering what if this place gets invaded. Logan thinks they're good enough because he won't allow this place to ever become a battlefield, as he plans on invading someone else before that happens. The big guy honors that he truly cares for his people's livelihood, but he doesn't think it's anything as compared to his care for his disciples. Later, we see Logan practicing the sword technique as he pierces a hole in not only the boulder, but even the trees behind it. He uses the second form of the divine sword secrets, Killer Iron Slash, a small but powerful strike that can even penetrate steel. The territory is also developing smoothly, and our guy is determined to be stronger. Time flew by quickly, and in 2 months, McLean Town was complete, and soon after came early summer, where we witnessed Dwayne reporting about the town's land reclamation proceeding smoothly. He reveals that they're a bit short on manpower for the size of land, and Logan mentions the refugees coming lately after hearing the rumors. He instructs to accept all of them to make up for it when he suddenly remembers Hamar. It's revealed that he's still on vacation, and it seems that he took a rather long one this time, hence it'll be a while before he returns. Logan is pissed, wondering if he gave him too much time, but with the town construction and additional crossbows production, he realizes it's fine. Dwayne mentions the large amount of mithril that he's heard about being given to Hamar, and that's when our boy discloses that he gave him that, so that he can play around with it and during vacations make some weapons for the knights. He sarcastically states that handling rare metals is a dwarf's dream after all. With that, he changes the subject and states that the town settlement is complete, and there's no major issue with the land reclamation. Though, it seems that he's worried about one thing. Afterwards, an angry Viscount Max Parita is shown, as he discovers that McLean reclaimed the wasteland. He believes there's no way that harsh land can be cultivated when his servant reveals to him that they seem to have drilled through the mountains to bring water from the Luther River. Parita is confused to hear that they did something crazy like that to reclaim the wasteland and wonders where they got the money for that. The servant informs Max about the rumors that the first young master made money from business, that he discovered a gold mine, or even that money rained from the sky. The Viscount doesn't want to hear these absurd rumors and demands for the facts to be focused on. He questions what he thinks the yield from the reclaimed land will be, and it's revealed to even conservatively be double theirs. Max can't afford to just sit back when a neighboring territory has suddenly become rich, and as he questions if they can find an excuse, the guy proposes that there's not really a need to make one up. He states that some of their territory's people have fled to their town, and they can use that as an excuse to infiltrate them. He suggests that they could get that land or the neighboring Tesron plains as compensation. They realize that it's too risky to take it all by themselves, and think of a guy named Soto Sylvan as a problem. Pareda orders to count the Sylvan Viscount since they have taken like them, hence he believes they probably have quite a few people leave too. It looks like the two Viscounts will unite and take over McLean. Logan informs his father that they've selected around 300 particularly talented recruits, and that they're training them separately without any assignments. Patrick asks him if he means that there are 300 recruits worthy of becoming knights. Logan lets out that it's what he believes, but Dwayne thinks that is quite a lot and Heinkel finds it an absurd number. Dumbfounded, he explains that even if he trained soldiers like mad for 10 years, only 1 in 100 would awaken their force, which makes it 10 knights out of 1,000 soldiers, but our young master is saying there's 300 of them. The red-headed guy declares that they will also maintain the current training system and continue to bring in more soldiers periodically every year. The fat guy is in utter disbelief, wondering why waste money like this in such peaceful times, and Patrick thinks that their family is currently in a period of significant development, hence excessive military expansion could provoke their neighboring territories. But Logan is aware that those people will provoke them even if they don't want to provoke them. Since McLean Town is now fully operational and the wilderness have turned into plains, he asks them if they think greedy people Sylvan and Pareda will stay quiet. He believes they have plenty of excuses, and this shocks Heinkel and Dwayne, who wonder if it's because of the refugees. Our young master makes them think about the number of refugees they received recently, and asks them how many of them do they think came from Pareda and Sylvan. He adds that if he were them, he'd use it as a perfect excuse, and that's when the fat dude snaps that if he foresaw this, he should have prevented it. The patriarch couldn't help but question if his son was aiming to start a war from the very beginning. Logan breaks it to his father that these are the enemies they need to deal with eventually, but everyone seems reluctant to accept his point of view. Just when Patrick doubts his decision of handing over his authority too quickly, A servant barges in the room and reports that Sylvan and Pareda have sent envoys. Our guy is all confident when he realizes that things have already begun and decides to discuss how they will be handling this moving forward. The scene shifts to the streets of McLean City, and the envoys seem to utterly fascinated by it. They observe the houses neatly arranged around a huge crossroad, and even though it doesn't have the sophisticated charm of a big city, it feels fresh in a rugged way. Moreover, the commoners look unusually clean and bright for such a place. The envoys find it definitely worth taking over, and one of them lets out the one who came out with this idea, made quite a wonderful attempt. The soldier walking with them states that it's all thanks to the first young master. And this catches the guy by surprise since the first young master is barely 20 years old. He couldn't help but to confirm that this city was Logan's idea. And that's when the soldier starts yapping about how great their young master is all the way until they reach the castle. The envoys arrive at the castle, and seeing them looking so exhausted, the patriarch asks them if they're all right. One of them, referring to our boy, comments that he has truly splendid soldiers. The guy decides to get straight to the point, and since he can't keep all these people waiting, he demands the return of the escaped refugees for recurrence prevention and control over the Tesseron Plains, along with the southwestern part of the reclaimed wasteland, adjacent to Pareda. Logan knows that in other words, he means that they give up the entire castle and half of the developed land. He realizes that they're basically asking for war and gives his father an "I told you" look, to which his father nods and signals Heinkel. Heinkel, as the commander of knights, questions if Sylvan and Pareda wants to go to war with McLean right now. This brings out the patriotism in the knights as they order the envoys to get out of here. The guy states that they can't intimidate a messenger like this, and if they don't want war, he demands to have the knights retreat. Patrick declares the one trying to start a war is them, and clarifies that McLean does not fear war. The guy warns that McLean will be left with nothing but ashes and asks if they really want destruction. That's when Logan steps in and questions, how can refugees fleeing tyranny be a bargaining chip? He lets out that they've forgotten their obligations as nobles, and commands the knight that there's no need to negotiate. The envoys are in disbelief, wondering if they're seriously going to war, and calls them crazy. Our young master steps down and warns them of their foul language against the ruler of the land, stating the ones out of their minds is them. He draws his sword as he approaches them, and the envoys call their guards for safety, but all of them are taken down by Logan in a jiffy. He lets them know that if they intend their sword on another's land, then they should be prepared to die as well, and despite the guy's warning, our man slashes his body, which forces the other guy to his knees. He claims to convey each and everything to his lord and begs for forgiveness, and at last, Logan commands the knights to prepare for war. We then learn that the same day they cut down the envoy from Sylvan, House McLean sent out a message to the two viscounties via magic communicator. Count Sylvan gets enraged when he gets to know his envoy has been killed by the McLeans, thinking they've gone mad. The servant reports to the count that the McLeans demand compensation for the disrespect shown by envoys. The arrogant Sylvan believes those beggars have no fear now that their lives have gotten a bit better. Grinning, Soto Sylvan, in his deluded world, gets ahead of himself and deduces that the McLeans do not even have the troops to fight them head-on. Before that, he wishes to show them mercy one more time. The scene then takes us to Tesseron Castle Barracks, where Patrick and Logan McLean learn about Count Sylvan's demands, wanting their runaways brought back, on top of 10 million gold, and the Tesseron Plains as compensation. Our guy is disappointed that this is all they had to say, not to mention they hurried to Tesseron as soon as they sent word. The patriarch curiously asks Logan if there's a reason behind it and believes that the enemy is unaware, but their forces are strong enough to defeat the Viscount easily. That's when Logan opens up that they need to conquer Sylvan as quickly as possible, since the more strength they display, the less likely other territories are to provoke them. Our fella adds that they don't need to draft any more soldiers because if they take over Sylvan Castle quickly with their regular forces, Pareda won't be able to take action lightly. His father understands that it's all about how quickly they can conquer Sylvan, and, in that moment, Kaizolan knocks on the door and reports that more than 1,000 soldiers and 300 mercenaries are ready, awaiting their command. As our boy asks if they are all armed properly, Kai assures the young master that they have armor, spears, crossbows, and horses as well, guaranteeing that their forces are stronger than any other. It is revealed that the McLeans have 5 times as many mounted crossbow units as they had during the Territory War, as well as the father and his soldiers, who have learned the Iron Blood Blade and become stronger. Contemplating, our hero does believe that they aren't going to lose even if Sylvan and Pareda were to fight them at the same time. But he manifests that now isn't the right time to make a move, because if they were to conquer both of the territories, they would end up with 5 castles altogether, which would make their territory on par with those of the Margraves. And if that happens, both forces of the first and second prince will try to rope in House McLean during the upcoming fight for the throne. And they must not gain the attention of those factions just yet, because the man Logan plans to place on the throne is the third prince. Logan then narrates that in his past life, the first prince became the king, but he only used House McLean as he wished before abandoning it. The purges he carried out over the years after he ascended to the throne resulted in the kingdom's power suffering greatly. In addition, the second prince is not much different from the first prince in terms of reputation. In the end, the only remaining choice is the third prince. Though he is the third in line, he is the son of the queen, and, despite his youth, he's very skilled, so the current king wanted him to be his successor. But before the third prince had a chance to build up his support, the king suddenly died, and that's how the third prince was cast aside. As of now, the third prince is the only choice Logan has in order to avoid the tragedy of his past life. Our fella intends to win the civil war and make the third prince the king. And in order to do that, he just needs to take over Sylvan Castle and maintain a territory slightly larger than a viscount's, with 3 castles in total. Snapping out of it, our guy finds Kai smiling like a maniac and can't help but ask him if something good happened. That's when Kaisalon reveals that he has great news, stating that Victor has awakened his force and has been waiting outside for Logan to report to him. Logan can't control his happiness and calls Victor inside for him to show his force. The odd-eyed boy emits the force, and our guy learns that the talent Victor had as an aura user in his past life has remained. Our fella praises the boy and hands him the slave contract, stating that they will not be needing it anymore, now that he will become a knight. Logan had known that Victor might succeed soon, but he decides to postpone his initiation as a knight until after this battle. The boy asks the reason, and Logan clarifies that he can't let someone who just reached knighthood go up against more experienced knights. Our guy assures the boy that he will burn the contract right away and understands that Victor is restless because he wants to cross swords with stronger opponents. But our guy has already picked out an opponent for him, and when the time comes, he'll let him fight as much as he wants. That opponent is his brother, Ronian. After that, Logan decides to send a reply to Sylvan stating that they question the validity of their complaints. But before that, the patriarch asks him to put all the petty talk aside and spill what's in his heart. Grinning, our guy wants Sylvan to shut up and fight them. Shortly, the McLean army arrives at Soto Sylvan's territory, waving their flags. The knights standing on the roof spot the flame flags and the McLean leaders dare Soto to come out and fight them. Meanwhile, Viscount Sylvan emerges in disbelief as McLean came unannounced and gets angry at them for underestimating him. Just then, the advanced knight of Sylvan, Callian, requests the Viscount to let him fight Patrick McLean. Callian affirms that their 120 knights and more than 2,000 soldiers are ready to fight since the McLeans sent that ridiculous threat. Soto Sylvan presumes that their forces are much stronger than the enemy's and notes that Callian has become an upper-class knight too. Soon after, the Viscount questions about Pareda's response, and the knight reports that Pareda has not responded yet, which means they're still deciding what to do. While Callian states that it will take half a day for Pareda's forces even if they are coming, the Viscount dude, thinking he's a smartass, dwells on the possibility that if they were to take down House McLean right now, Pareda might strike them from behind. Soto finds it strange that the McLeans charged here as soon as they sent the demands, as though they were lying in wait, and House Pareda grew hushed. Even Knight Callian finds it suspicious, and Soto suspects that those Pareda bastards have come to an agreement. As the Viscount trembles with anger, Patrick McLean shouts the Viscount's name and wonders if he's too afraid to fight them. That's when Count Sylvan orders the knight to contact House Bifrost right away and tell them that once they defeat McLean, they will dedicate half of what they gain to Bifrost as tribute. He tells the knights to do whatever it takes to keep Pareda from attacking them and to crush those McLean bastards. Soto assumes that Pareda has stabbed him in the back, and he plans to crush Max Pareda after defeating McLean, or so he thought. The McLean knight supposes that it's better to provide covering fire first before charging into the castle, but the Patriarch refuses, stating they can't do this just yet, and they can't have Viscount Sylvan escaping. Meanwhile, Logan agrees and, smirking, he's well aware that Sylvan's forces will come out soon as they think they're superior. Plus, our fella knows Soto Sylvan very well, that he can't stand being insulted. Upon hearing this, Heinkel is confused because, as far as he remembers, Master Logan has lived in McLean his whole life, wondering how the hell he knows Sylvan so well. Shortly, as anticipated, Sylvan's army marches out of the gates while the Patriarch looks at the 3,000 regular forces of the enemy that are 1.5 times the McLeans. Sylvan's strongest knight steps forward with his soldiers, but they witness the McLean army standing its ground, unbothered. Callian wonders if their opponents do not know how to count, calling them insolent. The high-ranking knight notices the McLean ragtag soldiers have decent armor, assuming that they did indeed make a lot of money. The blue-haired knight believes that Sylvan has the knights leading and cavalry supporting them, with all of them being in a standard formation. The fact that it's standard means it's proven to be effective. That's when the McLean cavalrymen make their move as Kaisalon commands the soldiers to shoot arrows. The enemy, Callian, is disappointed in Patrick McLean for using crossbows on the battlefield. The Sylvan army raises their shields to seek protection from arrows. However, things take a tragic turn for them when the arrows break through the shields with brute force. Callian frantically reports to his soldiers that it isn't an ordinary attack, commanding them to gather and maximize their force. He warns them to protect their bodies and charge. The Sylvan high-ranking knight gets enraged as he realizes how powerful the crossbows are, knowing they would kill the knights if they reacted even a little late. He's flabbergasted that these McLean rascals were hiding the weapons all this time and desperately urges to kill them. But there's more to McLean's strategy when Kaiselan orders the crossbow cavalry to spread out, ignore the enemy knights, and target the soldiers. Manifesting their defeat, Callian thinks of retreating, and that's when Patrick McLean calls out the Knights of Sylvan, asking them to face them if they have the courage. The Sylvan high-ranking knight is left in disbelief after he witnesses Patrick using a force blade, wondering when that lowly bastard reached the advanced rank. Soon after, the Patriarch then commands the brave Knights of McLean to annihilate the enemy. The captain of the McLean Knights, Heinkel, is rendered speechless given that only 6 months ago, the Knights of Sylvan were on the same level as them. But now they're easily overwhelming them, plus some of them are advancing to the next level during the battle. It's then that Heinkel is hit by a realization that their master's training wasn't in vain after all, referring to the Patriarch and Logan. Just as Heinkel is in his moment of awe, the soldiers of Sylvan attack him, but in that split second, the McLean Knight incredibly makes them disarm without harming them. The Sylvan soldiers are in utter astonishment, realizing that while Captain Callian is also a high-ranking knight, he's not as fast as Heinkel. It is all thanks to the Iron Blood Sword. Heinkel overcame the wall that he was stuck behind for a long time to become a high-ranking knight. With intermediate knights not being a problem at all, he's only left to deal with the high-ranking knight of Sylvan Callian. At that moment, Logan emerges and leaps towards the blue-haired knight. I mean, to be grilled by a 20-year-old will be a harsh blow to that knight. It is then narrated that Logan completed the second style of the Divine Sword Secrets. He had progressed almost to the level of a high-ranking knight, but all he had assumed was easy to overcome had remained impenetrable for the last few months. It was a period of anxiousness where he felt he could glimpse beyond it. If it's a high-ranking knight from another fief who hasn't learned the Iron Blood Blade like his father or Heinkel, then he'll be able to surpass the wall. With that, our knight charges at Callian, who's startled as Logan clashes with purely brute power without any technique or dexterity. Callian calls him a numbskull, and his pride is hurt badly when he's pushed back against a mere intermediate knight. The blue-haired knight realizes that he's let his guard down and warns the McLean brat, Logan, that he won't go easy on him. As our dude presumes he's talking bullshit, Callian materializes 3 swords with his force aura. Logan assumes that only the real sword is the one he's holding in his hands. However, as Callian comes to attack him, our fella learns that all of his swords are real, while the blue-haired knight thinks he got lucky as he aimed for Logan's neck. Our guy praises Callian's intriguing stunt and reveals that he's got some tricks up his sleeves too. Suddenly, Logan emits a strange aura, and Callian could feel his swords flailing the closer he gets, as if they've been entangled in this. It is at that moment the Sylvan Knight loses it and screams at Logan not to fuck with him. Meanwhile, our guy is impressed that he created more swords despite being under the pressure of the Force Blade. Just like that, Callian frantically charges at him, and, surprisingly, his several swords manage to falter Logan's aura. Shocked, our guy feels like he's fighting 5 men at once. He immediately calms himself down, and decides to restrain just 1 or 2 blades, so that he can create a gap. Logan plans to take it slow as the swords are aimed at him and mocks Callian's power, uttering that it's so weak that he's bored. Right at that moment, our hero's heart skips a beat and his force aura gets stronger tenfold. As the enemy knight is about to hit him, Logan exudes immense strength, slashing Callian. Wounded, the Sylvan Knight is thrown into inner turmoil after witnessing the McLean guy's speed, which far exceeded his at that moment. As Callian gets at something, our boy decides to give him a present for being his experience. Logan goes all out as his force cascades violently and he makes a leap at Callian. He looks as flashy as possible to raise the morale of his troops and make the enemies disappear. It is at that moment that our hero activates the Divine Sword Secret First Style, Rippling Divide, that obliterates everything in its path and burns Callian to ashes. As the Sylvan Knights witness their knight leader getting annihilated before their eyes, Logan McLean announces that he has slain the enemy's leader and they've captured Soto Sylvan. The Patriarch, who's fighting on the roof of the territory, states that they'll show mercy to those who throw down their weapons and kneel. Even our guy is surprised to see his father barging into the territory. With that, the Sylvan fief falls. Callian and 42 other knights died with 1,223 soldier casualties. On the contrary, the McLean Knights, Famez, and 5 other knights died with 0 soldier casualties. The battle that began in a day was wrapped up in a few hours, ending in an overwhelming victory for McLean. However, this victory would spark a larger war. The scene then switches to the Lord of the Southwest, who learns about Sylvan losing to McLean. His knight thinks he might be overstepping, but he suggests to the Lord that it's time for them to make a move. The scene then takes us to Sylvan's territory, where Patrick McLean gives Soto Sylvan one last chance, asking him to apologize for his sins and to leave this land with his kin after taking minimum belongings. Helpless, Soto warns McLean that this sort of outrageous seizure of control will not be tolerated by the Lord of the Southwest, Count Bifrost. As soon as the guy utters this, Patrick's nerves pop, while Logan feels that this is the worst thing to say in front of his father. It is revealed to us that the fall of the McLeans can be attributed to the mismanagement of the Count at that time. But the one who caused a rebellion to profit off of the chaos was Bifrost, one of McLean's vassals. McLean's former bountiful land became the Bifrost Plains, and it naturally made Bifrost the lord of the southwest region. But thanks to royal interventions, Bifrost did not order McLean to serve under him, nor would he have gained much from doing so. Still, hearing Bifrost's name is enough to ruin his father's mood. Enraged, Patrick believes that Soto wishes to die without that opportunity, and in that split second, Logan decapitates the Count of Sylvan. Our guy states that he respected Soto's wishes for an honorable death, and finished him off painlessly. While his father appreciates him, our boy ponders that they did give Soto a choice, and hopes that the other nobles won't use this as a means to attack the McLeans, especially Bifrost. But Logan decides to be careful as the Lord of the Southwest is an enemy they can't handle yet. The scene then takes us to Sylvan Castle, a few weeks later, where Logan reports to his father that Parida has made no moves yet. His father wonders if there's a reason Parida would do so. Our fella then asks about the Tesseron Castle and Patrick responds that Clayton, the mage, is there, so he should be able to hold even if something happened. Logan thinks it through and contemplates that brute force was not the only attribute that caused their victory against Sylvan. Viscount Sylvan underestimated them while the McLeans brought the most force they could. With only one card up their sleeves, the Golems, they wanted to keep hidden, staying behind Tesseron. But managing 3 castles is still a hassle, and our guy reckons that they need to make things more efficient. That's when Logan suggests his father shift the center of their lands, since if they set towns as the center, it will make it easier for them to manage castles. Even the servants of Sylvan agree with the idea, and keeping the knights stationed in the town of McLean will make them prepared to march to Tesseron or Sylvan on command. The Patriarch thinks it's a wise idea while our guy won't need to touch things himself now. After that, Patrick recalls that they captured 75 of the Sylvan knights, and learns that they are all in cells. He then asks Logan to persuade them to serve under McLean, and our fella finds it easy since no man would have sworn absolute loyalty to Soto Sylvan. Smirking, our dude loves how a single battle earned them this many knights. But if Sylvan had moved even a little more cautiously, they'd have had quite the casualties, and they'd only have been able to capture a quarter of the knights. Our guy affirms that it won't be like this in the future. Nonetheless, he decides to stop dwelling on this victory, and is about to warn his father to stay vigilant. In the meantime, the Patriarch lets out that even the forces of Parida no longer seem fearsome, and with a brisk smile, he thanks his son Logan. Flattered, our guy decides to let his father enjoy it for today. Just as there's a moment of peace, abruptly, a servant frantically barges in and informs the McLeans that they've gotten a message from Lord Bifrost. The servant reads the letter out loud, uttering that as the Lord of the Southwest, he expresses deep discomfort with the yearly wars by McLean. The Lord mentions that with a request from Viscount Sylvan, Parida and McLeans must cease their conflict immediately. Upon hearing this, the Patriarch simmers with anger since Sylvan started it, and now is asking for intervention, adding that the Baldy has no sense of shame. But the letter doesn't end here, and Lord Bifrost acknowledges the reason for this constant conflict is because he has not properly performed his duties as a lord, and not properly pushed for coexistence within the region. For that reason, the Lord invites the heirs of each family of the Southwest on his 50th birthday, next month, to come discuss future goals for the region as a whole. This letter doesn't settle well with the Patriarch as he shrieks and calls it bullshit. The intensity of the Patriarch's scream tears away the servant's clothes as he finds it absurd. While the poor servant concludes the letter that highlights the importance of participating, Patrick sees this as a polite way to make a threat, and clarifies that they won't bow to these threats. Amid the chaos, Logan declares that it sounds interesting and persuades his father that it's not a bad idea to visit Lord Bifrost. Calm washes over the Patriarch as he respects his son's will, but he bangs his hand on the table, stating they won't themselves kneel to Bifrost. That last frantic scream even tears the servant's pants and the poor guy is left naked yet traumatized. But even the paper tears away and Logan wishes to bury that guy now. Nonetheless, the Patriarch decides to listen to Logan, and our guy discerns that no matter what they do, they can't win against Bifrost yet. Patrick nods and calculates that they have 2 advanced knights, 15 high-ranking knights, and a total of 300 knights. The servants are surprised that the Patriarch is detailed on knights, and Logan adds that things may seem to be going well for them, but they're crossing a fine line. And now that they've overtaken Tesseron and Sylvan, Bifrost is watching them closely. So if they try to flaunt themselves when they are right next to them, they may end up trampled. Plus, according to Logan, they need time to unite the Knights of Sylvan and they have Parida serve under them. Our guy believes that it's time to reorganize forces and also need to properly learn the Divine Sword Secret's 3rd style, and time for the other knights to train. The Patriarch emphasizes that the Southwest is different from other regions. Unlike the other lords of the regions, Bifrost cannot demand the allegiance of other nobles of the region. The reason for it is complex but simple. The father elaborates that if Bifrost attempts to exercise his right as a lord, other nobles will undoubtedly express discontent. However, Logan reveals that when he went to the capital, Percival and Roofman, to the north of Bifrost, had long sworn loyalty to Bifrost. This leaves the patriarch in shock, and our guy seems to know this since he saw this in his past life. Patrick tries to process this and feels shame that his son had to face this because their family lacks power. Deep down, our boy realizes that he's got permission, and he assures the patriarch that with his skills, there won't be an issue, and thinks of it as a chance to see how the land of their ancestors has changed. Later in town, Hamar questions Master Logan if he's being sold off to enemies, and our fella wonders what kind of rumors are circulating around. But what the dwarf seems to be worried about is that if Logan dies, he won't be able to fulfill his promise of sending Hamar back to the mountain. While our boy assumed that the dwarf had grown to care for him, Logan gets a reality check and advises Hamar to learn to ignore stupid rumors. The dwarf couldn't help it since most of the rumors about our guy were true, and shortly, he hands Logan something to take wherever he's headed. It turns out to be a sword of pure mithril, and our boy is left in awe when he looks at the McLean logo. Later, Plone Pareda, the Pareda's heir, arrives at the Bifrost castle gate in a cart, and while he waits until someone receives him, he glances at someone who's from McLean. He still can't believe that the McLeans occupied Sylvan. He's surprised that the guy is alone without any guards, assuming that they took quite a bit of loss in their war with the Sylvans. Plone's intrusive thoughts get a bit too much, as he even planned to have taken their heads if it weren't for Bifrost's intervention. Intimidated, the blonde Plone gets out of his cart and asks the guard why he's getting the same treatment as someone who looks like a nobody, referring to Logan. While the knight tries to shut him up, the Pareda heir boasts that if it weren't for the count, then they'd be on their knees begging him to save their lives. As our guy knows he can't say anything straight to his face, Plone, the ugly face, greets our boy and praises him for killing 6 knights in an instant. Just then, the blondie notices Logan wearing armor under his clothes, yet the hilt of his sword is clean. Our guy introduces himself, and the Pareda heir is shocked to see the gingerhead younger than he imagined, starting to believe the rumors were exaggerated. Smirking, our dude goes a little hard on the handshake and squeezes the fuck out of Plone as he cries in pain. Logan apologizes and covers up by saying that he thought Plone was about to initiate a strength contest. The blonde guy gets hella pissed that he draws out his sword to teach that despicable, impudent McLean bastard a lesson in manners. The knight warns them that personal fights are forbidden in Bifrost territory, while our boy scoffs and humbles Plone's arrogant ass, wondering why he doesn't know his place for someone who's an heir of a territory. This further triggers the blonde heir, and his knights dash towards Logan for insulting their master. Just as Pareda's knights wield their swords, our fella grimly draws the sword out, and in that second, he uses force that breaks all of their swords into 2. While the knights are left dumbstruck, Plone is thrown into absolute shambles since he didn't sense any force from Logan, believing that the gingerhead managed to do that solely with the power of his sword. The blonde loser doesn't feel any magic from the sword, which means it's not an artifact either. The Bifrost knight astonishingly asks the McLean's young master about the sword, but our fella finds it rude. Right at that moment, a big guy marches out of the castle, and everyone's gaze is fixated on the Knight of Moonlight, Sir Franz, the upper advanced knight who's here to receive the guests in person. Silver eyes and hair, Logan is truly amazed to see Franz as that guy does stand out. Never in his wildest dreams did he think Bifrost would send an upper advanced knight to receive 2 brats from the countryside. Our guy gets a little convinced that Bifrost really does care about them, or it's the other way around. Nonetheless, Pareda's heir immediately introduces himself, and given that, Sir Franz looks at Logan and thinks he's from McLean. Our guy could sense that Sir Franz is trying to put pressure on them, and after our fella introduces himself, the silver-haired knight is amused to see the McLean guy being an intermediate knight at such a young age. While everyone is taken aback to know that Logan is an intermediate knight and understand the reason behind his strength, our boy springs with happiness as his plan worked. Logan narrates that high-ranking knights have a unique sharp energy about them, which can't be hidden or detected by knights of the same rank or higher. But as he reached the level of a high-ranking knight and achieved 3 stars in his force core, he's able to control the faint energy he has. For that reason, our guy believes that it's better to show only this amount of strength for the current Bifrost to lower their wariness. That's the reason why Logan didn't bring guards, to flaunt that he's enough, alone. Nonetheless, our fella thanks Sir Franz and says that he's working hard to be like him in the future. Sir Franz suggests that with his talent, he's ought to aim to become a superhuman at least. Anyways, the silver-haired knight leads the way into the VIP building of Bifrost, informing them that the heirs of Percival and Ruffman have already arrived, and asks them to rest here until tomorrow's party. After Franz leaves, Plone looks at Logan, who's without his servants, and assumes that there's no way he would have clothes for a party, asking him if he wants him to lend him pajamas. Logan is creeped out and goes on his way to look for his room. Our fella already guessed it when he led his knights to fight despite being warned not to, but Plone really doesn't understand the situation he's in. He figures out that if it's the level of Pareda's heir and knights, occupying them won't be difficult. Plus, he doesn't intend to take off his armor in this place to begin with. Our fella looks at the flag and knows that it's the land which his ancestors previously lost, so he must not let his guard down. He walks into the castle and finds Befros sitting on the throne and commands Logan McLean to unsheath his sword immediately, because he doesn't know what could happen in this place. Later, at the party, Logan, the son of McLean, greets Count Bifrost and wishes him a happy birthday. While the other heirs mock our guy for wearing armor at the party, our fella is focused on Roger Bifrost. Since he is a potential enemy, the McLeans might have to fight. He looked at the nearby castles and towns a few days before he arrived here. Logan expected it to be as discontent as Sylvan or Tesrun, but the people were actually quite friendly in the southwest. The people there speak highly of Lord Bifrost, which means they are sufficient to the point where they do not extort their people. Nonetheless, Count Bifrost assumes the McLeans intend to follow his wishes given that Logan is here. Our boy states that if the Count's wishes are for peace, McLean is ready to lead the march. The Count expected more resistance, but he's enlightened to see young McLean. Our dude is surprised to see the Count wishing for country peace and gets to know that Bifrost was really in the 5th circle. Well, there was a rumor in his previous life that Count Bifrost showed incredible martial prowess in battle. Bifrost was on the side of the second prince, who lost, so he didn't pay much attention. But the fact that he's in the 5th circle is true. A 5th circle is treated as the same level of power as an advanced knight, especially in war. When that power extends far beyond individual battles, it's considered even more formidable. And Bifrost also has 2 advanced knights. Just as our boy is lost in thought, the attention is diverted to the Count, who's about to give a speech. The Count thanks everyone for showing up, and also thanks His Highness, who's not present at the party, for bestowing him with the Tear of the Sun. The people gasp with utter astonishment as they didn't expect Bifrost to be this close to the prince. As the Count of the Southwest continues his speech, our guy gets bored and wonders if this guy is going to repeat the same thing as in the message. Bifrost eagerly exclaims to bond together as one, and the Highness, who's likely to succeed the throne, wishes for the support of their region. But Logan sees this as a fancy way to say shut up and come under the second prince. At that very moment, Count Bifrost changes the trajectory of his speech towards the heir of the McLeans. As the room fills with anticipation, the Count praises our boy who led the McLeans to the victory of 2 wars recently, and a genius who became a knight at the age of 21 only, stating that even the advanced knights he knows have failed to reach such prowess. Our fella smiles awkwardly and wonders what Bifrost is planning with all this flattery. That's when the Count wishes to make an offer, not intending to force Logan, and reveals that Count Valtermine, the grandfather of the second prince, is searching for talented men like him. Bifrost expresses that he would like to recommend Logan to Valtermine to be his student if he'd like. Meanwhile, an uproar erupts in the crowd as they can't believe that the Count is talking about the superhuman, master of the blazing heat sword. Our guy, stuck in a tough spot, respectfully refuses the offer, reasoning that he already has a teacher he's devoted himself to. While Bifrost assumes that Logan's teacher was his father Patrick, our fella corroborates that his father is not the teacher, and mentions that he received training from a great man. Hence, our boy refuses the Count and the room grows silent. Smirking, Bifrost is amazed how the young truly do things quickly, and announces that the blazing heat sword himself will be visiting soon, suggesting the McLean heir receive a little training from him. Bifrost justifies that he intends to provide this offer to all heirs under him present at the moment. While this offer was tempting for many, it becomes clear to Logan that the Count officially declared that the McLeans would serve him. Frustrated, our guy learns about Bifrost's evil plans to rope the McLeans however he wants. And since it is hard to refuse the Count again in this situation, our fella had made some preparations beforehand. Logan expresses his gratitude to the Count for his compliments, and looks forward to Bifrost's request since he wishes so strongly. Bifrost thanks the young McLean for accepting the offer, calling it the first step towards the reuniting of the Southwest. The Count adds and calls out his old friends, Percival and Ruffman, who agreed to unite under the flag of Bifrost. In return for their deep loyalty, the Count gives those heirs something personally. At that moment, the servants bring out millions upon millions in gold artifacts. It is then revealed to us that artifacts are magic tools made with material that exudes magic or is imbued with magic, allowing the tool to carry a magical effect nearly indefinitely. These magic tools are more versatile when made by a high-class mage association known as the Magic Society rather than by circle mages. Even a 5th circle mage finds it difficult to make artifacts since they are assigned different grades according to the magic enchanted on them. But it is a fact that they cost a fortune. Even the cheapest material used to make them would be mithril. In order to ensure these expensive materials don't go to waste, they are usually enchanted with magic of at least class 3 and higher. And in order to create a class 3 artifact, the mage casting the magic must be 2 classes higher. In other words, the price for such items can only skyrocket, and our guy is left in wonder that Bifrost is just giving away these as gifts. Just then, Bifrost calls Percival and Ruffman forward, asking if they swear allegiance to him. Both heirs swear allegiance to Count Roger Bifrost. The Count then bestows upon Ramon Percival the Sword of Lambton, and to Eric Ruffman, the Hammer of Saxon. Eric and Ramon gush with happiness to get such lavish gifts while Bifrost boastfully claims that he's never stingy with his gifts. He makes it clear that noble houses willing to become vassals of House Bifrost going forward will also be rewarded like this. Our guy could sense that the Count is watching as he blabs about the rewards. Suddenly a drunk guy declares that the sword Logan McLean carries is a better weapon. It turns out to be dumbass Plone, the Parita heir, and he rudely says that the Count was making a big deal out of his gifts, adding that the sword Logan carries looks nicer to him. While everyone is confused, Plone keeps stating facts as he's drunk. As his servant shuts him up, our fella, embarrassed as fuck, assumes that this bastard Plone is trying to drag him down with him because he damaged his ego. Our boy then narrates that for the sword Hammer made him, he named it Lux, after the ancient word for hope and light of dawn, and it really is as strong as most artifacts would be, because it's truly a masterpiece created by a master-level dwarf craftsman and customized for his build. Getting his hands on a dwarf-made masterpiece is simple, but all these greedy nobles never think to use such methods. Freaked out, Logan was going to negotiate with the Count by using a tip and buying himself more time, but that damned fool Plone barged in and turned the tables. Count Bifrost expresses great curiosity in Logan's sword, and our guy justifies that he was just lucky enough to get his hands on a dwarven-made weapon. Intrigued, the Count believes that if that is indeed a proper dwarven-made masterpiece, its rarity alone would make it comparable to an artifact. That's when the cunning Count requests Logan that he would like to take a look at his sword. Our guy plans to refuse the Count and respectfully states that as a knight, he cannot entrust his companion to anyone else. Roger Bifrost laughs and calls our guy old-fashioned. The Count then asks our fella to show off his weapon in an old-fashioned duel. Count Roger implies that since they happen to have two young men here who have just been given artifacts, they can compare them. The Count calls Ramon Percival, who's also a middle-class knight, and to make it interesting, Bifrost adds a condition to it. He says that if Ramon wins, the dwarven-made sword will be his, and if Logan McLean wins, Bifrost will give him a suitable artifact as a reward. And now the Count is gonna get scammed the shit out of his treasury's smug face since our guy loves him some free stuff. Roger Bifrost announces to draw their swords if they agree to these terms, and Logan, grinning, is freaking happy since things have gone in an unexpected direction. Our guy then draws his sword since he can't refuse free stuff. Ramon Percival offers Logan the first strike being the oldest, but Logan refuses, saying that he doesn't wish to hear later that he had a disadvantage in this fight. Ramon decides to show him that there are skies above the heavens, as he believes being called a genius has made him arrogant. He pulls out his artifact and its glamorous glow catches everyone's attention. Logan can't decide if he's trying to attract more attention or if it's something else. He wonders if he purposely gave him an artifact more focused on flashiness than actual use. In contrast, Hamar's Lux is rather plain, but it's perfectly balanced, sharp, and durable. A sword only needs to serve its purpose well to be called beautiful, although Percival doesn't seem to have the brains to know that. He charges at our guy, who's aware that Franz, the Moonlight, is in the audience. Hence, he chooses to hide his full strength and be careful to hide his confidence even more so, while still being able to match him somewhat. Logan purposefully stumbles a few times, lets himself get scratched a bit, and occasionally pulls off a nice counterattack. He shows a little vigor, and after he defeats him, he ends it by saying that he was lucky. He also increased his metabolism with his force core to make himself sweat, to make it more convincing. Ramon claims that it's a mistake and makes excuses like he was just not used to this sword. That's when Count Febro shuts him up and lets him know that he's a disappointment. With that, he apologizes to our young master for making him see such a sorry sight, and declares that since his men have wronged him, he will specially open up his treasury and allow him to pick any artifact he wishes. The red-headed fella sees through his tricks and knows that he's trying to keep him here at any cost. The Count is confident that no matter what Logan will take, he'll be able to retrieve it, but Logan is determined not to let him do as he wishes. That's when a servant barges into the room and informs that the Sword Duke has contacted him for his birthday. This catches Febros with utter shock, and we see Felix through a magic crystal ball, who deeply congratulates the birthday of one of the kingdom's most reliable pillars. He apologizes for not being able to make it, and is sure that those of them who have arrived are deeply appreciating the goodness of the Count. The Count thanks the Duke as he never expected him to contact him directly, and it seems that he's really sucking up to the Duke, getting off his high chair. Just then, Felix spots Logan over there and turns out it's all Logan's plan, who tries to act normal even though he's not the best actor. Our boy follows along and confesses that it has been a long time, addressing the Duke as teacher. Everyone present there is taken aback after hearing the word teacher, as they discover that the country bumpkin is the Sword Duke's student. Felix expresses that he's at a loss of words to suddenly see the face of his student who never contacts him, and asks him when he's coming to the capital. He reminds Logan that he told him he would host a banquet for him, and Logan sincerely apologizes, explaining that due to trouble between families, he might need to stay at Bifrost Castle. Esperanza addresses the Count and asks him if that's true. Bifrost nervously lets out that if the Sword Duke himself wishes for Logan, he can delay his needs any time. Our young master knows that he made the right choice asking him for help. Despite being a neutral party that is not associated with either prince, Felix is the superhuman who holds up the royal family. Even the count cannot refuse such a man's orders, and that's why the red-headed guy asked for his help. The next day, Logan is instructed to have a look around the room filled with artifacts and is told that the count has guaranteed a single treasure, anyone. Our guy witnesses 30 treasures and realizes that he's removed all the important ones. But even so, any one of them is still worth at least 10 million gold. Hence he's determined to pick a good one. It seems that Logan's enhanced senses from learning the Force Core allow him to sense the differences in energy contained within the air. That alone lets him judge their power, and he decides to skip the weapons and look for Lux. He looks at them, and even at a glance, none of them are better than the ones he saw at the banquet yesterday. He finds all of them mediocre, but the one that's better is where all his force is converging. Logan follows the force and spots a pair of boots, and when he doesn't feel any magic from them, he wonders if they are even artifacts. It seems that they're continuing to absorb his force, and he assumes that if he continues to supply them with his force, they might break. To his surprise, his force is being sucked in like a wave, and he realizes that he'll suffer from damage at this rate. Logan lets out more force to see what happens, and his force surprisingly returns. He takes those boots and the scene shifts to Fabros, later that night, who finds out that our boy has left already. Knowing that he left with the artifact with 3 days of the party left, the Count realizes that our young master really intends to screw him over. He orders his men to follow him and retrieve the artifact and that sword of his, allowing them to do anything as long as he survives. Logan is peacefully resting when he senses killing intent and wonders if it's a pursuer sent by Bifrost. The intruder remarks that he's got keen senses, and our boy, as he hears the distorted voice, is confused if he's trying to hide his identity. Logan lets them know that he's aware that they're from Bifrost, and what seems to be their supervisor orders his men to just not kill him. The masked men leap at him and our boy attacks them with lightning speed. They are baffled as to how an intermediate knight can be this fast, and our young master is satisfied that he chose these boots. When the boots expelled the force he pushed into them, he thought it might have been a fluke, but putting them on he sees their value. His enhanced reaction time, a triple jump in the air, and climbing on top of that, they have self-mending and adjustable size. This was at least an artifact above the 4th rank. The men ask their superior for permission to aim for Logan's vitals, otherwise they can't suppress him on his own. Their captain finds it embarrassing and decides to step in himself. Logan witnesses the silver force blade and realizes that it's Franz. He states how he never knew the title of Moonlight was earned through sneak tactics, and Franz seems to have noticed that he not only has hidden his true strength, but has far exceeded it. The Moonlight Knight reveals his identity, and our guy thinks there's no point hiding it now that he's shown his iconic silver force blade. Franz declares that he will be taking those artifacts as payment for this lesson, and our young master asks him if he's not embarrassed of his title, to which he tells him that this is the reason he intends to make this a harsh lesson. Logan observes the peculiar stance. It's as if he's holding a whip, and just as Franz moves his force blade, it's revealed that it can actually move like a whip. Our hero finds his attacks relentless against the opponent, and even though he's been using his force blade since earlier, it isn't working. Now that it's come to this, our man decides to use everything he's got. The masked men witness Franz's force as sturdy as ever, and Logan is baffled that he didn't feel any impact, even though he used the first and second forms. He dodges a close attack, knowing that he would have died if he had let his guard down. The Moonlight Knight is shocked as to how our guy is doing that, since that couldn't be the artifact's doing. He's curious if those were the secrets of the Sword Duke. Logan sees him standing intact, which makes him realize that his attacks didn't really connect. If it weren't for his amplified abilities and the boots of the Wind God, he would have taken that attack just now head-on. He guesses that he's not strong enough to take him yet, and decides to do something that might work against him. The red-headed guy announces that he'll show off the Sword Duke's secret arts, but he needs a moment as he's still a little unproficient with it. Franz, acting all curious, claims to look forward to witnessing his skills, while Logan contemplates if he should pull out his secret art that he's barely grasped even after a month of spending time as a high-ranking knight. Our guy focuses, figuring out that if he loses here, he'll lose Lux and the boots, and that he will ensure he will never hold a sword again. He opens his eyes, only to see the Moonlight Knight attacking him, and the next thing we see is dust everywhere. Franz is confident that even he, with this much impact, won't be intact, but something unexpected happens. Logan stands firm with the 3rd form of the Divine Sword technique, which catches the old knight by utter shock. Before anyone gets the chance to do something, Logan attacks Franz with the 3rd form of the Divine Sword technique. The impact saturates the area with dust, and the masked men discover their Moonlight Knight on the ground, coughing blood. He managed to dodge the attack but feels that it would have been better to die together. Our young master flees with a horse while his head is filled with the moments from the past. He let his guard down, and when the advanced knight came at him, he saw the coin-sized hole pierced through his right chest. He guesses that it must have been a result of the rippling divine and realizes how his excited expression and all that chatter were just for show. but Logan was unable to see through it. However, he knows this for sure, and that is with his skills and treasures, he can definitely defeat a high-ranking knight. With that, our lad drops from the horse, exhausted. The scene shifts to the McLean household, where Logan's return caused quite a fuss. After all, their heir, who returned from Bifrost after 2 weeks, looked completely disheveled. There was not enough proof to file a formal complaint to the Bifrost, and they might try to pick a fight under the pretense of defamation. Hence this incident was put to rest. Patrick believes his son endures these hardships because their family lacks power and cannot bear to see his face. Our boy assures his father that they will be able to pay them back soon, and to do that, he knows he needs to organize his forces. Later, we see Ranian practicing his skills as per his older brother's command, who told him that there was no need for him in the war and that he should hone his skills. The young awakened is determined not to be treated like a child by our hero since he's also a sword of their family. He's occupied with his thoughts when Logan's voice brings him back and he's surprised to see him. Logan suggests that he take a break and introduces Ranian to the person he will be training with from now on. Turns out it's Victor, who introduces himself as the new knight while Ranian inspects him to be the same age and is curious if he's a force user too. Our main character reveals that it hasn't been long since the odd-eyed kid awakened, hence he's been spending time adjusting to his force until now. And since they're the same, he assumes that they'll be good motivators for each other. Ranian asks him what he means by them training together, and Logan lets him know that it's sparring. He wonders if they want to give it a try right now, and the next thing we see is both the young awakens sparring. Ranian witnesses the Iron Blood Sword, and is baffled if his opponent really awakened recently. He decides to pay him back and attacks him, but Victor comes at him from above, which he instantly dodges. He declares that he's a monster, and that's when Logan laughs out loud, taunting him about who is calling who a monster. He finds it cute, but Ranian feels embarrassed by his behavior and nonetheless decides to try his best. With that, they both continue to spar again, and as our boy thought, they have good synergy. Victor had not only perfected learning the Iron Blood Sword, but he's adjusting it to fit his style better as well. And Ranian, who could outclass intermediate knights with his limited knowledge of sword styles, is moving freely, unbounded by forms. The violent free blade and the pure precise blade should reflect qualities they mutually impart to each other as they fight. Our guy hears them fighting and just laughs. It's 7 years until the War of the Empire begins, and he assumes that those two might be completed in 5 or 6. He believes it's good if Victor could learn the divine sword secrets right about now, but the question is if he can trust him that much. Logan ponders about some sort of catalyst that will bind him here, and the next thing we see is Victoria, who can apparently see the bands of mana. Clayton is flabbergasted to discover that a kid can see the bands of mana. Our young master recalls his conversation with little Victoria when he suggested she try learning things so that she can find something that will help her out. The little girl was curious if she could learn how to move clay dolls with yellow strings, and that's when it was discovered that she has the ability to see mana bands. Back to the present, Clayton decides to put it to a test and instructs the kid that he will be sending his mana in a certain direction, and she has to tell him where it's connected to. He sends his mana, and Victoria tells him that it's connected to the old man, and then he tries again, and she guesses it right again. The bulky fella is impressed to the core and believes this child is the real deal, because not even the grand mages or legends could see mana with their eyes. Logan is curious if seeing mana is that impressive and assumes that it's going to cause a fuss if he admits he can see it too. He asks the girl if she's sure about her decision to learn magic and she's ready to do it, if that's how she can control the giant doll, aka Golem. Our guy wonders why a doll, and that's when she reveals that if she has a strong doll, she'll be able to do more things. Logan is weirded out when he sees Clayton and the other mages acting all cute for Victoria. He realizes that both siblings are geniuses, and that raises more questions about their parents. With that, he thinks it's time he heads to Grand as their forces are getting stronger at a good pace. He remembers his promise with his master and plans on going by himself real quick because he feels bringing an aid would just slow him down. A few days later, we see a group of knights surrounding our main character in order to protect him while he just wants them to get lost. Captain Henderson of the 18th Squad of the McLean Knights reports for duty to Logan. He feels honored to serve him today, and believes that being able to accompany our young master to the capital today means that he's serving a future legend. He plans on making sure to claim his place as one of his trusty hands. His thoughts are interrupted when Logan orders him to get them some firewood. Our boy is displeased because he wanted to go by himself, but his father insisted that he take at least a minimum number of aides, as it will be impolite to the Sword Duke. He agreed to a few knights, but seeing Rick, he asks him why he's here. Rick justifies his presence by saying, what would people think of the heir of a noble family walking around without a personal servant? Logan doubts that he's here for that, and not because he wants to visit Grandia. And Rick frantically accepts that he does, because nobody in their fief will talk to him because they think he stinks. He desires to get married, and wants our young master to take some responsibility for it. Logan feels frustrated because he knows that they'll just drag him down since he's not just visiting his teacher here. He actually has 2 goals for this journey, and that is to first identify potential changes to the future, and to meet the third prince to form a connection with him. The current king, Samuel von Grandia, had no heir until the age of 40, hence he called forth 2 women to be his concubines from 2 duke families, and had 2 sons. But after 10 years, the queen gave birth to the third prince over the age of 40. The third prince, with his innate talent for swordsmanship and good attitude, surpassed his troublemaker brothers to become the next king. The king also had him in high regard, but the families of the 2 princes did everything they could to stop the expansion of the third prince's influence. And from there, what the author is about to say are the events of the future. This winter, just before the third prince becomes an adult, the civil war begins with the sudden death of the king. The first prince, Juan Douglas, a 6th circle mage, receives the support of his grandfather, as well as the second prince, Jordan Valtermine, the young superhuman. As the third prince, who's unable to match the political power of either faction, is about to be executed, when Felix declares to be the newfound king's blade if they spare the third prince's life. The most prominent of neutral nobles with that statement, the third prince was able to keep his life. After that, the first prince gained the upper hand, but he drove the country to ruin over the next 5 years, until the empire attacked. That king used Ranyan as bait during the war with the empire, but this time, Logan is determined to never allow him to become king. And knowing that the second prince is cut from the same cloth as his brother, he decides to see with his own eyes if the third prince is worthy of being king. Just then, a guard informs him that his identity has been verified, hence they should head inside. Henderson along with Rick and some other knights are in awe as they witness the Sword Duke's manor. Rick then spots a beautiful maid and whispers to Logan, implying that if he gets things going with the Duke's maid, it would benefit their family as well. His words are cut off when he's hit on his head, and that's when someone calls out our boy's name, instructing him to follow him. The guy tells the others to follow Ermin, and it's just him and Logan now. Logan finds him familiar, and that's when the guy introduces himself as Luis Howing, Duke Felix's overseer. Our young master is surprised as he discovers that he's Captain Luis of the Grandia Liberation Front. In his past life, unlike him, who was burning in vengeance, he was a man with ideals. He still clearly remembers the last time they met. It was when Luis needed Logan's help since he was the only one who could interpret it. He told him to memorize everything, and even if he must burn the book, he should remember everything and pass it on to someone with talent. There was something else the captain gave him along with the secret text, but our guy can't remember it as he feels a sharp pain in his head. Luis asks him if he's alright and he thanks him, letting out that he must not have rested well last night. The captain advises him to take good care of his body while he's still young, telling him how it all comes back when they age. Logan remembers that he said that in his past life too and is glad that he got his grip now. He decides not to think about that memory from the past, much as he just needs to ensure it doesn't happen in this life. He's escorted to the room where the Duke and his wife are waiting for him, and as he enters, he expresses that he's overjoyed that they seem well as ever. Felix's wife guesses that he must be Logan, and admits that she's heard a lot about him from her husband. She acknowledges the fact they owe him big time, and he congratulates her on the birth of their heir. The Duke occasionally tells his wife to sit as she's been standing the whole time, and that's when she reveals that he has something she wants to ask our lad. She asks Logan if he could choose the child's name, and upon seeing his shocked expression, Felix lets him know that they've been discussing it for quite some time now. They believe it's all thanks to him and wish for him to choose the name of this child. Our young master is speechless because he's aware that a name decides and illuminates the path a child is to walk. That is the belief the people of Grandia have held since ancient times. Nobles seek out well-respected individuals the moment their children are born to name them. They even hold feasts in celebration of their children's names. But to leave such an important task to him when they've only met twice is shocking to him. Logan can see they've had significant influence on each other's lives, and even though it's a heavy responsibility, he sees no reason to refuse. Hence he agrees, and the Duke then rushes his wife out of the room so she can rest amidst her persistence. Meanwhile, our dude just sits there, giving himself the title of the one who named the sword Duke's child. As soon as she leaves, Felix confesses that he's not great with words and suggests that they talk with bodies. He's surprised by how quickly Logan's level has risen in such a short time and demands to see how strong he is now. The next thing we see is them standing against each other, ready to duel, and our guy attacks the Sword Duke, but they're blocked easily by him. He believes if it's a battle against the master, he can test his limits, but Felix tells him to stop and questions what he thinks he is doing. Felix asks him if he's implying that this is his full power, and as Logan refuses, he instructs him to try his hardest. Our boy realizes that this is the first training they had since they became teacher and student, hence he can't let him down. He uses the rippling divide technique, and as he's about to use the killer iron slash, the Duke, with a sword up to his neck, questions if he intends to fall after only 2 attacks. He hits our young master on the leg and he tumbles to the ground. Without showing any mercy, the Duke orders him to get up and asks him if wasting his force like an idiot is all he knows. Logan is baffled as to why he's calling his divine sword secrets combo idiotic, since he managed to wound even the Moonlight Knight with this. Felix demands of our boy to show him everything, his true swordsmanship, and makes known that he doesn't want to be disappointed any further. The red-headed guy claims to demonstrate it properly and decides to go once more with the killer iron slash. Felix supposes that he doesn't seem to have understood it. With that, he just disappears in the dust. And the fact is that Logan didn't even hear him take a step. As he's looking around for him, he appears from the back, which catches Logan off guard, and he's hit in the face. Our boy gets frustrated as he repeatedly fails, and Felix wonders if he's really trying. His body trembles and he's clueless as to what the Duke even wants, going on about swordsmanship. Felix believes he might have made gains in sheer power since they last met, but he finds his swordsmanship unchanged, worsened, to be more precise. He lets Logan know that his fundamentals are broken, and questions if he thinks all good swordsmanship is to put all his force into some special move. The greatest swordsman reveals that his fundamentals need to be the basis of getting stronger. Even if he gets to the next level with luck or talent, it merely raises the height of the next wall. Our young master wonders if that's so, since he easily gained power because he regressed, along with the memories he had from his past experiences. He spent all his time on the divine sword secrets, and the fact that he acted so arrogant with just that bothers him. He realizes that after he'd come back to the past, he misjudged himself because things were going his way. Logan insists on getting another chance from the Duke so that he can repave his fundamentals from the start. The next thing we see is our boy passed out, being taken to the medical ward. Felix states that the sword is learned with the body. The more painful it is, the better one learns. And Luis laughs as he detects how he has taken a real liking to Logan. The Duke proposes that maybe if he didn't waste his talent, he would, although he admits that he does like his determination. Just then, Rick comes there and introduces himself, claiming that he's here to deliver a letter from Baron McLean. Felix suggests that he could have done so virtually, and that's when the servant reveals that it wouldn't be appropriate for our guy to know. The letter conveys that it's meant for Count Felix Esperanza, whom he so dearly respects. Patrick understands that they're in debt to him for a favor they could never repay, and mentions the great secrets bestowed on them by him, which resulted in their family's knights growing stronger. Even though the patriarch feels shameless to ask anything further, he knows how dearly he holds Logan to bestow on him the secrets of the sword. He explains how his son went through pain last year, and declares that the McLeans would forever be in their thanks if they were to take this request. Felix finds the request interesting and is curious if Logan still knows nothing of this. Rick reveals how their young master believes it's not the time to worry over such things. The thought of a 20-year-old boy, not interested in women, pisses the Duke, and he proclaims to try his best. 1 week later, Felix suggests that Logan go on a date and lets him know that he intends to find him a match. Our boy is confused as he asks him if he didn't want him to focus on training while he's here. The Duke lets out that a calm heart is needed to train properly, and that it's something he's realized only after he met his wife. Logan is bewildered about how he would have time for any engagements when a war will break out in a few months. He finds it too sudden and wonders why bring this up now. That's when Felix reveals that he received a request and he worries for the future of his beloved pupil. Our guy guesses it's from his family, and his teacher tells him that his father is rightfully worried about a grown heir unable to get engaged. Logan realizes that he has no choice since he can't just ignore his words and decides to meet them. The next thing we see is a ginger-haired woman, introducing herself as Eileen Floyd. Rick is awestruck to see how beautiful she is, and feels that she's too good for our young master. And even Logan, who would typically show no interest, seems surprised. Logan, however, is surprised over the fact that his potential wife is a force user, the pinnacle of low rank, almost intermediate, and that too at the age of 18. Recalling her last name, Floyd, he couldn't help but to think about the time when the talents of Grandia died so easily in the 3 years of war, and one woman who stands out from the rest, the one who guarded the doors to the inner castle and cut down 100 knights, the rose of steel who bloomed from a fallen family, Eileen Floyd. Our boy was not expecting this meeting and concludes that it'd be nice to get her into their family before the war breaks out. He supposes if it was a proper marriage, instead of just engagement, he could bring her to McLean using that. But he's never heard of a noble who actually married their fiancée within a few months of meeting. He's busy in thought, confused about what to do when Eileen lets out that it seems he was also forced to come here. Logan realizes that he was not focusing and she reveals that she feels the same and would not like to waste time. The red-headed guy apologizes, saying that he was caught up thinking about other things, and that's when Eileen proposes that they spend some meaningful time together. In flashback, we see Eileen practicing when Robert Floyd walks up to her and tells her to meet a guy. She asks her father if he's still not given up, and he's firm on his belief that her beauty still calls for popularity. He reveals that it's a recommendation from Felix Esperanza himself, and that intrigues her. Robert mentions he's heard that he is soon to become renowned, although he believes it will not be as much as her, who attained force at 12. Eileen's first fiancé broke their marriage after being beaten up by her. After that, she was banned from training, but only for 2 years. Soon after, she beat up her new fiancé, who was qualified to become a knight, and proved her superiority to most knights. The maiden who beats up knights, With a name like that coupled with her will to be a knight, word about marriage soon disappeared. Hence, Robert feels the need to seize this opportunity for her. He believes a young man the Duke himself has proclaimed to be talented might be a man who could handle his daughter. Back to the present. Eileen lets out that she's heard Logan is the Sword Duke's pupil and asks him if he could cross blades with her. The next thing we see are both servants freaking out as they try to stop their masters. Eileen's maid is worried if she's going to beat up her potential fiancé again when the Count begged her not to. Eileen assures her that it's different this time and mentions how those two former fiancés looked down on her and were acting rude, hence the reason she taught them a lesson. She still wishes that she could have beaten them up more, but right now it's different. Logan, on the other hand, is being threatened by Rick, who's desperately trying to make him back out. Our guy tells him not to worry, but Rick is concerned because Logan even requested the training area to be sealed off. The red-headed guy was wondering about that lady's power and is curious if she really slew 100 knights by herself. He decides to check it out while the servants argue about who's the strongest. Eileen declares that she's trained with the blade alone for 10 years and lets him know that she's beaten a knight before, hence she hopes he won't underestimate her. Logan informs her that he doesn't plan on going easy on her at all, therefore he hopes she won't mind if he's rather rash. Eileen comes at him and he dodges the attack effortlessly while hitting her. As a result, she drops to the ground, letting out a groan. Our young master advised her that it was with the flat side, and since her sides are open, he suggests that she watch out for that. Eileen is determined to hit him at least once but gets smacked every time she does something. Logan informs her that her grip is loose, she needs to move faster, and that her sides are open again, etc. Eileen's maid weeps as she witnesses that while our boy sees that she looks tired. As he's telling her to wipe off her sweat, she tries to hit him with a sneak attack, but even that doesn't work. Logan is impressed by that move, which shocks her as to how he's not mad, and she contemplates if he's mocking her. The red-headed guy whacks her on the head, advising that she needs to move more precisely. Eileen cries out and low-key curses him while Logan, witnessing her bad habits, figures out that she really trained alone. But she's already improving with just a few pointers, which makes it clear that she has talent. However, she isn't able to use it correctly, and he wonders if his teacher felt the same when he saw him. Eileen doesn't give up and charges at Logan with intriguing footwork, but our boy deflects it again and strikes her once again. Even so, he finds her talent more than enough, and the fact that she shows good potential. Her grit is a pass too. Logan helps her up and lets out that he will give her the opportunity next time. He pulls her closer and lets her know that she has an amazing talent, hence he offers her to come to McLean. He wants her to come not as a woman but a knight, where she can freely spar and train, and promises her a battlefield where she can reap glory. Our boy suggests that they will be engaged in name, and Eileen couldn't be any happier to hear that. He discovers that her sense was comparable to Ranyan's and realizes the rumors were true. He believes she's likely to become a superhuman in the future, and if engagement is the price for bringing in such talent, it's quite cheap. However, Logan is curious as to why his teacher introduced him to the Floyds. The Duke reveals that there are two reasons. The first is that while the Floyds aren't involved with either prince, they still have quite the influence in the capital. They are a family that can represent the McLeans in the capital. Our young master believes that is one more reason Befros needs to wait. He wasn't too worried since the civil war would break out soon, but he finds it a reasonable choice from his teacher's point of view. Felix adds that he was also wondering how a wild guy like Logan would do with a troublemaker maiden like her. Logan is speechless when the Duke reveals how he saw his face turn red when he met her. Felix doesn't know how heavy the burden on Logan's shoulder is, but he thinks of someone as young as him with the face of someone who's had to hold up the entire world. Felix suggests that he can share his burden now, spread his heart wide, and trust the people around him more so he can relax. He's aware that he might be overstepping, but from what he hears, he believes Eileen could give him some of that room he needs. Logan is convinced that this is something only he can do, but he doesn't say anything. At last, Felix warns him not to wait to have a kid as he's speaking from experience. It's been 3 weeks since Logan arrived in the capital, and aside from that one date, he's been training daily or sparring with some guys. He can't decide why he feels more pressured by these guys now that they're in the capital, wondering if it's because he beat them too much. The guys look at him starry-eyed, with full admiration, and that's when the story takes us to a flashback. The knights from McLean are being looked down upon by Felix's knights, who inform them that the Duke requires his knights to be mid-ranked. One of them remarks that people like them should still be learning how to swing a sword. That guy acknowledges the fact that Henderson from those guys might have some potential, but he suggests that his friends should go and ask some knights in training next time. As they leave, Henderson finds it weird that they're strong but not as strong as the Iron Blood Sword. Another one of the knights agrees with him and recalls how our young master said he received the Iron Blood Sword from the Sword Duke himself. Hence, they wonder why these knights use a weaker blade style. This raises questions in their heads, and they are curious if Logan did not get it from the Duke. Nonetheless, they conclude that he couldn't have created it himself and assume that our boy has blessed them with skills better than the Duke's. Hence, the reason why they are so grateful and touched by Logan now. He, on the other hand, being unaware of all this, is not sure what's up with these guys, but since they're not causing any trouble and seem to be focusing on training, he wonders if he should give them something to do. At the same time, we see Philip trying to sell products to the passers-by, claiming that this is the essential vanity product that made nobles gasp. He's calling out young lads in order to persuade them to buy it when he sees a young man looking exactly like Logan. Realization hits him, and the next thing we see is our young master sitting on top of a horse. He lets out that there were too many competitors while Logan just tells him to keep his head up. The red-headed man declares that he'll make sure he earns even more money and warns him not to do this kind of flashy stuff for sales. He tells him about another business he's about to leave him with and introduces him to the 18th squad of the McLean Knights, who will be in charge of guarding him. Philip is confused as he wonders what he's trying to leave him with that he'd need guards. Logan assures him not to worry and claims that it's just a bigger version of the business he was already doing. With that, he instructs him to get as much weaponry, war horses, and lumber as possible before this year ends. Philip couldn't help but freak out and ask him if he's trying to wage another war. Our boy states that he's just being careful, and this clearly wasn't enough to assure the future businessman. Philip is curious about their budget, and that's when it's revealed to be 30 million gold. Philip panics even more, but Logan learned this from fighting the Sylvans, that if they increase the number of their crossbow cavalry, soldiers will be able to take on low-rank knights. Individual soldiers can defeat a group of force users, and if it succeeds, it will change the norms of the battlefields. It may not be on par with the crossbows of the Empire from his previous life, but it should come close. Philip thinks our young master doesn't quite understand how this works. He breaks it to him that he won't be able to get half the supplies he wants because if demand suddenly goes up, the price will also skyrocket, especially for the horses, since more money doesn't mean that horses suddenly birth triplets or ponies grow up faster. Logan wonders if he said that too late as he thought it'd be fine before the war. This freaks out Philip and he decides to break it down for him. He feels the need to stop this crazy act and declares that the price will likely triple. Our boy believes it can't be helped, and he suggests that he goes up to double the current market price. However, Logan adds that if he successfully buys them cheaper than double the current market price, he will get an equivalent bonus. Philip is curious about how much, and it's revealed to him that it will be 3% of the price difference. This was enough to bring the guy to his knees as he declares to do his best. Our young master supposes that money really solves everything. He got a hint for how he should train from his teacher and gained Eileen, a talent he never expected. Things are going well for him, but there are a few things he's still stuck on. He thinks about King Samuel and the fact that he still hears no bad news about him, nor did he see signs of internal conflict, and that makes him ponder if the king's death was truly a sudden death that no one expected. Nonetheless, Logan decided to get his teacher's trust and believes it'd be better if he had a chance to meet the third prince, but forcing it would make him look suspicious. He decides to return with Eileen after naming the Duke's child. The scene then shifts to Felix, who informs Logan that His Majesty has called for him. They both are escorted inside the castle, and our guy is nervous about why the king wants to meet the son of a countryside baron. The Duke senses that he's worried, and assures him that His Majesty just wishes to see the face of his pupil, and since he places high value on talent, he supposes it will benefit him. Logan observes the castle that even the Empire was hesitant to destroy, and ordered for it to be preserved. The beauty of Grandia. After the war with the Empire, it was designated as the headquarters, a symbol of the kingdom that caused as much trouble as its beauty. Our boy is determined for that future to never repeat again and enters inside. They both show respect and greet the master of this nation, who always tells them not to keep his manners in front of him. He orders the Duke to raise his head and wishes to see his pupil's face as well. Meanwhile, Logan is still processing the fact that he's really meeting King Samuel von Grandia. Based on the past events, our young master is aware that the king eventually comes to be known as the Worthless King. He looks quite healthy right now, and that's the reason why no one expected him to die. If he had shown any signs of weakness, the power struggle would have sorted it out, and there wouldn't have been a civil war, but things are still going as Logan thought. The king remarks that our boy seems to have the grit sufficient for him to teach him, and admits the fact that he's the first youngster to stare at him so intently. Logan quickly apologizes and lowers his gaze, but Samuel doesn't want him to learn any more of his teacher's excessive manners. Felix reveals that Logan's prowess is as strong as his will, since he also has the bravery and wisdom to lead his fief to victory, despite the odds, and believes that he will become a good foundation for the kingdom to progress. Samuel is curious as to how the two of them met, and the Duke reveals everything. The king laughs after hearing such a curious string of fate, as he would have never expected it. He confesses that he's very grateful to our young master because he felt indebted to his friend because of that wound. It was one that he felt so sorry for that he couldn't even bear to bring up. And for that problem to have been resolved is the same as resolving the problems of his heart. The Duke is in awe to witness His Majesty speaking too highly of Logan, but the king finds it nonsense, saying that he wouldn't be the king right now if it weren't for him. The old man feels like expressing his gratitude to him somehow, now that he's king, and wants to give him a proper gift. He takes off one of the bracelets from his wrist, and it seems that Felix was not expecting him to give the royal family's treasure. He claims to compensate Logan personally on his behalf, while Logan notices the bracelet brimming with mana and judges that it's at least a 5th-class artifact. Samuel tells the Duke to think of it as compensation for resolving their troubles, and our guy is instructed to take it. Logan confesses to carrying this overwhelming gratitude in his heart, while Felix panics, saying that Logan can't accept it so tightly. The king asks our young master if he also finds his gift to be excessive, and as much as he finds it overwhelming, he contends to use it meaningfully. Samuel is happy to find Logan's ambitions better than his teacher's, and announces that this meeting is the result of a good acquaintance. He hopes that this gift will lead that connection to a better future, and advises Logan to serve his teacher like the sky, and work for this nation like his teacher. Logan is not sure if he's about to do this for this nation, or for himself, but he can say this for sure: he will stop the Empire at all costs. The scene then shifts to Felix and our boy outside Samuel's castle. The Duke assumes that His Majesty must have grown quite soft for him to talk as much. He hopes that the king is not hiding his worries in his heart, and Logan assures him not to worry. Even though it was a short meeting, he could tell that if the king had a problem, he'd tell someone right away. If he hasn't said anything, Logan believes it's probably something he doesn't need to know about. Felix understands that and supposes that he must have gained more worries with age. He confesses that his heart wavered just because his pupil took a royal treasure so lightly, and reveals to him that it's a bracelet of regeneration, an artifact imbued with the 5th-class magic, rapid healing. Since it only has a single magic imbued, it's quite powerful, and it should have the strength of a high-ranked priest's holy spell. Logan observes the artifact that can change a critical wound to a scratch. It has as much regeneration as he could get from a spell. The Duke admits that he feels reassured that he's obtained such a grand object. Our young master lets him know that it's all thanks to him, and that's when Felix confesses that he can now push him to the brink of death, and that bracelet can just repair him. Logan accepts his fate, knowing that the harder he works, the more progress he'll make. The next thing we see is our boy getting beaten up to a pulp, and he somehow recalls this scene happening. Felix tells him to get up, and that's when one of his servants rushes into the room and gives him the news. A week after meeting the king, the event everyone has been waiting for finally arrived. The Sword Duke finally has a child and throws a big party for it. The people spot our young master and come to him, while he realizes that the title of being the Sword Duke's pupil draws this much attention. He finds Felix happier than ever before, and that's when a servant announces the presence of the Bishop of Grandia's United Holy Order, Crimson Matthew. Crimson Matthew congratulates the Duke on the birth of his descendant, and he sincerely thanks him. Most nobles receive a holy blessing at birth, among which is the blessing of the 5th god of the 9, Agna, goddess of trees and life. It is a blessing that all parents wish for the sake of their child's health, and on top of that, a blessing from the bishop himself. It's no wonder he's so happy now. Matthew raises the baby high and declares that this mere servant requests the great time gods that oversee this world. Logan sees the holy power, and realizes that it's closer to the root than force, and less visible than mana. That's why other people can't feel it at all and only see a bright light. Matthew, in the name of the goddess of life, Agna, blesses the newly birthed Esperanza. The people congratulate the Duke, assuming that with such a powerful light, the child is bound to grow up well. However, Logan figures out that something's wrong and turns out the holy power was deflected off the baby's body. Felix asks the bishop if something's wrong and he assures him that it's nothing. He makes an excuse, saying that he's quite tired from giving a blessing after so long, and apologizes as he announces his return. Logan thinks it's possible that the baby has a peculiar constitution that resists the nature of holy power as one of many powers. However, he finds this feeling uncomfortable, and someone calls him out at that moment, and it turns out to be Count Bifrost, who approaches him and asks him about his well-being. Our young master states that he's been quite well, and Bifrost finds him cheeky as always, to which Logan calls it one of his charms. The Count, as a response, shatters the glass in his hands and his hand turns all bloody. He calls it a mistake, confessing that at his age, he finds his hand slipping now and again. The waiter quickly gives him a napkin while he lets Logan know that the only reason he's alive is because, by some chance, he somehow became the Sword Duke's pupil. And it's thanks to that, he managed to attract the attention of many higher nobles. Bifrost admits that he's a lucky man and shoves the bloody napkin at his clothes, to which Logan quickly grabs it, finding him very immature for a count. Our boy admits that he's aware of how good his luck is, as he even managed to regress after all. Bifrost hopes that he maintains that attitude of his even after meeting the higher nobles. Logan is confused as to what he means, and that's when it's revealed that Romain von Grandia, His Highness the Second Prince, wishes to meet him, and the Count wishes that he accepts it. The red-headed guy is skeptical if Bifrost is going to kick his ass if he doesn't take the Second Prince's side, and lets him know that it'd be an honor for him to be introduced to His Highness, the Prince. He declares to carefully deliberate on this suggestion, and that clearly offends the Count, who asks him if he takes the Prince's orders to be mere suggestions. Logan clarifies that it is indeed a suggestion and questions if he wishes for his teacher and him to join the other side. Bifrost suppresses his anger while Logan decides to notify him of the date soon. The Count warns him if this is one of his deceptions, he will be paying a price far greater than he could ever imagine. The red-headed guy is aware that once the Civil War begins, he won't have the time to even think about him. There are only 3 months left until that, and he needs to push the meeting off until then. He's disappointed in Bifrost acting as a messenger for the second prince despite having power equal to that of Margraves. The Count reports everything to the Heat Sword, Jordan Valtermine. He's one of the 5 dukes of the kingdom, a superhuman aura user, as well as the second prince's maternal grandfather. Logan is in his thoughts when someone tells him to make his decision carefully. The guy turns out to be Lord Varon Kairos, who acts all happy to meet his nephew after a long time. Varon Kairos is our boy's mother's elder brother and the successor to the Kairos family, related to the McLeans by marriage. However, not once has he acted as his uncle, and right now he's bringing up their ties and bonds by marriage. Logan sees him acting like this after throwing him out once the succession battle began. He wonders if their ties were not already over, and Kairos tells him not to say something so sad. He admits that mistakes have been made in the past, but, according to him, kin is kin. Varon reminds him of the monetary support they have provided them over the past decade, and asks him if he can't turn a blind eye to a single mistake. Our boy straightforwardly tells him that if that mistake weren't closing their eyes to their kin as they fell off the edge of a cliff, then perhaps he may be able to forgive him. Kairos catches him acting so audacious after gaining a bit of fame and can see that he has not grown out of his recklessness, acting without thought. However, he assumes that coaxing a fool like him isn't a difficult task at all, and confesses that it was truly an atrocious mistake that their family made, and even though it may be late, he claims to formally apologize on behalf of his family. Varon believes if he'd really like an apology, then he shall do as he wishes, and suggests that it'd be better for kin to reconcile than never see each other again. With that, he pulls out a blank check and Logan can't help but ask if he really came here to apologize. Kairos at last gives up and requests him to help him, as he claims to do whatever it is that he wants. He hopes to not look at the past but at the future, and our boy is in disbelief that the successor of Kairos, the master of never reflecting on himself, is acting this way. He assumes that this must be because of the pressure from above, the first prince's paternal grandfather, Duke Huan Douglas, the man standing in stark opposition to Jordan Valtermine, the only 6th circle magician in the kingdom. Whether it's Bifrost or Kairos, 2 of the 3 richest men in the kingdom are brought to heel in the end by the Duke's plans. But if it's the 3 richest men of the kingdom, then he believes he has something to entrust to them. He tells his uncle to raise his head and lets him know that there's nothing so difficult about small favors between kin. Just as Kairos felt happy, Logan whispers something into his ear and tells him that if he did this, then meeting with his highness, the first prince wouldn't be hard at all. Just then, Lefman, a vassal of the Esperanza family, announces the party's most important ceremony will now begin. He invites the person that will give the young lady a name, and that person is none other than the Duke's pupil, our young master. Logan picks up the baby and it seems that she received an aura shower from his teacher as soon as she was born. He senses her vitality overflowing even though he's already thought up plenty of possible names. He can't recall any of them. He declares the child's name to be Stella, which carries the meaning of star in the ancient language, and hopes for her to become a beacon of light, shining radiantly in the night sky. The Duke gladly accepts the name, but Logan still finds it odd that holy power was deflected off her. However, he decides not to think much of it, assuming it's nothing. Rick comes in with a ton of letters in his hands, informing Logan that the nobles wish to meet him after the naming ceremony. Our boy tells him to leave them in his room since he's just going to refuse them all because they need to return to their fief. The Civil War will break out soon, and even though Logan never got the chance to meet the third prince, he needs to head back and prepare. The fief seems to be progressing well too, as Dwayne informs him about their harvest being 20 times greater than expected, which alone will last them 3 to 4 years. Our boy feels the need to return and see it with his own eyes. Just then, Felix walks in and asks him if he's heading back. He instructs him to stop his training for now and reveals that he has a final secret art to teach him. Logan is surprised that the Duke is teaching him a secret art out of nowhere. And at that time, Felix confesses that he knows our boy possesses something even greater, that is the ancient secret art. He acknowledges the fact that he once spoke badly about it, but he believes if it's used right, it would be better than his. However, he reminds Logan that fundamentals are what's most important, and declares to pass on to him an art that can amplify his fundamentals. Our boy seems intrigued, knowing that the basis of his martial art style that he's built up restricts the movement of the opponent and maximizes his own, leading him to ultimately control the area of battle. The Duke states that the heavy sword is the first proper manifestation of that thought, and what he's about to teach him is the purification of his martial arts, which led him to become an aura user. He instructs Logan to watch him closely, and Logan witnesses him disappearing when he didn't even see him take a step. The Duke then appears from behind him, and it seems that our boy can't chase this movement with his eyes, even though he's seen it in his previous sparring matches. He finds it quite impressive but is curious if this alone could make someone an aura user. Felix seems to have looked through his mind and asks him the basis for all martial arts. Logan lets out that it's their legs and steps, but what he actually wants to say is that only applies to non-force users. The Duke sees through that as well, and reveals that the reason he's considered higher than other aura users of the kingdom is because of the spirit's shadow. Esperanza mentions that he heard how he had trouble against that knight called Franz, and believes that wouldn't have happened if he had learned this. This lights up a fire in our young master, who is eager to learn it. After a while, we see Felix instruct Logan as he practices the technique. The Duke is in awe to witness his amazing talent, and the fact that he not only has almost mimicked it in just a few hours, he's also internalizing it as if he can learn it completely. Those decades spent waiting for someone who could learn it, he believes, are finally paid off meeting Logan. And with that, he growls at him, telling him to make lighter movements and leave his force stronger. In Felix's point of view, excessive praise to a genius is poison, and even though he believes our boy still thinks of himself as inadequate, he thinks a little humility isn't a bad thing. He instructs him to keep practicing and seeing an expression on his face. He asks him what's wrong. Logan certainly finds it an amazing movement and feels like he's moving twice as fast as before. But to him, this doesn't feel like a method that a knight could have created but an assassin. The Duke lets him know that he's not completely wrong and reveals that when the king was still a prince, he made Felix, a fresh knight, his personal guard. It seems that His Majesty had always had plenty of enemies even before his rise to the throne. The Duke unravels how he's experienced many horrors that are hard to speak of, and how the young knight, excited to have been appointed as a royal knight, faced more bloodshed than even the knights on the front lines to protect a person against a horde rushing towards them. That young man continued to imagine, even more so than the assassins, because he needed to move faster and more stealthily. A martial art that can control space with a single splash could be the solution, and when Felix learned the spirit's shadow, he felt like he had somewhat reached that goal, and finally he was able to awaken his aura. He advises Logan not to get too cocky simply for having understood the theory and train his whole life with the sword. Now our boy knows the path the greatest swordsman in the kingdom took to become a superhuman. Esperanza informs him that there's one more reason he called him before he left, and that is that the third prince wishes to meet him. They both travel using the spirit's shadow that Logan just learned, and they reach an abandoned house on the outskirts of the outer castle. Our boy wonders if the third prince lives in a place like this, and seeing the underground stairs and the abandoned house, he gets curious if he needs to venture so far just to meet him. Felix lets him know that there are many eyes on the prince and he's meeting the Sword Duke's pupil. He asks him if he's heard of the third prince, and Logan states that he's heard a rumor claiming that he's the only one fit to become the king. They both are allowed in after revealing their identity, and the room reveals the third prince, who's glad to meet the Duke and asks our boy if he's the Duke's pupil. Logan greets the third prince with respect, and decides to finally see for himself if the prince is fit to be the king. The third prince is curious as to how Logan is already a high-ranking knight at that age, and finds it pretty impressive. Our boy thinks he praises him too much since he merely gained a small insight from having a great teacher. The prince believes Logan truly is destined for greater things than someone mediocre like him. And this makes Logan spill out his drink as he clarifies that he didn't mean any disrespect. The prince then reveals that he's heard of his tales, that Logan is not only skilled in combat, but he also saved his deteriorating family and even expanded their influence. He remarks that he truly is an individual fit to be called a hero, and our boy is taken aback but thanks him. He's surprised that he knows what's going on in the outskirts, which most nobles would consider unimportant. The blonde-haired prince clarifies that he did his research since the Duke praised him so highly, and wonders if he offended him by doing so. Logan lets him know that he's grateful for his deep interest. He expected him to be just a little better than the other princes, but it seems that he might far surpass his expectations. The prince decides to get straight to the point and reveals that the fate of this country is at risk right now. The nobles have split the country into two and are fighting, trying to eat the other half. For now, he states that there haven't been any explicit physical conflicts, but the situation is a ticking time bomb. He calls them damned idiots, without an inch of care for the common people, and believes they're the poison that will bring this country to ruin. Hence, he states that he needs talented men and power to drive out those leeches that are sucking the country dry. The Duke is taken aback, and the prince, when he realizes what he said, wonders how the powerless prince commands the Sword Duke's pupil to join his purpose. Felix tries to explain but is cut off when the blonde-haired prince, addressing Logan, tells him that he's a genius of the century and the kingdom's treasure. He hopes that talented men like him will fight by his side when the time comes, and asks our boy if he will do that for him. Logan, on the other hand, exactly wanted this to happen, and lets out that he deeply agrees with his opinions, and after meeting him in person, he sees no fault in the rumors of him being the only candidate fit to be the king. But there are some obstacles that seem to prevent our young master from serving his will right now. The prince understands and guesses that he had no chance. That's when Logan explains that his potential is more than enough, and at the very least, it's a widely known fact that his brothers are displaying heinous behavior. Felix freaks out as he hears that and is about to correct him when the prince stops him. Logan reveals that their fief is currently at odds with Count Bifrost, who is a fierce foe and hard to oppose at their current capabilities. Hence he says that he has his own problems to solve before he can heed his call. He assures the prince that if he gives him a little time, he will take care of it and aid him with the restored power of the MacLanes. The blonde prince is pleased with the confidence of the Sword Duke's pupil and agrees to prepare a surprise gift for when that moment comes as well. With that, they both shake hands and the scene shifts to the Duke and Logan as they return after meeting the prince. Felix asks him what he was thinking when he swore his allegiance to the prince, and our boy wonders if he came off as very direct. The Duke knows what he means and calls him a tricky brat while Logan laughs, declaring that he did it because he trusted him. Felix reminds him that he warned him that he wouldn't be able to guarantee anything. He lets Logan know that he can spill his worries to him if he wishes, and he might be of some help. The red-headed guy asks him who he believes out of the three princes should be king. At first the Duke states that it's not his place to decide and that decision is for His Majesty to choose. And Logan confesses a saying he's heard that says that the first prince will become a tyrant who will ruin the royal family, and the second prince will become a terrible king who will ruin the nation. Felix freaks out as he questions who dare to say such a thing, and then it's revealed it was Felix himself in Logan's previous life. But he doubts his teacher's thoughts are very different from that even now. Our boy reveals that he believes these words and thinks the third prince will be better than the other two. The Duke once again hesitates, but at last he admits that they have the same sentiments. Logan is pleased to have his agreement, and even though it may be just a seed in his thoughts for now, when that unexpected situation breaks out, that seed will bloom. He tells Felix to protect the third prince until he comes of age. The Duke confesses that he has always found Logan quite intriguing, but right now he has no clue what he's thinking about. In the past 2 months, Logan has accomplished many things. He checked on the king and became acquainted with the third prince. He gained trade routes and networks from Kiros and received a promise of cooperation. He believes this should make their acquisition of supplies for the Civil War easier. Hence, he decides to return to MacLane. The scene shifts to them on their way back, where we see Henderson reminiscing over the time they devoted themselves to training during their time in Grandia. The knights believe it was worth accompanying the young master on this trip. However, the biggest gain from this expedition is our young master's engagement. They never thought he'd find his match in the capital and wonder what he likes so much about her that he decided on the first date. Meanwhile, inside the cart, Logan can hear everything and thinks that it's her power, her combat ability, that he likes. He's bringing her to use as a knight, but it's still an engagement on paper, and because of that, he had some trouble convincing her father. Eileen calls out to Logan and reminds him to keep his promise because she knows she can't leave without results after coming all this way. Our boy understands the feeling of leaving the place they've been their whole life. Hence, he assures her not to worry. They both reach MacLane, and upon entering inside, they're welcomed by the Baron, stepmother, and Ranyan, who are in utter shock to see a girl with him. Everyone is as shocked as the Baron, who welcomes Logan and asks him who the lady is with him. Our boy introduces Eileen as his fiancée, and that was enough to blow everyone away. Patrick was expecting courtship and definitely not an engagement, but after getting to know that, he's glad he asked the Sword Duke for help. He welcomes Eileen, and that's when Logan reveals that she's going to be a part of their knight order. The ginger-haired girl gives a formal introduction and claims to serve him to the best of her abilities as a daughter-in-law and as a knight. As the news of Eileen becoming a knight spread, there were different reactions to the announcement. The patriarch lost it after hearing that his son wishes for his fiancée to be a knight since it has never happened before. Ranyan welcomes the new member to the family but is pulled away by his mother. Hamar tells Eileen to run, saying that Logan is fooling her, while the workers gossip about him doing weird things again. Later, we see Floyd ready to join the Knight's Order, dressed in armor, and that's when the patriarch realizes that our young master was serious about it. He reminds Logan that she's a woman, and the fact that there's never been a female knight in the history of their kingdom. Logan tells his father that she's a force user and believes in the situation they're in. They need to recruit as many useful people as they can. Patrick reminds him that the training regimen of the MacLane Knights is much more intense than other knights. Hence he thinks even if she is talented, she is a woman and a lady of noble birth. His words are cut off when Eileen declares that she can do this. She claims to erase all his doubts about her abilities from her being a woman. She is determined to make them acknowledge her as a knight. Soon after that, we see her laying face flat on the ground, exhausted. The ginger-haired girl calls them insane and is curious if all knights do this type of training. She observes that some of them have weaker force auras than her, and yet she's struggling. Logan asks her if she's regretting it, being well aware that they need to finish preparations for the war against Bifrost. He was going to make her join them, but it seems that he can't wait for her at this rate. Eileen admits that she's regretting the fact that her training hasn't been up to par. She knows that even though he promised her a battlefield of glory, he can't keep that promise if she doesn't work on herself. And the fact that she needs to realize her honor as a knight herself. Our boy claims to provide her with a battle to prove her honor as promised. There's a metaphorical saying that the rose of steel is not going to stop at one tiny apple. 1 week later, we see the training in process where the knight Karen is now included. The knights are intimidated by the training they're going through, calling it insane. Patrick thinks of it as good siege training as it serves as good defense training as well, even though it's a little dangerous. Next up is Eileen, who starts with the training and moves up a steep cliff with ease, but her being fast won't cut it. This exercise heavily favors the defender standing above the cliff, who throws off the striker if they're not powerful enough. The gingerhead, however, climbs the cliff, and upon reaching the top, she spits on the defender's face and jumps up. Logan announces Eileen Floyd to be successful, and the patriarch kinda doubts the fact that she was of noble birth. Even so, it seems that he's starting to acknowledge her because of her determination and her excellent swordsmanship. They hear the knights using the same tactic as hers to win, and wonder if they should talk to her about it. Logan realizes that the knights are getting used to the training, and their logistics are being handled by Philip. Therefore, he decides to talk to his father about the thing that's on his mind. Philip calls out Administrator Lugal and informs him that he just checked the storage, and they seem to have a lot of wasted space. He points at the paper and states that with this, they can reduce the costs and increase the shelf life of products. After that, he calls out Dwayne and tells him that there's something about the upkeep of the town and their payroll. It seems that they have an error, hence Philip asks him to take another look at it. Next, he instructs Mr. Farron that when the armaments are in very good shape, cleaning oil from Kalia is half the price of Kale's. The administrators are truly impressed to see him work, considering that he arrived at the fief only yesterday. Dwayne is aware that Logan ordered Philip to assist in running the fief, but seeing him work, he can tell he certainly works differently. The administrator mentions all the weapons and lumber Philip procured that has been arriving at their fief, and wonders what our young master plans on doing with all of that. Dwayne isn't surprised because no matter how he looks at this, he's convinced that they're preparing for war. On the other hand, Logan tells his father about the war with Bifrost that will occur soon, and Patrick is confused if that's all he wanted to tell him. He asks Logan if Bifrost will invade soon, and that's when our boy reveals that they're going to be the ones instigating it. The patriarch tries to suppress his anger and demands to know his reasons for that. Logan sees him restraining himself and explains that the reason Bifrost hasn't invaded them yet is because of his teacher. He asks his father how long he thinks that'll last, to which Patrick believes that they can keep growing their strength until then, as they still lack in many ways compared to Bifrost. Our boy lets his father know that if he were them, he'd make sure that day would never come and is convinced that it needs to be now. The patriarch is baffled if his son knows something he doesn't, and Logan thinks for a moment and asks him if he told him that he knew when the king would die, and that it'd be soon. Would he believe him? Patrick freaks out, wondering if his son is trying to commit treason, but that's not the case. Logan tells him to assume this is true for now and questions how he thinks the situation would play out. His old man guesses that it'd cause issues in the battle of succeeding the throne, and Logan adds that the fight between the first and second prince would escalate, and Bifrost is one of the core supporters of the second prince. He wonders what Patrick thinks will happen if they wage war with Bifrost once that begins. The patriarch realizes that it would mean that they're essentially wielding their blade against the second prince. Our boy believes if they want to fight against Bifrost without outside interference, now is their only chance before the king dies. And once Bifrost falls, the flow of the battle will begin swinging towards one side, and it is then Logan decides to place the third prince in that war. Patrick now understands his point. However, he still thinks that they can wait until one succeeds the throne. The red-headed guy knows that after the Civil War, the Empire will take over immediately, but he can't say that to his father. He lets out that it'll be too late until then, because if the second prince is victorious, Bifrost would become one of his most trusted aides. And if the first prince wins, the territory Bifrost has now will no longer belong to them. Bifrost will become a region they can never touch either way, and they'll never be able to recover their rightful land. The patriarch gives up, but it seems that he still has many questions, like how Logan knows the king will be passing away soon, but he trusts him. His father believes all the things he's done until now have many peculiar points to them as well. He confesses that it's as if Logan knows the future, and he understands the fact that Logan may be in a situation he cannot tell to other people. Hence, he decides to ask him one more question and claims not to inquire further. He points out all the things he's done and all of the things he intends on doing in the future and asks him what it is for. Our boy lets him know that it has always been to make their family prosper. Patrick is satisfied with the response and chooses to trust him. He takes over the responsibility of convincing the aides even though Logan is concerned that he can't do it alone. And so, after a few days, the patriarch summoned the people of the family, and after listening to him, they jumped as if they were electrocuted. It was a natural reaction considering how their fief just became habitable, but the old man did not give up. He reminded them of the shame of losing their land, the assassination attempt from Bifrost, and the danger that will inevitably come. As their blood continued to chill and boil, they soon realized the necessity of war. And 2 weeks later, 3 days before the end of the year, there stood 152 knights, 1,000 crossbow cavalry, including trainees, and 1,532 infantry. Patrick orders his troops to advance, But before the war starts, the story is taken to a flashback of Logan's war plan. He knew as of now they have no chance at a full frontal assault against Bifrost. Hence he decided that they will not declare war against them directly. Instead, what they actually did is declare war against the Paredes. An envoy barges into the room and informs his lord that the McLeans have declared a war, and they wish to seek revenge for the shame 6 months ago. Max Pareda is taken by utter shock and wonders what nonsense this is. Bifrost is informed about the situation with the McLeans and Paredes who have requested aid. He is pleased with the situation as he was barely holding back because of the Sword Duke, but now they've gone and made a pretense for him to act. He's aware that their military strength is roughly double that of the McLeans, though it's dependent on the rumored crossbows. He calls out Aslan and Franz and asks them if the preparations are complete. It seems that they're ready and are ordered to prepare for the war. Bifrost plans on crushing the McLeans when they're drunk on their victory and drop them from heaven to hell. The scene then shifts to the McLean army, where Heinkel informs the Patriarch that they will reach the Pareda castle within a day, to which Patrick orders his troops to change directions. Meanwhile, Max is panicking as he wonders why the McLean army is not here yet. Just then, his servant rushes there and informs him that the McLean army has disappeared, and they're not in Pareda, but have instead appeared at Bifrost territory. Turns out they're at the second castle, Tomoto, instead of the main castle. The McLean troops reach Tomoto and witness the second castle and its massive granary. Heinkel reveals that this castle is Bifrost's lifeline where they store the majority of their weapons. Hence, if they were to occupy it, the enemy would suffer long-term consequences. However, he's not sure if they will really be able to win just by occupying this castle. The story is then taken to a flashback where Logan tells his father that they'll be declaring war on Pareda, even though his true target is Bifrost's castle, Tomoto. The Patriarch asked him if he's trying to lure out Bifrost using Pareda, and that's exactly what he plans on doing. He intends to do their utmost to avoid clashing with their main forces, and in the meantime, they plot to occupy the castle. Patrick lets him know that they won't even have 2 days before they meet the Bifrost army, and Logan thinks it's okay because he believes that they just need to hold out until His Majesty passes away. Once that happens, all nobility in the kingdom will be forced to drop what they're doing and attend the national funeral. It would be a direct decree from the royal family which holds immense authority, strong enough to stop a war. The Patriarch is flustered. Even though Logan told him the king would pass away, he still can't believe Logan came up with this. He asks him if he's absolutely certain of the date, and our boy is confident about it. It's a day that he can never forget. The death of the king will be announced at midnight on New Year's Day, and there are 2 days left until then. They have to occupy the Castle Tomoto. Castle Tomoto guards Captain Jerome, who's also a high-ranking knight, panics as he sees the McLean army. His brother, Jarek, tries to calm him down, assuring him that they've already made a report to the main castle and they just have to hold out for 1 day. Jerome sees 3,000 of them with knights alone numbering roughly 200 and panics as to how they're supposed to hold out. They think it's a bummer that they're not in the main castle since fending the army off with just Tomoto's military strength is hard. They believe if they work together, they can hold out for 1 day. Plus they have 3 high-ranking knights, Gale, Therese, and Typhon. The McLean troops advance and start firing with their crossbows, but their bows don't reach the top and Jarek is relieved when he sees that they can't get over the rampart. He orders his men to fire the bows, but it seems that there's a limit to even a longbow's range because it doesn't reach the enemy, just like the crossbows. No matter how much force the McLeans pour into it, it barely reaches the ramparts. Heinkel suggests that they cease fire, but Logan thinks it's worth keeping them in check like this. Besides, Hamar made more than enough of them. Logan then calls out Clayton, who didn't think he'd have to join the war, and requests something. Jerome is confused about what they're doing since they're not getting any closer and are just firing arrows. He wonders what they're planning, and just then, they hear a sound as the ground starts shaking. That's when a golem appears, and at first, the guard knights freak out but are left confused when they see what that golem is doing. In a flashback, we see Clayton asking Logan if he's really planning on utilizing the golems in the war. Our boy believes they could use them to defend themselves from arrows or wipe out the enemy easily, and promises to provide him with mana stones if that is what he needs. Clayton is taken by surprise as he learns that this battle is that important. However, he lets Logan know that kind of operation is not possible. Our young master is confused as to why, and that's when it's revealed that the problem is that it concerns the mages' lives. The bulky fella unravels that it's not well known, but when golems receive over a certain amount of damage, it is transferred to the caster. He's busy explaining, but Logan's dream of having a golem army is shattered in front of his very eyes, hence he's in denial. Clayton suggests that they could do something else, and the story shifts back to the present. The golems dig a tunnel and go underground with the mages while the guard brothers keep an eye on them. Jerome panics when he sees them not shooting arrows anymore and wonders what they're planning. His brother Jarek tells him to calm down and states how they've been digging the tunnel since the morning and it's already getting dark. He believes at this rate, reinforcements will arrive before the golems make it here. They decide to wait there when the ground starts shaking, and Jerome couldn't help but assume that the walls are collapsing. He asks his brother the chances that the walls collapse, but Jarek is positive that it's not impossible. But this doesn't satisfy the panicked dude, who questions if Jarek doesn't feel the ground shaking right now. Jarek is not in favor of making any move, but seeing the way Jerome's freaking out, he decides to go down personally and lead a sortie. He puts his brother in charge and instructs him that he cannot leave his post. Jerome finally calms down and gains his composure back. After a while, Jarek decides to surround the enemy by going around the southern forest to attack. They reach there and see 5 regular knights and one guy who is emitting a force of a different level. Jarek guesses that he's a high-ranking knight, and assuming that McLean can't have many high-ranked knights, he decides to get rid of him to get the tides in their favor. One of the knights suggests that they don't attack now since it's a pretty obvious bait. Jarek believes that they have no other choice as they can't just turn back. He decides to take care of them and return to the western walls. The knights guess that he's worried about his brother, who's been panicking ever since the invasion began. Turns out that is indeed the case, and before going any further, let's dig into the backstory of these brothers. It seems that Jarek and his brother were special. Hailing from a commoner family while also being high-ranked knights was a rare occurrence, even throughout the nation. Thanks to that, they were awarded the glorious title of the Guard Captaincy of the Second Castle. It may have been because of their background, but Jerome has always been nervous that this position would be taken away. The unnecessary mistakes and his loss of composure at the slightest problem is resulting in his reputation already declining among the other knights. Even if Jarek tries his best to help, there are limits, and he believes this fight could be their last chance. Hence, he needs to win this at any cost. The McLeans realize that they've been attacked and ambushed from behind, so they try to escape to the tunnels. Jarek assumes it's a trap and decides to keep chasing them when arrows are shot at them from inside the tunnels. He wonders if they plan to shoot arrows from the dark and believes these mere arrows can't kill him. He plans on deflecting them, but the arrows are shot at his horse, which unbalances them, and he falls to the ground. He doesn't think that he has the time to help the regular knights who can't deflect arrows on their own. Jarek believes if he can just handle the high-ranked knight, the rest are just regular knights and mages who are weak in close combat. Just then, the earthen walls collapse on the order of Clayton and block their way out. The earth becomes a swamp when the mage orders and their horses are killed with arrows. Heinkel lets Jarek know that their way out is blocked and decides to have some fun. Jarek realizes that their plan was a failure and feels the need to preserve as many of their men and regroup immediately. He's concerned if the others break down the wall while he's distracted here, they're done for. That's when the wall collapses from above, and he commands his men to charge at the enemies. On the other hand, Logan and his troops charge at the castle while Jerome freaks out. In a flashback, we see Clayton suggest that they dig a hole with golems to knock down the castle walls. They decide to dig a hole with golems to knock down the castle walls, as he believes it's not very hard to knock down the underground supports below the castle walls. Logan thinks if they want to maintain a safe distance from arrows, they'll need to get quite far away. And even for a golem, it'd take quite some time to reach beneath the castle walls. Our boy recommends that they lure the enemy to the tunnels, and Clayton figures out that he wants to divert their forces. However, he's not sure if they'll fall for it so easily, but Logan is confident, knowing that the tunnel alone won't do much. Hence he tells Clayton to shake the earth itself, and even though it's not impossible if he uses earth magic, he can't cause actual earthquakes. Logan believes it's okay since it just needs to induce that reaction in them, and when their forces have been diverted to verify the situation, that will be when they attack the castle walls. Jerome curses when he sees the McLean army charging at them. He wonders why it is now when his brother isn't here, and that's when he realizes that this is what they aimed for from the start. He orders the knights to fire the arrows, and that's when Ranyan and Eileen jump up the walls of the castle. They find these walls easy to climb as compared to the cliff they've trained on for the past few months. Eileen gets onto the castle rampart and slays the enemy when another one of them gets there and is about to kill her, but he is stabbed from the back by none other than Ranyan, who tells his sister-in-law to get a grip. The ginger-haired girl wonders if she's scared. It seems that she's only realized what it means to be in a battlefield after slaying a person for the first time. She shrugs off her thoughts and apologizes to Ranyan for showing him such a shameful sight. Ranyan, the young brother-in-law, seems to be aware that she wishes for glory on the battlefield and confesses that he does too. He wants to contribute to their victory and become even stronger so that he doesn't lose to Victor, who grows stronger at a scary rate. Logan sees them getting all excited and observing his younger brother. He wonders when Ranyan became an intermediate rank knight. He feels proud but then realizes that it's not the time for that as it's still too dangerous to run so wild right now. He figures that the high-ranking knights will be drawn to those two and jumps up the wall as well. Our boy ought to draw the enemy's attention while the patriarch must take down the guard captain of Tomoto Castle. He declares openly that he's Patrick McLean, and that's when Jerome strikes his sword at him, but Patrick manages to block it. The guard knight claims he will take the patriarch's head, and assumes that even if Patrick is an advanced knight, Jerome was a high-ranked knight just like him until recently. He assures himself that he can do it, but unfortunately, he's defeated by Patrick. The Knights of Tomoto are concerned about the golden flash they just witnessed, but Jarek is in a trance. It seems that he knows his brother is defeated, and that's when it's announced that the reinforcements are coming. Jarek takes over the command and orders the knights to fight until the end, so as not to let their comrades' deaths be in vain. He declares that there are no reinforcements and leaps towards Logan, who asks him if anger has clouded his eyes. The blonde-haired knight feels furious and is determined to kill every single one of the McLeans. But his words are cut off when our boy, with lightning speed, reaches him. Jarek is in utter disbelief as to how Logan got there, while Logan lets him know that he's the one who will die. Clayton and Heinkel return from the cave and Logan is glad to see them safe. Heinkel informs our boy that 2 enemy knights escaped through the wall. He doesn't think it's a problem as all other enemy knights have been taken care of, and they've successfully taken over the castle. The commander is pleased that they were able to win without much effort, and thanks them for that. Clayton doesn't think they did much, and that's when our young master grabs his shoulder. He tells Clayton that he's just going to ask him for one more favor if that's the case, and requests him to make a pool around the castle before the enemy arrives. After a while, not only is the moat completed but the mage even fixed the castle walls. Our boy praises the earth magic while the bulky mage cries, having a strange feeling that his magic is starting to specialize in construction. Logan observes the 5-meter deep moat and believes if the enemy falls in with heavy armor, even a knight wouldn't be able to walk out easily. He then instructs the soldiers, who are busy pouring oil on the castle walls, to pour so much that they'd slip the moment they step on it. With that, their defensive preparations are done, and it's going to be noon soon, which is well into their expected time frame for the arrival of the Bifrost army. Exactly at noon, the enemy arrives and Logan orders everyone to prepare to fight. The king dies at midnight and our boy plans to stake it out here until tonight. Bifrost questions the McLeans if they dare to plant their flag in his castle and dirty the surroundings so much. He then asks Franz about the whereabouts of Jerome and Jarek, and it seems to him that they've been slain. Bifrost calls them damned fools that can't even hold the fort and calls out Aslan liar, a super-speed knight. He asks him about the information on the enemy forces, and Aslan reveals, from what they've heard from their men that managed to get away, that there are under 150 knights and less than 2,500 soldiers. Furthermore, he briefs that their lord appears to be an advanced knight, and they have around 10 people who appear to be earth mages. Bifrost scoffs as he discovers that Logan has prepared his secret weapon and questions Aslan about the expected result. The super-speed knight confesses the expected result to be their overwhelming victory. Meanwhile, Patrick sees the enemy having over 300 knights, and their number of soldiers easily exceeding 5,000. It seems that they also have mages of the Wind Magic Tower, and Roger Bifrost himself, who is publicly known as a 4th Circle mage, but in reality, he's in the 5th Circle, so caution must be taken. On top of that, they have Aslan, the super-speed knight, and Franz, the Moonlight Knight. Logan guesses that his father must be getting nervous at the differences in forces. Just then, they hear a loud voice telling them that in the lands that belong to their lord, they announce this filth that has invaded without knowing their place. The knights cover their ears from the noise and Logan realizes that Bifrost amplified his voice with magic. He orders his men to prepare to fight while Bifrost claims to uproot the McLeans himself and commands his men to charge. Our boy sees them charging without shields, and in order to find out the reason for such confidence, he orders the crossbowmen to fire. The arrows deflect as they hit them, and as it turns out, their soldiers are being protected by the mage's magic spell. Bifrost finds their peculiar weapons worthless compared to magic, and Logan realizes that aiming at knights with this won't help. Hence, he instructs his army to aim for the soldiers and orders the knights to move to their designated locations and prepare to fight. Our boy decides to take them on himself if the crossbows don't work and is curious about how they will attack. Franz and Aslan both reach near the castle, and the next scene takes us back to the backstory of the super-speed knight. He had a short stature, long arms, and a peculiar face. His appearance has always caused him to be preyed on whenever he goes, but things have changed. He did not listen to those idiots, and with bone-breaking effort, he became an advanced knight. He sees the enemy as his prey, and as he gets near, he notices that something has been done to the walls. Aslan assumes that this can't stop him and jumps on the wall. Eileen sees him trying to climb up and calls him a monkey, and at the same time, he slips and falls into the moat. The knights see him falling and alert the others to beware since even a top-tier knight was defeated by these walls. Aslan shuts them up and decides to give the ginger-haired girl special attention. Meanwhile, the patriarch is up against the Moonlight Knight, as he confesses that he's heard a lot about him and believes his son was indebted to him. The knights of each team are busy fighting against each other while Eileen struggles to fight Aslan. The super-speed knight is impressed by her and is curious if all women of the House of McLean are as fiery as she. Eileen grits her teeth as she realizes that he's focusing all his attacks on her alone and seeing him barely gripping the sword. Another realization hits her. She's being toyed with. Aslan asks her what's wrong and wonders if it makes her angry that a mere monkey is stronger than her. That's when it hits the ginger-haired girl as she figures that's what got him all riled up. She believes it's for the best that she's keeping a Paragon-class knight at bay here. while the long-armed dude is determined to play with her to his heart's content. On the other hand, Logan faces 3 upper-class knights, who are baffled to see him being able to fight against 3 knights of his same level all at once. They wonder if the rumor about him severely injuring Sir Franz is true when our boy asks them what they are mumbling about. He asks them if the Knights of Bifrost fight with their tongues, and the 3 of them charge at him all together. Our young master gets past them while slashing his sword at them, and they are left confused, wondering how he got past them. They didn't even see him move and contemplate if he used the force to speed up. Logan lets out that he can tell what they're thinking, and tries to provoke them once again, but they decide to stay calm and tread carefully, being aware that he's not an easy opponent. Our boy realizes that they're upper-class knights for a reason, as his attempt at provoking them didn't work a second time. And also, they used a minimal amount of their force to protect their vitals earlier. He's more concerned about Aslan more so than the Moonlight Knight fighting his father right now. Hence, he decides not to waste his time here and charges at them, pulling the same trick from earlier. But when they don't fall for it, he spins around and stomps on one of them while striking the other. The guy manages to block his attack but is shoved back until he smashes into the wall. Our boy then uses the aura blade to fight the other 2, and at last he's down to the last knight, who is stabbed by Ranyan, who shows up out of nowhere. The younger brother tells Logan that he hurried over when he saw him going up against 3 upper-class knights, and he is glad that he was just in time to stab the enemy in the heart when he's interrupted by Victor, who claims that he cut his head off first. With that, they both start arguing about who stabbed the enemy first, and ask Logan for confirmation, who smiles and flicks them on the head. He tells them that their attacks both landed at the exact same time. Besides, he warns them that they need to be more aware of their surroundings as they're in the middle of a battle. They both apologize, and our boy is low-key thankful to them that he was able to take a quick breather and decides to hurry back. Meanwhile, Eileen is almost at her limits from fighting the Paragon Knight, who praises her for being as courageous as any man for not letting out a single shout of pain. He's enjoying playing with her while she's losing her grip on her sword, as she supposes that trying to hold out against a Paragon Knight was far too ambitious for her. She assumes that he's not trying to kill her because if he were, she would have been dead long ago. Aslan leaps at her and grabs her by her neck as she struggles to breathe. He informs her to prepare herself since he's going to have his fun with her now. Eileen spits at his face and snaps that she'd rather end her own life. The monkey-like knight asks her if she thinks she really got a choice in the matter and tightens the grip around her, to which a groan escapes her mouth. That's when Logan shows up and swings his sword at Aslan, declaring that it's his turn to have some fun with him. Aslan is abruptly shoved back while Logan helps Eileen stand and tells her to get to their medics. The Paragon Knight wonders how Logan dared to interrupt his fun, and guesses that he's volunteering to entertain him in her stead. Our boy looks at him, and even though he's the one who ambushed Aslan, his hand is throbbing. He's aware that this won't be as easy as it was with the upper-class knights. The Knights of Bifrost witness Aslan fighting and believe it's no wonder he's called the Swift Knight, as they can't even see his movements. However, they're curious about how on earth the guy from McLean is keeping up with him. Meanwhile, the Super Speed Knight compliments Logan that his speed isn't half bad, and guesses that he must have gotten his hands on a nice artifact. Our lad decides not to tell him that it was given by his lord, and realizes, now that he's fighting him, that his opponent's overwhelming speed comes from an artifact as well. Aslan interrupts his thoughts and claims that he can tell what Logan is thinking. He remarks that noblemen like him are always like that, so busy thinking even in the middle of a fight. At last, he states that every single one of them failed to keep up with him and ended up dead. With that, he dashes towards Logan, assuming that he will be no exception. Aslan lands a powerful blow, and as he thinks it worked, he's stabbed in the shoulder by our boy. The monkey-like knight ponders that it's just as Franz said about Logan using a strange technique. Our young master leaps at him, knowing that Aslan must have heard about his technique, hence he can't catch him off guard. He decides to finish him off as quickly as possible. The Swift Knight struggles to keep up with Logan's attacks, and wonders if Logan is trying to drive him into a corner. He reminds himself that he's a Paragon Knight and pulls out his sword, focusing all his power onto it. However, the attack ends up being missed, and our boy is baffled as to whether he was lucky or Aslan made a mistake. That's when he realizes that the ambush of Tomoto Castle, getting injured by a foe he underestimated, and the McLean forces managing to hold Bifrost at bay. All of these unexpected circumstances have the Super Speed Knight flustered. Logan decides to use that to his advantage and sprints towards him. Aslan asks if Logan thinks his tricks will really work on him. Aslan sees him coming towards him with no plan of dodging the attack and panics, wondering if Logan is trying to kill them both. The red-headed guy asks him if he's frightened, and that triggers the Swift Knight, who decides not to back out at this point. He ends up stabbing Logan, and he himself is injured. He thinks of Logan as a fool for charging at him, ready to die for nothing more than a flesh wound at his side. He believes he won, and that's when Eileen rushes there. Aslan decides to take her down with the same sword that pierced through our boy's stomach. However, a light flashes on Logan's wrists from the bracelet he's wearing. The monkey-like knight is confused since this is a kind of light only priests can produce, and that's when it hits him as he dashes to destroy the bracelet. Eileen blocks his way, and even though she doesn't know what's happening, she decides not to let him get in the way. If it weren't for Aslan's injury, this level of attack would have been easy to repel as he kicks her. Just then, he hears a voice calling him a monkey, and turns out it's Logan, who informs him to get ready for round 2 and that they're swapping weapons. Logan takes hold of Aslan's sword and sees how when he injects force into the sword, the mana within heightens his senses, and it makes him feel like everything around him is slowing down. He realizes that this artifact is what makes Aslan the super speed knight, and declares that it's his now, while licking the sword. Aslan contends that it's his weapon and believes our boy won't be able to handle it. That's when he's hit with a powerful attack on the side of his body, as a painful groan escapes his mouth. Logan lets him know that he was aiming for his heart, and thinks it's unfortunate that he couldn't hit it. The super speed knight curses him and is curious as to how Logan recovered that hole in his stomach, and how a kid like him acquired an artifact like that. Meanwhile, our young master recalls the time when he received the bracelet of regeneration from the king. The bracelet has a magic that can change any mortal wound to a mere light scratch. As long as Logan is not instantly killed, he can still recover. However, he guesses it was a gamble to bet on it. He believes this is the best time to remove one of Bifrost's key men and plans on ending things here as he attacks Aslan. Just then, 3 of Bifrost's knights storm there to protect their high-ranking knight. Logan gets distracted as he faces those 3 knights, and Aslan sees this as an opportunity to kill him here and now. But before he could attack him, Eileen shows up and stops him from doing so by injuring him even more. At last, Aslan escapes with the help of his men, and Eileen wonders if they need to chase after him. Logan sees Roger Bifrost and the mages of the Wind Magic Tower waiting down there, and believes that chasing him would only cost them more than it's worth. He's aware that the situation isn't good, hence he declares openly that he has defeated the super speed knight while he raises his sword. The knights of Bifrost notice the sword of their high-ranked knight, and many questions are raised by them. They're curious if Aslan is alive or where he is, while Bifrost finds it a sorry sight to witness. He decides not to strike now as Logan would still manage to defend, and on top of that, he mentions how Logan's shout just now destroyed their troops' morale. He asks one of his knights about Aslan's situation, and it's revealed that his life is not at risk. But since they didn't bring any advanced potions for this war, he won't be able to participate any further. Bifrost calls the McLeans rats, as he realizes that they really prepared themselves. However, he's aware that the longer this goes on, the more it troubles them. He decides to see how long they can last, and with that, he announces to his men to retreat. Everyone is confused, including Franz, who's been fighting Patrick this whole time. He finds Patrick lucky as the fight would have come to a close soon. The Moonlight Knight remarks that he's figured out that even the McLean's advanced knight isn't much, before he leaves. At the same time, Logan rushes to his father, who apologizes to his son that he was only able to hold Franz here. Our boy knows that even though they're both advanced knights, there was bound to be a difference as Patrick only rose to that level recently. He tells his father to rest, assuring him that the enemy is tired, hence they have some time until they invade again. Everyone gets a breather, and Logan hopes that is the case until midnight. Later, the flag of Pareda is spotted on the field, and it's revealed to the McLeans that the Paredas have joined Bifrost too. Bifrost, seeing that they brought their army, confirms with Max if they intend to assist them, and Max hopes that they will be of some help to the Lord of the Southwest. He assumes that with the army of Bifrost, the McLean defeat is guaranteed, hence he plans on being on Bifrost's good side. Logan already knows the reason why Pareda is here, and that's when the Patriarch notifies him that they have no choice but to do it. Our boy agrees and lets his father know that they've got everything ready. We see a family scared of the war going on as their daughter asks them how long they need to stay inside. The family sticks together and prays that when the new year dawns tomorrow, this war ends. Meanwhile, Bifrost orders his men to bring him the heads of all the McLeans. The McLeans shoot with their crossbows, but they're only able to take down the men of Pareda with them. Logan instructs them to keep firing while we see Franz all hyped up as he commands his men not to relax until their feet touch the walls themselves. With that, he climbs up the walls, and our boy orders his men to drop the enemies into the moat. However, the Moonlight Knight successfully climbs up the walls and claims he will end Logan for sure this time. Just then, he's attacked by Patrick, and seeing how fast the attack was and the use of a greatsword, he recognizes the sword to be Aslan's. The Patriarch lets him know that the name Velocitas was inscribed onto it, and the scene then shifts to a flashback. Logan told his father that this sword doesn't suit him well, hence he gave it to him to use. But his father was aware that Logan was just being kind. Hence Patrick tells our young master to go. Even though he knows that he may be weaker than the Moonlight Knight, with this sword, he believes that he can do it. Our boy has no choice but to believe in his father as he rushes away. And on the way, he bumps into Victor, who's dealing with 2 knights at a time. Logan takes them down for him and asks him if he can still fight, to which Victor complains that he could have taken them down himself. Our young master instructs him to drop as many people climbing as he can, and, if it doesn't work, he tells him to let all of them climb the walls. After a while, Bifrost notices that their men have been able to climb the walls much easier than earlier, and it seems that the McLeans aren't putting much effort into defending. The enemies wonder if the McLeans are getting tired, or if they're plotting something. When Logan sees no enemies left below, he announces for everyone to retreat, and that's when the ground starts shaking. Everyone stops what they're doing while those from Bifrost remain clueless as to what's happening. They wonder if this is an earthquake, but it turns out it's actually Clayton doing all this. The bulky mage puts all his energy into the magic while the men of Bifrost jump down from the castle. The McLean knights are curious to see what's happening when they notice the enemy running away. That is when the castle walls start collapsing, and all the enemy knights are buried under the rubble of the fallen walls. Bifrost realizes what just happened and curses them while Logan rushes to Clayton, who's extremely exhausted from putting all his energy into the spell. He and his students used the last of their energy to topple all the walls, and our boy praises them for their good work. He believes a significant portion of their enemies must have been buried together with the walls. However, Clayton assumes that with their physical capabilities, the high-ranking enemies are most likely fine. Logan thinks it's fine since it's all going to end soon, and Roger Bifrost lets them know that they've destroyed their last line of defense with their own hands. He states that they're just speeding up their demise and activates his magic. Our young master instructs Clayton and his students to back off, and the patriarch asks him one last time if he's sure about this. The red-headed guy assures his father not to worry, and, as Bifrost is about to attack, a red light appears from the tower. Logan remembers it clearly. On that day, in his past life, on every tower of the nation, a red light notifying people of the news flashes brightly. Roger witnesses the red light and realizes how bad the situation is for them. The light materializes out of the castle towers, and Patrick McLean wonders if something has happened to the royal family. Our guy looks at the Bifrost army and implies that they must know the meaning of this light, advising them to cease the war immediately and link communications with the king. Enraged, Count Bifrost trembles with sheer anger and curses the situation since it was the perfect opportunity to wipe out House McLean. As Knight Callian asks the Count what they are going to do, Roger Bifrost, on the warpath, fiercely commands his men to prepare for combat. While Bifrost spirals out of control, the Patriarch questions the Lord of the Southwest if he's out of his mind and if he wishes to go against the royal order. But Roger Bifrost, blinded by anger, states that he sees no light but the imbeciles in front of him. The Count goes insane, adamant to annihilate the McLeans more than ever, such that even Logan freaks out to see him completely flipped out. Our fella did not expect that Bifrost would attack despite the risk of treason. Well, he thinks that the only option they're left with now is to fight. Bifrost commands his men to execute the red-headed filth, but before blood can be shed, Clayton, the mage, intervenes with the communication orb. Clayton informs the Minister of Defense that Count Bifrost is refusing to stop the war. The minister asks Bifrost if he intends to commit treason, and hereby declares to all the people of this land that the king has passed away. Hence, all nobles of the empire are mandated to participate in the funeral, which takes precedence over all other obligations, including war. The Lord of the Southwest, begrudgingly, halts in his movement and accepts the royal will. However, Bifrost makes it clear to the McLeans that the war isn't over and retreats. After they leave, the McLeans celebrate their victory, while Logan takes a sigh of relief, since it was very risky at the very last moment. If Clayton hadn't brought the communication orb, Roger Bifrost would have attempted to wipe them out with his magic. Our guy gets terrified at the thought that human anger can be quite dangerous, and plans to not solely rely on his knowledge of the past from now on. Soon after, our fella asks Clayton how he knew the orb would come in handy, to which the mage answers that the palace was contacting the orb in the tents where he was taking shelter. Logan expresses his gratitude towards the mage, and acknowledges that his tower truly had the largest contribution in the war. In return, Clayton requests additional funding, and Logan happily agrees. Meanwhile, our guy checks on the others and sees Eileen. Eileen gets so weirdly happy after meeting our guy that it makes him creeped out. Logan thought she'd be mad since she almost died to an advanced knight in her first real battle. Eileen justifies that it is something every knight needs to go through, and our fella finds it amazing because he himself ran away in his first battle. While Eileen calls it nonsense, Logan confesses that not many know this, but that's how his first real fight went. Our dude was standing there frozen, and this is the reason why he was worried for Eileen, who did more than he could imagine. Our fella, quite impressed, hopes to continue seeing great things from Lady Eileen, making her blush. The scene then switches to the next day. As soon as the sun rose, the father ordered the troops that were able to move to inform the people that Castle Tomoto had now become the McLeans. Questions were raised about needing to head back to the capital immediately for the king's funeral. It appears that Logan decides not to rush to the funeral, believing that no one would care about some baron from nowhere being a little late, and the patriarch agrees, saying they need to recoup the losses of the war. Patrick decides not to be so late and to wrap things up to depart quickly, and before that, they need to rebuild the castle walls that were destroyed mid-war. Poor mages were first told to break the walls, and now they are the ones who are rebuilding the walls, making them wonder if they are freaking workers. Clayton assures his fellow disciples that they've been promised a long vacation after this. In the meantime, the little boy Grick upgrades to a fourth circle mage, and Clayton couldn't be happier to see his students grow. Perhaps it's all thanks to this labor. This incident later becomes the foundation for the Golem mages of McLean to begin walking the path of war engineering and, with some time, Grand, the capital. Later, Patrick and Logan McLean come to visit the Duke in the capital Grand. The servant of the Duke questions the McLeans if they're tired, given that they came immediately after arriving at the capital. But the patriarch claims that a knight who trains himself doesn't feel tired from that, and soon after, our fella asks the servant how the master is doing. The Duke's servant, Luis, opens up that the master seems severely shocked, since nobody expected His Majesty to pass away so suddenly. As they follow Luis, Logan questions him if he knows how His Majesty passed away, to which the guy reveals that the king collapsed while attending to national affairs, adding that the temple says he suffered from cerebral hemorrhaging as a result of overworking. Upon hearing this, our guy is thrown into disbelief since in his past life, it was a sudden cardiac arrest due to old age. Although it does have a common cause in old age, Logan feels that something doesn't feel right. Later they meet the Duke, who appears worn out. The Duke himself admits that he doesn't look very good as his old body has caught up to his age. That's when servant Luis divulges that the Duke has overexerted himself due to investigations regarding the king's death. While our guy reckons that the king's death has taken a toll on the Duke, Felix apologizes and greets Patrick McLean. The patriarch expresses his honor to meet him, and Felix apologizes for meeting him in such circumstances. The pain in the Duke's voice is apparent when he says that during the past week, these old bones have felt more powerless than ever. Worried, our guy wonders if the situation in the capital is that bad, and Felix nods. He abruptly blows up and calls Juan and Jordan damnable bastards. Logan knows that he's talking about an influential figure in the first prince's faction, Juan Douglas, and similarly in the second prince's faction, Jordan Valtermine. Felix is stressed about the nation possibly splitting into two because the two dukes have forgone maintaining balance between their factions and have developed hostilities with each other. And what's more is that they dared to pressure Felix with the third prince's life. While Patrick finds it utterly shameless, Logan states that they are pressuring Felix as he's the patron of a prince yet to come of age. Felix exasperatingly admits that he must take part in their faction in order to save the third prince's life, and our guy assumes that if he refuses their demands, the third prince will be endangered. As Duke Felix breaks down, Logan contemplates that in reality, no faction would risk drawing attention to themselves by having the prince die suddenly at this time. However, he's aware that it's bound to happen since in his past life, there were numerous assassination attempts on the third prince. Just then, Felix looks done with the whole situation and commands his servant Luis to escort the third prince to the estate. However, Logan immediately refuses and tells the Duke that he can't do this. Our dude makes him understand that no matter how close he keeps the prince by his side, he cannot stay with him at all times. Logan suggests the Sword Duke declare bluntly that he will not involve himself with the faction battle at all, elaborating that what they fear the most is not the inability to have Felix on their side but having him join the enemy faction. Just then, the patriarch whispers to Logan, reminding him that they came here to request aid from the Sword Duke because of what happened with Bifrost. But our guy responds that they will resolve their family problem on their own. As Patrick apologizes for the shameful display, the Sword Duke blames himself for failing to see the bigger picture and thanks Logan for this advice. The Sword Duke decides to perform his duty by being blunt, believing the fate of their nation will be as the heavens will it. Watching the Duke take this step, our guy analyzes that unlike in his past life, instead of being pressured to the point of being forced into neutrality, Master Felix is deciding his place by himself. Not to mention that it will be a definite practical benefit for him. After that, the Sword Duke lets out that he can't help Logan's family right now, but he reminds him where to find him if things go wrong. Smiling, our fella corroborates if Felix is willing to answer any request of his, and the Duke nods. Flushed with success, Logan didn't think he'd get such a boon so soon. He then assures Felix that he has nothing to ask yet. However, he promises the Sword Duke to deeply and carefully consider whatever he requests in the future. Our dude saves this opportunity as insurance for something bigger. Moments later, a servant hysterically bursts the door open and reports that two superhumans have entered the estate. It turns out to be the first prince's faction, Tempest Blade, Wiccan Kalia, and the second prince's faction, Half-Giant, Marquis Luther Kale. As they both seem to bicker, Wiccan wonders if Luther has come to get a beating from the Sword Duke, who seems to have no interest in the factions. The tension between the two factions gets intense with every minute until shortly, the Sword Duke calls out Wiccan and Luther, asking why both of them are spilling out murderous intent here. The two factions panic as the presence of the Sword Duke scares the shit out of them. Felix is shocked at them for daring to show him respect despite abandoning their duty to play at picking sides. Marquis Luther confesses that he would never do that since the lessons Felix taught him are yet to be forgotten by this dull body of his. Furthermore, Luther clarifies that he has not come to meet the Sword Duke but his guest, the McLean family. Wiccan also adds that he does not wish to displease the Sword Duke and has come to meet the McLeans instead. Felix asks his disciple, Logan, if he would speak to them directly, and our guy appears, expressing how honored he is to meet the two of them, whom he's admired for so long. An awkward silence takes over the room when Wiccan and Luther look at each other, weirded out. The factions express that it's a pleasure to meet a young talented man like Logan, and reveal that they're actually here to meet his father, Patrick McLean. While our guy suffers through an existential crisis, the Patriarch gets pumped up. The Patriarch feels honored to meet the two superhumans of the kingdom, and discerns that as of the moment, his son Logan manages the family in his stead. He informs Wiccan and Luther to continue their conversation with his son. While Wiccan and Luther are impressed to see Logan, who manages to take care of an entire estate at such a young age, our guy is overwhelmed by the big guy's size. Just then, our guy asks them what business they have with his family. Luther likes the straightforwardness as it suits Logan's age, while Wiccan thinks it's best not to beat around the bush. The first prince's faction mentions the McLeans battled against the Bifrost of the second prince's faction, wondering if Logan will utilize this opportunity to take a vow of loyalty to the first prince, Highness Reuter. Wiccan also mentions Logan's uncle-in-law, who's also in the same faction, but our guy doesn't really like the idea. Meanwhile, Luther convinces our guy to swear his loyalty to the second prince instead, assuring him that he will achieve a favorable outcome in his arbitration with the Bifrost. They force Logan into a position where he must make a choice, believing that it's best for neighbors to live in peace together. Our guy realizes the big guy is threatening him, but nonetheless, there's some truth to it. Tomoto Castle, which the McLeans have taken over, shares a border with Luther Kale's trade city of Kale. But even so, Logan has no intention of joining either of the factions. Gulping, our guy is under pressure. It's obvious with just a little consideration that if the McLeans were to join the first prince's faction, it could unintentionally pave the way for the second prince to cancel the war against the Bifrost and trigger a civil war. And even if he joins the second prince's faction, although Bifrost and McLean will be forced to reconcile, there are chances that Wiccan Kalia may invade, claiming to have been disregarded. Hence, our fella comes to the conclusion that refusing is the best option. Logan then makes it clear to the two superhumans that he can't make a rushed decision, and suddenly, the Sword Duke intervenes. Enraged, he furiously questions the two factions what they think they're doing, calling it a pathetic display, deducing that they have dropped all the pretenses and decided to draw a line outright, involving his disciple at that. Freaked out, Wiccan and Luther justify that they're clearly making a proposal to the McLean household, and simply wish to discuss the future with them. The Sword Duke corroborates with them that this does not involve him, and the two factions fiercely swear that it has nothing to do with him. The Sword Duke, taking advantage of his authority, clarifies that this is the way it should be, and reveals that he has no business involving himself in faction disputes after all. The Duke strictly announces that he has decided that he will no longer participate in the faction wars. The two superhumans decide to convey the Duke's intentions to the princes, while our guy takes a sigh of relief. Before leaving, Wiccan suggests Logan make a careful decision, and Luther mentions that it could be good luck for the McLeans, because if they had attacked Bifrost after the funeral, the prince would not have even bothered to negotiate. And this is exactly why our fella attacked before the king's death. After they leave, Logan breathes freely, and Felix curiously asks him if he plans to involve himself in the faction wars, given that he didn't completely refuse them. Logan bluntly confesses that he may involve himself if necessary, but regardless of what path he chooses, he assures the Sword Duke that he intends to do whatever he can to retain his honor. These words were enough to relieve the Sword Duke, and as he thinks it through, he ponders that his beliefs are his own, and he cannot impose them on others, even if it is his one and only disciple. The Duke then asks our boy to rest since the funeral will begin soon. Later, the funeral begins, and as the Archbishop is about to say the prayers, he's left shocked. It appears that instead of remembering the dead, the people have opted to take sides and keep each other in check. Logan believes that the Archbishop is shaken after seeing this state. While the bishop begins his prayers, that bastard Bifrost warns Logan that he has 1 week to enjoy himself, as it would be no good to despair in his final moments after all. Our guy curses his luck for sitting next to Bifrost, and while the prayers continue, Logan decides to make things exciting, and tells Bifrost that he has been scouted by his faction. Smiling, our fella manifests that they might end up being on the same team, warning Lord Bifrost to watch his words. As the Count is bewildered and calls it nonsense, our guy suggests he ask Marquis Luther himself to believe this nonsense. Seconds later, Logan laughs it off and reveals that it was a joke while Bifrost controls himself, as it appears he would kill the red-headed guy any second. Once the funeral is over, Roger plans to see the Sword Duke, and he can't imagine someone touching what's his and leaving unscathed. As Bifrost hates on our arrogant guy, the first and second prince yawn like fat pigs at their father's funeral. The third prince is the only sane person who's crying at his father's death. Moments later, the bishop concludes the first day of the national funeral rites. The funeral rites that started in the morning came to an end in the evening. Right after that, vassals from both factions started gathering around Patrick and Logan McLean, bothering them to the bitter end. While our boy is frustrated from having to keep turning them down, his father convincingly asks Logan if he has no intention of joining either faction. The father confesses that he's worried because if things continue as they are, their family will be at risk. Regardless, the patriarch accentuates that using a faction's strength to stop a Bifrost invasion is their first priority. But Logan assures him that they have the option to rely on the Sword Duke to resolve things, and before this happens, he deduces that the factions will resolve themselves. The patriarch hysterically wonders what the hell Logan has in mind, and that's when our guy decides to unravel some things. They shortly meet little Philip, and while the patriarch is shocked to see him at the castle, Logan discloses what he has planned during the national funeral. After several days, the funeral rites conclude after 5 days, and suddenly, a guy calls Logan a political bat, muttering that Count Bifrost was right. Political bats refers to those who take whichever side is winning and get exiled for their dishonesty. Our guy immediately realizes that Roger Bifrost is working hard at badmouthing the McLeans, which explains why the envoys from the factions did not pester him. Nonetheless, he does not have any intention of joining either of the factions. Shortly, Logan's father-in-law approaches him and learns that the patriarch has returned to the lodgings first. The father-in-law questions our fella if he has not decided on a wedding date. Logan tries to dodge the question by mentioning that their territory is currently in crisis, but Eileen's father insists that publicizing the bond between the two families would help keep Bifrost in check. But the father himself refuses, knowing he'll end up getting scolded by his daughter again. Floyd assumes that it's Logan's first time. At first, our dude thinks Floyd is talking about the wedding, but the father-in-law goes on a rampage, reasoning he wouldn't have sat by quietly if it wasn't Logan's first wedding. While our guy freaks out, Floyd mentions that it's his son-in-law's first time attending the Grand Noblesse. At the Grand Noblesse, people talk about the king's passing when suddenly Logan bumps into someone, making him stumble. The guy scolds our fella and jerks away his hand as he offers him help. Patrick McLean calls that guy irrational and affirms Logan not to worry about him. We then get to know that the assembly is occurring 2 weeks earlier than in his past life. Well, it's thanks to the Sword Duke's declaration of neutrality. Neither faction no longer has anything to hide. It is revealed that the Grand Noblesse in Logan's previous life ended in chaos. The trigger was a Viscount from the First Prince's faction swept up in the rising tensions during the assembly and cursed Jordan Valtermine. As a result, the middling aristocrats tangled up in a fight which spiraled out of control and led to even the superhumans clashing outright. It was called the slip of the tongue that felled the country. That incident initiated the Civil War, and the Viscount who started it all was criticized for a long time. Later at the assembly, tumultuous roars erupt as the two factions argue over which prince would become the king. The first prince is ought to take the throne since he's the superior, but the second prince's faction states that they differ in mere months. Logan, who's also there, finds it no surprise that anyone could pull the trigger at this rate. In his past life, after the fighting during the assembly, there was a period of preparation, and a month or two later, the first battle of the Civil War had begun. However, our guy takes it as a threat since in that much time, Bifrost would be able to crush them. Hence, he urges that the Civil War must begin sooner, without any time to prepare. Count Larry Klett, whom Logan bumped into earlier, seems to be fighting for the second prince to become the king, and justifies that Prince Romain has the ability to take over the throne, given how he resolved the issue of trade with the Empire. The first prince's count calls out Count Larry and finds it nonsense. As Larry Klett states that Prince Romain has invested the most in state affairs, suddenly his nose starts bleeding. Abruptly, the count's condition gets worse and he's knocked out. The people in the assembly panic and call for a priest for Count Klett. They check the pulse and learn that Larry Klett is not breathing while our fella smiles and looks at his ring. It turns out to be Logan behind this. He finds the ring he's wearing very effective, which occurs to be lethe grass. After injecting it with force and drying it for 3 days to concentrate it, its medicinal properties are greatly enhanced, and it becomes a deadly poison that triggers cerebrovascular hemorrhaging. This truth will be revealed 15 years into the future, and it's something the Grandia Liberation Front will discover for the purpose of assassinating the upper echelon controlling the empire. Our boy asked Philip to bring him the necessary herbs several days in advance, and by attaching a small needle to his ring, he was able to inject the poison into Count Larry before the meeting began. Although neither a knight nor a magician would be fazed by it, against a normal aristocrat like Larry, it is incredibly effective. The ninth assassination target of the Grandia Liberation Front, Larry Klett. This time Logan is tenacious to cut that life of his short before he can even sell out his country, referring to the prince. Now then, our fella eagerly waits for the reactions of both of the princes. With that, the most anticipated fight begins when Prince Romain accuses the first prince of poisoning his subordinate, Larry Klett. But the first prince, Reuter, wonders what he would gain by killing Larry the traitor and throws shade at Romain, asking who would fall for a farce like this. While Romain is offended by this, Another subordinate calls it an unreasonable accusation, given that they are yet unaware of the reason behind Count Larry falling unconscious. Prince Reuter's subordinate recalls that it was Romain who initially accused the first prince of poisoning the victim, believing that the second prince's faction was perhaps provoked upon hearing the word traitor. At that moment, the two counts get into a heated argument while Logan is relieved to see that they are the ones butting heads first after all. Just like the McLeans and the Bifros, the two of them are famously hostile northern families. Another similarity is that the family heads are a knight and a mage. The two heads of the northern families, Roxina and Chloe, are at each other's throats, and the judge of the assembly begs them to stop fighting. However, the judge is rendered speechless when he witnesses that the mages and knights stand guard to begin a fight at any moment. Before things could get any worse, the Sword Duke barges into the assembly and exclaims that it's not a matter to be dealt with through emotions, but with a proper investigation to unveil what truly happened. Deep down, our fella knows it won't be easy for Master Felix this time. Prince Romain claims that there's no need for an investigation when things are clear, but Prince Reuter strongly agrees with the Duke. The fat Reuter blames the second prince for having no proper justification, so he decided to get rid of a useless puppet by staging a farce. This angers Romain as the first prince dares to say that after such an underhanded assassination. Reuter believes that the second prince shouldn't be opposed to an investigation if he's so forthright. As it gets intense, the Sword Duke walks forth. However, he's blocked by Juan and Jordan, who warn Duke Felix not to intervene and make it clear that he won't have an easy time against the two of them. The Sword Duke questions the two dukes of each faction if they know the meaning of this, and Patrick McLean, who is witnessing this, is taken aback by the fact that the three sole dukes of their kingdom are in conflict. The dukes of the factions make Felix understand how pointless this assembly is. Therefore, it's better to simply come to a conclusion. At that moment, things take a drastically shocking turn when second Prince Romain disowns his brother Reuter and declares that they shall prove their right to the throne by force. It was as if the first prince was waiting for that exact moment as he tumultuously calls forth all the men who follow him, and that's how both of the princes announce their preparation for war. Meanwhile, the Sword Duke, who tried so hard to save the crumbling nation, watches it fall apart right before his eyes. The scene then switches to Jordan Valtermine, the Duke, who scolds his subordinate for asking for more time to finish dealing with the McLeans when the war could start at any moment. The subordinate appears terrified, as Jordan's name as the Blazing Heat Sword truly signifies his strength. In reality, the big guy is an exceptionally cold and calculating man. One wrong answer, and that will be the end of everything. The guy assures Jordan that it won't take long, but the Duke calls it inefficient. The Duke callously states that the only efficient solution would be to bring the McLeans under their faction, so their forces would be added to their own. Jordan even sent Luther Marcus to do that, but someone warned that the McLeans were too rotten to take in. At that moment, the subordinate apologizes to the Blazing Sword, reasoning that he had lost himself in his greed and did something unforgivable. Duke Jordan tells him to abandon his greed for now, and after they win the war, he plans to deliver those men to his very doorstep. The Duke decides to give the McLeans a light warning and commands his subordinate to summon his best troops. Several days later at Castle Tomoto, the envoy of Duke Jordan contacts the McLeans. The envoy respects the Baron's decision to stay neutral and not join any faction. However, the envoy strictly warns them of severe punishment if the McLeans go back on their word. Patrick takes Duke Jordan's words to heart, and after the envoy disconnects, the patriarch is done with the rude behavior. Well, Logan isn't surprised, as the envoy was from the Valtermine Duchy after all. Nonetheless, even with the situation as it is, they don't have to rely on a master for anything, while the patriarch suspects that Bifros is gathering forces and heading to the capital. With the current state of affairs, Patrick assumes they will be able to rest at ease for a while. Logan nods and focuses on what they can do for now. It is then revealed that the Civil War, which arose because of Larry Klett's death, resulted in physical confrontation just 1 week later. In the beginning, both sides were thinking of taking action to assassinate the third prince, but an unexpected incident arose. While the conscripted forces of both factions were in motion, they just happened to cross paths. In the end, a long line was drawn from the initial point of contact in the north to the territory under the direct control of the crown, and both armies began to battle spontaneously all across the kingdom. It was a sign that the war would end up being prolonged. As things progressed, the leaders of both factions began to draw out every last bit of strength they could muster, and as a result, Roger Bifros had no choice but to move to the central front. In the end, he left behind only a minimal number of men at his main castle. Bifros leaves the castle, thinking that it's fine as long as the McLeans haven't lost their minds and wouldn't ignore the Duke's warning, as fear constantly keeps echoing in Bifros's head. On the contrary, at Tomoto Castle, our crazy hero seems to be planning to occupy Bifros's territory in the meantime. This makes everyone believe that Logan really has lost his mind. Dwayne freaks out and reminds the young master that Valtermine warned them about this very thing, asking him if he's daring to ignore a superhuman. While our fella shamelessly sticks to his plan, Heinkel supposes that even if Bifrost does not have the luxury of fighting back due to the civil war, this may be taken as a challenge to the second prince. The knight manifests the worst-case scenario, that as a result, the McLean family may be made an example of as the family that got crushed after they went against the second prince. That's when our fella bursts out and doesn't agree with Heinkel since they had been at war with Bifrost way before the civil war. He elaborates that this is merely a fight between families, so taking it as a challenge to the second prince would be too broad of an interpretation, not to mention that both the second prince and Duke Veltermime are aware of this. Flabbergasted, Heinkel realizes that young Master Logan had already predicted this and took over Castle Tomoto. He has a hard time believing this, and says it's as if the young master saw the future. While this makes our fella laugh, the patriarch warns them that Veltermime is the kind of man who will hold him accountable later, if not now. He asks Logan if he has thought of this possibility, and our guy refuses, claiming that there's no way Duke Veltermime would hold them accountable. Call it assuming or delusional. Logan manifests that they take over Castle Bifrost and become strong enough to be a bargaining chip for both factions. This sounds like bullshit to everyone, and so the patriarch asks Heinkel and Dwayne to leave the room. After they leave, Patrick asks Logan if he's aware that there's a fatal flaw in his reasoning. The patriarch elucidates that the civil war must not end before they occupy Bifrost and grow stronger for this plan to work. And our fella seems to be indubitably certain that the civil war will be prolonged. That's when our red-headed dude is hit with a reality check because, looking through history, there are rarely cases where a civil war lasts longer than a year. The fact that the Grandia Civil War lasted for 3 years is what made it a special case. While Logan accidentally overlooked this point, his father said this before the attack on Tomoto Castle. The patriarch doesn't wish to pry into what's going on in his son's mind, and believes that whatever he's doing is for the sake of the McLean family. But he advises Logan to make up for these kinds of blind spots, and now their plan is to take back the land of their forefathers, referring to Bifrost Castle. Sooner than expected, the McLeans attack Bifrost's main castle, while a Bifrost knight warns his men to hold out until reinforcements from Pareda arrive. Our knights witness that the enemy has no intention of surrendering peacefully, while the patriarch asserts that there's no need to draw this out and plans to capture the castle at once. In the meantime, Lentor, a high-ranking knight of Bifrost, emerges and lets out that the lordship has left this land for the sake of a war that will decide the fate of this nation. Lord Roger Bifrost has left the honorable duty to him as the last line of defense. Lentor opens up about the things he've heard about Logan McLean and clarifies that he will make them repay for the disgrace of having Tomoto Castle stolen from them. Knight Lentor challenges Logan to a duel among the knights and demands an answer from our guy if he's a knight too, unless he wishes to shame himself. Upon hearing such bullshit, our fella thinks Lentor is the one embarrassing himself and wonders if this bastard is some theater actor. Shortly the duel begins and poor Lentor gets his ass beaten very badly. Our guy mistakenly punches the life out of him as he felt like it and knocks Lentor out. Logan is surprised that a high-ranking knight passed out from just one punch, while Knight Heinkel thinks Bifrost has lost it to leave a man who's all talk to command the defense. Just then, our guy asks his father to proceed, who appears shocked. It appears that the patriarch is mesmerized by the sight of the land of his forefathers, from which they were chased out 200 years ago. Patrick feels on top of the world as, never in his wildest dreams, did he think they would reclaim the land so easily. But Logan lets out that it wasn't easy, and at that moment, the Baron turns around to see the McLean army standing. He appreciates their hard work and declares that they have reclaimed the land of their forefathers, feeling blessed to have vassals like them. He states that this place is here to recognize their efforts, but it is also to cherish the men who have fallen in the process. The patriarch calls out the names of the knights who have died in the process, engraving these names on his heart to remember them forevermore. And regarding the events that are to come, Patrick thinks it would be best to ask the future of the McLeans. Logan worriedly looks at his father and knowing he has surmised as much, he exclaims that an era of chaos has come upon them, and he wishes that the McLeans will ride the wings of chaos to soar even higher. Therefore, he asks the knights to become their wings, and everyone screams with reverence for the McLeans. On the contrary, Count Roger Bifrost learns about his castle falling, asking his knight what the hell Pareda and Lentor were doing. That's when the knight reports that the castle had already fallen before the Pareda forces could be dispatched. Bifrost simmers with anger and declares that they will go back at once to tear the McLeans limb from limb. However, the superhuman, Duke Veltermime, commands him to stop. Bifrost tries to reason with the Duke that his land was taken by those savages and asks Jordan why he insists that he must not attack. Veltermime reveals that the forces deployed to the central front on both sides currently are nearly equal, and this could go wrong if they remove the Bifrost forces at this time. Duke Jordan threatens Roger and asks him if he's trying to save his land while ignoring their mission. Scared as fuck, Bifrost fuels the Duke and lets out that those bastards ignored Jordan's warnings. That's when Veltermime lets out that he will tear the McLeans apart himself, but only after their mission is over. However, before that, the Duke plans to send them a notice so that they join their faction. While Bifrost is utterly confused, the Duke, reeking of malice, plans to drag the McLeans to the front lines and use them as meat shields. Plus, they will not have the right to refuse. The scene switches to Valtermine, where he threatens our young master to join the second prince's faction. However, our guy smiles diabolically and pulls an Uno reverse when he says that the McLeans will have no choice but to support the first prince if the Duke tries to threaten them. Well, they did not know they're dealing with a red-headed crazy bastard and are beating their heads against a wall. Bifrost, standing next to Valtermine, freaks out and wonders if Logan McLean has gone crazy, because however reckless he may be, no one dares to threaten his highness like this. Duke Jordan grimly reminds our fella that he not only dared to ignore his warning but is also rejecting his counsel, wondering if he's aware that his actions go against the will of Prince Romain. The superhuman, boiling with anger, emits a crushing aura while our guy, appearing as calm as fuck, admits that he's crossing the line. Logan respectfully states that their hostility with Bifrost has gone on for generations, making it clear that it's not a matter of going against the prince or the Duke. Jordan tries to be a smartass and challenges our hero to prove it by bringing his men to the front lines and distinguishing himself so that both his and Prince Romain's anger shall dissipate. However, Logan fearlessly informs the Duke that he cannot do so, and Jordan goes ballistic as the ground cracks with his energy. Our guy could feel the odd noise through the communication orb, pretending to be a simpleton. The red-headed fella then accentuates that he intends to follow Master Felix's will and stay neutral. Logan mentions that his loyalty to the royal family will not change while Bifrost Loki begs this crazy bastard to shut up. Just as Duke Valtermine expresses his anger, his knights barge in and inform him that the first prince's men are moving. This fuels the Duke's anger even more as his death glare could devour anyone alive. And to add fuel to the fire, our guy notices the commotion and guesses that the Duke has got a lot on his hands, advising him to take care of his business first. At that moment, the Duke grabs the orb and warns Logan that he will end his lot even if it costs him, since that would be the best way to raise their morale. Smirking, our guy, being a cocky ass, wonders if the Duke will be able to pay the price since he's heard the front lines are quite strained. He believes that Valtermine is not someone who'd be swayed by such simplistic anger, while the Duke urges to kill Logan more than ever, and warns him that he'll soon realize what he has done. Soon after, the Duke assigns Bifrost some men to make sure to end that arrogant fool Logan McLean. Upon hearing this, Roger Bifrost feels joyous, since Logan dug his own grave and believes that having the McLeans meet their end at the Duke's hands isn't so bad. Soon after the call with Valtermine ends, Juan Douglas, the Duke of the First Prince's faction, contacts Logan. He loves the heroic tale of the McLeans occupying the Bifrost territory and expresses his happiness. While our guy feels honored to be contacted by His Grace, Juan Douglas conjectures that the McLeans wish to join their faction, given that they attacked Bifrost. But our hero corrects the Duke and states that Bifrost was simply their family's long-standing enemy, clarifying that they aren't yet prepared to support either faction. Poor Logan tries to act cheerful to the point his cheek muscles begin cramping. Considering Jordan's spitefulness, Duke Huan manifests it just right that he must be looking to consume the whole McLean family, curiously asking Logan what he intends to do. Our fella panics a bit because that is exactly what Jordan is doing, but he lies through his teeth, revealing that Duke Valtermine contacted him a while ago, so he begged for his pardon, and he gave it. As Douglas finds it hard to believe, our young master elaborates that their family is weak, so maintaining absolute neutrality is all they can do. Regardless of neutrality, Logan, the sly fox, decides to at least support Huan with moral support and implores the Duke to crush the remaining Bifrost forces. The Duke bursts into laughter and loves how Logan speaks his mind. In the next second, Juan Douglas makes it clear that he won't let it pass if the McLeans intend to deceive him. Our fella does get terrified for a second, but by being blunt, he did manage to solidify the McLeans' neutrality. Later, Max Pareda learns about the shocking news that Bifrost has been occupied. The fact they haven't even deployed their forces makes them feel utterly useless. The servant calms down Lord Pareda and deduces that the Count would not sit by and let the McLeans do as they please. The servant, grinning evilly, assures his lord that Count Bifrost will surely punish those fools. However, their dream to crush the McLeans goes down the drain when the second prince's knight informs them that they can't persecute House McLean because their neutrality has been approved. Pareda is left staggered and the servant gives false hope to his lord, believing the McLeans won't be able to act against them if they are neutral. While Pareda puts his dangling trust in his servant, a subordinate arrives hysterically and reports that they've received a message from the McLeans. Pareda's servant summarizes the key points that postulate that Pareda will pay a monthly tribute of rations and supplies worth 10,000 gold at market price and reduce sharecropping by 1/3. Moreover, they have to allow monthly internal inspections by the McLean family, and lastly allow them to freely assign soldiers whenever it is deemed necessary. Our fella gives a clear declaration that, given the current situation, they can't launch a direct attack on Pareda, but regardless of who becomes the next king, they will be the lords of this land. Logan scares the shit out of Pareda by ending his message with a warning to obey these demands to avoid death in the near future. The scene then takes us to Befro's castle, where Dwayne informs our young master that Pareda has requested to become one of their vassals. Overjoyed, our fella plans to cut them inch by inch until they can take their entire forces in whole. Still, our boy thinks it's a shame that they weren't able to do anything to Percival and Ruffman. But Dwayne believes they have achieved much already, and Logan agrees since they've eliminated all current threats anyway. The McLeans then celebrate their victory in the war, and while everyone enjoys dancing and wine, an angry Victor is busy warding off the boys that approach his sister Victoria. Shortly, Patrick points at Logan to get started now. Our guy then calls Knight Heinkel to come forth, rewarding him with 1 million gold and a great territory worth the same for leading the Knights' Order and achieving victory in the war. Upon hearing this, the people are thrown into utter shock as they drool over the reward and recall that their land was broke as fuck. Well, the people realize that young Master Logan scraped everything out of the castle's treasury like a hungry bastard, so that explains why they have so much wine. Our fella still desires to steal Befros's artifact storage, but sadly, it was emptied by the military. After that, Logan calls out Sir Clayton and acknowledges that the Golem Magic Tower achieved the most during the Battle of Tomoto Castle. As such, the mage turns red as he's rewarded with a piece of land within McLean Town to forever be used by the Magic Tower, exempted from taxes at that, plus a monetary reward of 1 million gold. Clayton bursts into tears of happiness frantically while our dude announces they will be granting monetary rewards to others as well, telling them to drink their hearts out. As his parents look at him proudly, Logan is flattered and feels like showing off with other people's money is the best. Just then, Eileen catches his eye as she seems excited, and our boy wonders if she's that happy about the reward since the Floyd family isn't exactly destitute. Blushing, Eileen lets out that it's not just money, it's the first time she has earned money herself. She is thrilled since there are few opportunities a woman has in this country to earn money, and just by being a knight, she's managed to realize a part of her dreams. Their moment is interrupted by Romaine, who asks Logan if there's something in store for their blacksmith Hamar. Our guy Loki finds his bratty little brother looking out for him just because he gave him a sword. Logan assures Hamar that he's prepared the perfect gift for him. Later, we see someone arriving at the McLean territory, and it turns out to be a fellow dwarf who curses his owner. Well, it's kinda unfair since our main character gave money and land to the others, but our dude Hamar gets a disabled coworker. The dwarves arrive at a location, and the ginger-haired dwarf, Tamar, wonders if he's going to work here. They feel their skin crawling as they see the place swarming with humans, and assume that their master this time is an oddball. That's because they're buying dwarves and transporting them in such a good carriage. One of them wonders if they're not just livestock to shuttle on a cart to those nobles, while the other guesses that the master might just want to flaunt his wealth by showing that he can afford to spare a carriage even for slaves. Tamar tells them to watch their words, scared of what might happen if someone hears them. But the other dwarf is not ready to bow to a human and expects the same from his fellow. He's in disbelief as he asks Tamar if he's going to abandon his pride just because he lost one hand. Just then, they hear a knight instructing them to follow him if they're all off the carriage. Tamar believes his fellows are fools for clinging onto their pride, knowing that it will only bring them more misery. After losing his hand, he's abandoned all sense of pride because that was the only way for him, a dwarf who can't forge properly, to survive up until now. As he's walking, he feels a sudden urge to just die, and just then, a man welcomes them there. The man tells others to inform Sir Hamar that his people have arrived, and Tamar is caught by surprise as he hears that. He's curious if the guy just referred to a dwarf as Sir, and confirms with him to make sure he heard right. The man wonders if Tamar knows him and confesses that Hamar is the greatest blacksmith in their territory, and the things he's made have greatly changed their fief. Hence, that is the reason why they have high expectations from the new arrivals as well. Tamar is deeply touched by those words since he never thought there'd be a human fief that would recognize dwarves. That makes him imagine how great that dwarf must be, and that's when Hamar shows up. The old dwarf is relieved to see his brethren arrive and is glad to see them all in good health. Tamar is in shock to see him, while Hamar, seeing them all healthy, declares that he'll be able to make them all work like dogs. The dwarves are surprised as they hear that, and Hamar just tells them to hurry up inside as they have tons of orders waiting for them. The image of Hamar that the ginger-haired dwarf imagined is shattered, and several days later, Logan shows up there and asks the old dwarf if he got his present. Hamar lets him know that thanks to the help, their crossbow production is going much faster. Our boy thinks it's a relief and is curious to see those dwarves who are working faithfully as cogs in this workshop. Logan observes the system where each person is responsible for a single part and believes it's definitely fit for mass production. However, he can only imagine that the dwarves' pride led to much pushback. Hamar informs him that after showing them the number of orders they had to work through, they quieted down. He mentions a slacker that wanted to be a manager, and that turns out to be Tamar, who thought being an inspector would suit him well. But that matter was resolved peacefully by the old dwarf, who disciplined the ginger-haired fella. Logan laughs as he praises Hamar for resolving everything so nicely, and Hamar states that he learned it from Logan, laughing as well. The dwarves see them as demons, but Tamar believes that if they devote themselves to their work for just 20 years, they'll be freed. That's what Hamar told them about his promise, and hoping that he'll be freed, Tamar doesn't think he will find an opportunity like this again. On the other hand, the old dwarf is curious as to why Logan needs so many crossbows again, since with this many, they'd be able to arm 10,000 men and more. Our young master lets him know that's because they need to arm 10,000 men. Hamar wonders if he's making 10 years' worth in advance, and remarks that his preparations sure are thorough. But that doesn't seem to be the case, as Logan tells him that he's going to make a militia 10,000 strong. The old dwarf is utterly shocked to hear that, and can't help but think if this human is planning to start another war, while Logan can already tell what he's thinking. The Civil War has only just begun, and nobody knows that it'll go on for 3 years, or that the Empire will launch an invasion as it comes to an end. This war, fought by elite soldiers, will eventually be fought by scraping together assets to hire mercenaries, and after that, things will escalate until civilians are armed with daggers and forced to fight. That gruesome sight is hell on earth, and Logan feels the need to prepare for those times. Hamar knows that it doesn't mean much coming from him, but he's skeptical if it will be alright arming that many civilians. Our boy lets him know that he just has to ensure their livelihood, because if he does, he could hand them bombs, and a rebellion still wouldn't happen. As he mentions bombs, he remembers that there's something he'd like Hamar and Clayton to make for him in secret. Hamar has a bad feeling about this, and after a while, we see Logan explaining everything to Clayton. It seems they need a bomb that explodes after a time delay. He elaborates that the condition for the explosion is an impact above a certain threshold. He tells them it should be about the force of crushing it with his hand, and before it explodes, there should be a slight vibration as an alert. He thinks it would be nice if the color changes too, and wants the time delay to be about 5 seconds while the scale of the explosion should be about a circle 2 explosion spell. Alongside all of this, he wants the production cost to be about 50 gold. This makes Clayton wonder if this item really exists, and Logan assures him that he's used it before. Hamar feels a sense of déjà vu as he witnesses the scene, while our boy mentions the materials he roughly remembers being used to make it. The bulky mage brings up what Logan said about not being 100% sure about the ratio either, and adds that the property of a compound can change radically depending on the ratio of the materials. Furthermore, he states that while exhibiting the performance of a Circle 2 spell, it has to be 1/10 of the cost of a Circle 1 scroll. He believes if an item like that were to exist, all hell would break loose in this business. And if it's something that our boy has used before, Clayton thinks it would be faster to search for the manufacturer. The next thing we see is Logan asking Luis if he knows someone who makes novel items, but Luis seems to be clueless about it. What our young master is trying to make is Liberatio. It's a bomb named after the word for freedom in the ancient language. It was a weapon used by the Grandia Liberation Front against the Empire to great effect. However, only a handful of people knew of its manufacturing method, and unfortunately, Logan wasn't one of them. Still, he thought the then Commander General might have had an inkling about it, but that's not the case. The manufacturer of the Liberatio was a mage of Earth, and they say he was inspired by the weapons of ancient dwarves. That's why Logan thought his current team would have been able to do it. Hamar was wondering if Logan had simply dreamed it up, but Logan's memories of using it are so clear that he's starting to doubt his own skepticism. And now that our boy thinks about it, his memories of Liberatio are especially clear. He finds it unusual but shrugs it off, thinking that since it's what killed him in the end, it might not be strange at all. He decides to explain one more time and tells them to listen carefully. On the other hand, we see a commoner bad-mouthing the nobles as he questions why they're being dragged and killed if it's the nobles' war. His friend tries to calm him down when another guy agrees with him, saying that the nobles should have just fought amongst themselves. His body trembles as he reveals that they dragged him into their faction wars, just because his great-great-grandmother was Marquis Kalia's second daughter. The guy cries out loud that the first family to fall to ruin after the Civil War might just be them. He confesses that he ran away without even being able to recover his family's bodies, and that's when a masked man shows up and asks him if he's Damien Nathal. Damien asks him who he is and how he knows his name, while he grabs his dagger. The masked man reveals that he's from the Information Guild and his client has sent a message for him. Damien is confused about who would send a message to him, and that's when he notices a seal of fire on the letter. Luis finds Logan writing a ton of letters and wonders if he's planning to host a party or something. Logan reveals that these letters are to be sent to talents that have lost their masters due to the Civil War. Luis asks him if he's planning to recruit them, and it seems that he's guessed it right. However, Luis is curious if there's a famous knight in the territories falling into ruin since he hasn't heard of such a thing. Our boy lets him know that right now, they're just descendants and soldiers of small and middling fiefdoms. He believes if they leave them alone, they'd likely become wandering mercenaries. Luis asks him why he plans on recruiting them, wondering if they're that short on military power. And our young master brings up the phrase diamonds in the rough to explain that. It's obvious, but this is based on information from his past life. Most of the people will eventually become force users, but the recipients of the letters he's writing right now are currently completely unable to use force. Even then, one of them is especially important, and Logan thinks it would be nice if he responded. That person turns out to be Damien Nathal, to whom Logan writes a letter that reads, "I am the eldest son of the McLean family, and the work you left behind at the academy called A Poem of a Month of Drunkenness left a deep impression on me." He states he had thought of Damien as an incredible talent, and is now contacting him due to the unfortunate events that have recently befallen him. He offers Damien a place to settle down if he's looking for one and claims that they require talents like him. He wants him to consider the McLean fiefdom to settle down and, as Damien reads the letter, he's baffled as to what bullshit this is. 2 months later, in the McLean town, we see all the recruits arriving. The knights are confused about where all these people came from, and one of them reveals that they've all come here saying that they've received a letter from our young master. Damien is also one of them as he shows his letter and states that he is here after receiving a letter from the great young master. The knight notices the seal to be that of the McLeans, but, seeing Nathal's appearance, he wonders how a derelict man like him got a letter from Logan. Damien is curious if McLean is planning to bring in refugees of war in order to grow his territory. However, he's confused about being invited and wonders if the letter was sent to him by accident. Upon entering, he finds our boy, who looks extremely happy to see him. Logan thanks him for coming such a long way as he holds his hands and invites him to have a seat. Nathal is confused by his behavior and wonders once more if the letter was not sent by accident. Our young master offers him tea while the man in front of him is curious if Logan even knows him. Damien doesn't remember meeting anyone with red hair and eyes like Logan's before, and he's baffled as to why he's so happy to see him. Logan witnesses Damien, the genius of the Liberation Front, having this kind of naivete to him. He was the man behind the cryptography system and a genius of information management. For more than 20 long years, he managed to protect the identities of the members of the Liberation Front. Our boy could go on and on about his genius talents, but what he wants above all is his sense of righteousness. After losing all of his family in the Civil War, Damien fought for decades for the sake of a country with hardly any prospect of a future. Logan believes if he can manage to win him over, he'd be able to trust him no matter what. He acknowledges that Damien was an alumnus of the Academy's Department of Administration. Logan offers him a start as an assistant in their chief administrator's office, and proposes that if he displays the ability to do so, Logan is ready to entrust a castle to him. Damien is taken aback to hear such an offer, and is curious just what led Logan to give him such a position. Our dude asks him if this displeases him and claims that the reason why he's doing this is because his poem left a deep impression on him. Given his talents in poetry, Logan claims he believes Damien would also have the ability to understand the context of any work and be familiar with connotations as well. He states that it would be a great help in management and administrative affairs. This makes Damien wonder yet once again what kind of bullshit this is. Even though Logan said it himself, he knows that it really is utter bullshit, but he's ready to do whatever it takes to get his hands on him. Their family is small yet, but when the McLeans rise as a family, he's convinced that Damien's information management abilities will become a great asset. Until then, even if it doesn't suit him, Damien will have to work hard as an administrative officer. 1 week later, we see a super happy Dwayne, who declares that Damien and Philip are the best, and that they alone can do the work of 10 men. Dwayne is curious as to where Logan picked them up from, and Logan guesses that maybe the job does suit Nathal after all. He instructs Dwayne to do what he can to help him settle down, and Dwayne is very much happy to do so. With that, he brings up an entirely different issue regarding the refugees that have been gathering due to the Civil War. They've reached the maximum occupancy of the town's resident count much faster than expected, and it seems that they may have to rush the plans regarding the second town. Logan wonders if their finances will be all right, and Dwayne reveals that he did some calculations beforehand, but due to the Civil War, lumber is now worth its weight in gold. Until the town's construction is complete and they've gathered this year's harvest, their finances will be in dire circumstances. Philip is curious about why they're short on funds as the fiefdom is overrun with possible exports. Our boy wonders what he means by exports, and that's when Philip mentions the rations. This freaks the chubby manager out, but Logan seems intrigued by the idea. He inquires if they have that much surplus in rations, and Philip brings up how, in preparation for the war against Bifrost, he stocked up. He reveals that since the war quickly came to an end, and due to the wider Civil War, the cost of rations has been skyrocketing. Hence, even if they sell only half, they would have no more reason to concern themselves with funding, and with the remaining money, they would be able to invest in logging. Logan calculates that in order to regularly mass-produce thousands of crossbow cavalry, logging is something they will need. They are currently importing all of their supplies, but in order to maintain their forces, producing them themselves would become a necessity. He thinks the idea is decent, but Dwayne doesn't seem to agree with them entirely. Our boy decides to leave it in Philip's hands and instructs him to maximize their profits as much as possible and use the remaining money to acquire lumber. Referring to Dwayne, Logan tells him to prepare the second town's construction. Just then, Dwayne pulls out a letter and hands it to him, saying that it's for Logan, but accidentally came to their office. Our young master wonders if it's from the Information Guild, and the letter reveals that regarding his request to find the location of several individuals, they have managed to uncover the location of one applicable person. Logan remembers making such a request to find unaffiliated superhumans that were active during the Empire's war. It took a while, but he's finally found one, and his name is revealed to be Churn Crow. It has been determined that there is a likelihood of him being the same individual that Logan mentioned with the name of Crownit. Our boy feels nervous thinking about how difficult this man is. He was the man who excelled in supplying large amounts of low-grade artifacts and was one of the top 10 merchants in the Empire. His entire body is laden with artifacts he'd create himself and, very unlike a mage, he was active on the front line. He was the sorcerer who massacred Grandia's forces, the sorcerer of the carnage, Crownit. Because of the low-grade artifacts this man supplied the Empire with, Grandia's fall came twice as fast as it would have without him. He would be an incredibly dangerous man to have as an enemy. Logan thinks it would be best to win him over, but if he fails to do so, he has no choice but to kill him.